The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Big man knows it! Total bullshit.
I always call that. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this Sunday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, along with Baron Orman Tagge, Cash Money 77, and Stealth is Optional member Jason Fox of 540 Studio. I am your host, Mike, and today, speaking of Stealth is Optional members, if you are a Stealth is Optional member on the YouTube channel, you can join us today by clicking on to the link in the community page and come on in, join us, and talk about these following topics that we are going to talk about. The first one being that Dame Maggie Smith has passed away at age 89. And yes, definitely rest in peace. Mm-hmm. And we're also going to take a look at her, film credits. We will also discuss California's new law forces digital stores to admit you're just licensing content, not buying it. California. Hi. Pacific414 here. We all know that by now.
I think everybody does. Remember, this is California. Look at cash.
Yeah, look at me.
Right.
I will take over the state if I have to. But yes. Yeah,
Good luck.
California is just thank you, but at least people are admitting, hey, California did something good recently. It's like, yeah, they said something that a lot of people knew, but still it's something.
We know, but yeah, good one.
We're definitely aware of that, and we will also talk about, speaking of California, Activision Blizzard laying off hundreds of California workers.
Yep. What's going to happen with those mergers?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, they are?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Or bought out. Or whatever,
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
What the hell you say?
And one of the other stories we're going to talk about is Kim Kardashian threatening legal action after Twitter users accuse her of being involved in the Diddy case.
Oh, she is.
Yeah, she didn't do that when the sex videos went out.
No. With Ray J.
Yeah, that's
this is just my opinion, but I'm thinking if you're threatening legal action against Twitter users who are asking you what you knew about what was going on, then maybe you're trying to hide something.
With a lot of other celebrities too,
it's going to be interesting. When all this evidence comes out, I mean, we've got everybody from Steve Harvey there. Mm-hmm. Yes, there were pictures of Trump and Melania. I don't know if they really knew much. There's pictures of people, and there's videos of people of LeBron James saying some weird stuff.
We have all that. We have Usher deleting his whole
Twitter. Deleting his Twitter. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of funny stuff going on, and
Yep. And every time a
You're
person gets
fortunate.
asked, they just run away from the people that tries to interview them. They run
The
away.
hell you say?
So they are hiding something.
And yes, I am aware of slander, and no one should ever slander someone else. And people have been sued because of it.
But
Right.
yeah.
Right.
But just racing their Twitter accounts or X accounts or whatever, it's very fishy, and they're obviously hiding something. Because why would Usher
A
do
lot
that?
of shady stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of shady stuff, and it's been like this for many years. So
Katy Perry, but once again, Diddy was in the in crowd, just like people like Epstein, and for a number of years, just like Harvey Weinstein. Mm-hmm.
The fakest gangster who's rich was always there.
Also, one of the other stories we will be discussing during today's show is Rocksteady rumored back with Batman following Suicide Squad failure.
We didn't do things right. Let's try to make a new Batman game, man. Yeah, that'll bring the fans
fail
back.
with that too, probably.
Batman.
And we will also take a look at this weekend's box office. Now, I did release a quick recommendation short yesterday after seeing Transformers 1, and I sincerely recommend that movie. With that movie, I saw the first trailer and I was thinking, no, absolutely no. And then, of course, if you watch Pop Talk at any point in time where we actually talked about it here and there, I had mentioned we already have the first meeting between Optimus Prime or Orion Pax and Megatron. And it's the G1 episode Wardon. We don't need this, but honestly, I was pleasantly surprised watching the movie.
But ain't that fun though?
Yeah, it is. It is.
But yeah, you might be right that, like we were talking about backstage, that first trailer might have said, just like when we first saw it, what is this? You know, and that might have hurt sales.
Mike is a happy little Decepticon right now.
I am not a Decepticon. I am an Autobot. Sometimes I am a Decepticon when I'm playing a game and I get mad. I get like Megatron.
Exactly.
Yeah, Megatron. Yeah, Megatron. Remember,
Okay. Yes, maybe when I played War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron, I was doing my Megatron impression and my Prime impression.
Okay. You're making me.
But
the hell you say?
But I can't do an accurate impression of Clifton 3D. It's good to see you, Clifton. We also have Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. Good to see you. We also have Christian Del Moore's Vinyl Revival. Good to see you. And good to see everybody who might be listening or lurking at this time. But gentlemen, before we go into these articles, how are you doing?
We're having a party.
Pretty good. Doing pretty good.
Pretty well. Pretty good.
Hey, I'm there. Like I was telling you guys before, I'm doing pretty good for staying up till 2:00. Doing things with the long suffering, what people in their 50s would do when the kids are gone. We're all alone.
He had the long suffering went to a rave party and they were partying all night.
Yeah.
No, we're watching YouTube's.
Watching more videos.
That's his cover story. We were
watching more
YouTube
videos of people getting too close to trains.
No, we didn't watch that, but
no, but we did see one last night when we were all talking that you showed us of that one girl who was standing too close to the train tracks and she ended up kissing the train.
How did the train kiss her? You mean it looks like
that's up for debate.
Train. Yeah, it was a very effective. No, I mean we did catch the latest gut fill. I mean you can't get more exciting than that. Watching the tubes. So
yeah. No, dude. Yeah, Gutfeld's always entertaining.
I mean, we needed a cigarette after that.
Okay. Well, I
my.
don't think of gut filled and it being that
Oh
good that
my.
you need a cigarette afterwards. But hey,
Well,
to each their
Catnip
own.
was
To
looking
each their
pretty
own.
dang hot.
I,
Catnip was looking.
I'm not going to criticize.
That's funny.
So let's go ahead and get into our first article here. I'll go ahead and pin it on the YouTube and Rumble side. And hello to everybody watching on Rumble.
Rumble.
Yeah, we're sorry. We're so very, very sorry.
So very sorry.
So let's go ahead and open up this first article. And it comes from Niche Gamer. And of course, it's on the passing of Dame Maggie Smith at the age of 89. And when you look through, her film credits, you're looking through and you're going, yeah, I forgot she was in that.
She's been in a lot of things.
I remember her in it. It's like seeing her in Sister Act or even as Wendy in Hook.
Yep. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was also in Sister Act too. I was like, oh shit, I had forgotten that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says actress Dame Maggie Smith has, passed away at the age of 89, according to an announcement made by her sons. Dame Maggie Smith has had a long career in film and TV, notably playing Professor McGonagall.
Yeah.
In the Harry Potter franchise, and Violet Crawley in Downton Abbey. Now, I am familiar with Downton Abbey because when I would go on to my break at work, our TV at work and the antenna could only pull in PBS, so that was one of the many things on when I went on break. So it's like, okay, oh, there's Maggie Smith. Okay, can't be that bad.
Yeah, you only had PBS, so you're getting highbrow and propaganda at the same time. It's like, welcome to One Thing Considered. It's the PBS News Hour. We will indoctrinate you in what to think. But before that, a little bit of Downton Abbey to make you feel superior over everybody else. Mike walked out of there so pompous, he's like, with a British accent. I do say, how could I help you there? It's like, please come forward, come hither.
Among dozens of other credits across stage and screen, so far back as 1952. Smith was granted the title Dame by Queen Elizabeth II in 1992, a title similar to knighthood, as both have roots in the chivalric orders of Europe. Her last performance is the 2023 film Miracle Club. Come on, Mike. Already,
you can talk.
Already slipping. No,
yeah,
talking.
He's locked.
Downton Abbey went on from 2010 to 2015. So yeah, it had a solid run.
Wow, that's actually pretty long.
6 seasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it had a movie. It also had a spinoff.
And Niche Gamer, a dame is not similar to a knighthood. It is a knighthood for women. It's just instead of sir, they say dame.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, you idiots! Did your AI write that too?
I don't think. I hope not.
I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me, Baron. We are going to talk about something that we noticed last night. Just randomly looking through articles, not for the show, just randomly looking and going, did a human actually write this, or did AI?
I think a human actually wrote this, but
no,
I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about the articles
good.
we saw last.
Oh
night.
yeah,
no.
We were talking.
I'm being snarky, Cash. I think they.
Okay.
Well, I think there's a lot of articles out there
I
that's
know.
written
I
by
got you, but-
ChatGPT or something.
Yeah.
Oh God. Well, yeah.
They had to say that, Baron, because in the article they were worried that somebody may not put 2 and 2 together. I guess.
But no. It's like it's it back and say which is a female knighthood.
Right.
That's similar to. Similar means it's equal but not same. You know, it's like no, it's the same freaking
No, it's
thing.
the same thing, just for a woman, right? Exactly.
Right. That's why women with the title Dame can sit in the House of Lords now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Used to be you couldn't have women in there, but now you can. Including that stupid fired dean from the college where we having all those harassing the Jewish people with the PLO. Yeah, and basically, she was a dame. She had an excuse absent from the House of Lords, and now she's running back there because she failed here because she's a pinhead.
And it's good to see Ironcaster. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Ironcaster. Hope you're doing well, man.
Cast any good iron lately, buddy? If you know what I mean.
So it's taking a look at some of her film credits. Let's go ahead and take a look at them from IMDb real quick. And then we'll take a look at a video from Universal Studios yesterday. And
beautiful video too.
Yeah.
She just missed 90. She just missed.
Yeah, I know. It seemed like she was gonna make it to maybe even 100. She was just
But I mean, look at this resume. Miracle Club, Downton Abbey, and A New Era, A Boy Called Christmas. Of course, the Harry Potter films, Sherlock Gnomes. Let's see, The Lady in the Van, The Second Best Exotic, Marigold Hotel, My Old Lady, Quartet, The Best Exotic, Marigold Hotel. Of course, Harry Potter, as previously mentioned, Becoming Jane.
Romeo and Juliet, that's important.
Yeah.
That's probably the top of her career right there.
Excuse me, Ladies in Lavender, The Divine Secrets of the Yaya Sisterhood. I remember.
Oh,
I know of that.
Yeah.
I didn't know she was in that.
That's
crazy.
Yeah.
I remember
her
my mom
resume
and
is
sister had seen it and they liked it. Of course, she was in both Sister Act movies. And
first one's still better than the second one.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, the first one is pretty good.
She was in Hook. I still like Hook.
Yep.
We should do a one.
Yeah, I like Hook.
Hook is very good. Yeah, still.
Not many people talk about it, unfortunately.
Romeo and Juliet.
It did pretty well though in the box office when it.
Yeah, but it didn't
out,
do that good. Not what
no, it didn't do great. It didn't do great, but it did pretty well.
Which is a shame. It wasn't a bad movie.
Yeah.
No.
Best of Titans.
Clash of the Titans, the original one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Movies are still amazing.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
I love that movie.
I know some people, give Clash of the Titans a hard time because of the stop motion.
Whatever. We can go.
Whatever.
You know what? That's the charm of it.
Yes.
Oh, that's what we love.
That was revolutionary for its time. What the hell?
Yeah, no, I agree.
The only thing I do is I just give it crap for being bad mythology, but still good movie.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Ironcaster even mentioned Clash of the Titans.
There we go. But take a look at her career though. She was not afraid to go from your typical highbrow stuff to fantasy and even silly. I mean, and that's a good resume. This is something, because you have these actors there that, I won't do films like that. I know. You're absolutely right, Ironcaster. You're absolutely right.
Right on the money there.
But and that I think right there that shows but that she's a real person as much as an actress, that she's willing to do stuff like Romeo and Juliet and some of the other silly stuff in the Sherlock Gnomes. Going, even though it is a bit of a bigger,
she was diverse in her acting, and that's really important. And even if the movies wasn't that great, she still wanted to be part of it. And if they were good, they were good. It's good, man.
More importantly, she was always good in it.
Yeah, even if the movie wasn't that good, if Maggie Smith is at her performance, she shouldn't give it at all.
It's going to be a quality performance.
Just like Sean Connery, it's the same thing. Like, if the movie's not that good, he's going to give it his all. So.
Exactly.
It was shit, lad. But no, look at working with Michael Caine, and she worked with Sir Laurence Olivier. I mean, the list goes. Sean Phillips. I mean, just take the look of who she also worked around with. Some classy people who, again, weren't necessarily afraid to cross the barrier from the serious Shakespearean actor and serious films to, fantasy. I mean, you have, like I said, Sean Phillips. He did I, Claudius, but she also did Dune. Yeah. She also did Clash of the Titans. I mean, I think that's, she hung around with some good people when it comes around to acting. And I think that made it also easy for her. I mean, obviously, it's still her talent would come through, but when you're still centered around people on your talent level, and you're doing something that's not considered highbrow, it shows across the film how good the people and how serious they are, even no matter how serious. I mean, just Clash of the Titans. Just look how it's a silly fantasy film, but their performances.
Yeah, and Ironcaster brings up a valid point too. She had bills to pay, so these were jobs that she took so she could pay bills.
Yeah, that too. It's also part of it.
Very important.
Yeah, you got actors who are willing to starve instead of taking a role. It's like,
which is crazy. Yeah.
And of course, Phil's here.
Oh God,
dear Lord! Oh hell no! Beware when turkeys attack. Gobble gobble.
Really? Yeah.
There are no turkeys
From Kraken, worst troll ever.
Makes me want to watch.
That's my plan. Also, I'm gonna watch some fan edits that are all the movies are extended and stuff like that.
Oh hell! I'm gonna go and watch Clash of the Titans again.
Ooh. Great movie, especially that Medusa scene is still so amazing.
It is.
It's well done for its time, dude. It's well done for its time.
Yes, it's still the way they set it up. You still feel that sense of fear. You're like, oh crap, Medusa's around.
You still feel the magic in the movie.
I wish Hollywood would just go back to practical effects.
Me too.
At least certain movies would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what CGI is good for? Getting rid of the wires. No, I'm serious. I mean,
I know what you mean, man.
But when you get that, you just go in
CGI, there is to enhance some parts where you can't use practical effects.
Exactly. It's not to be. It's a tool to complement, not be. So when you're relying heavily on CGI to make your film come through, well, you just might as well start calling it an animated film. I mean, George Lucas even sat back and said that The Phantom Menace was basically an animated film with all what he was doing there. So,
and this is what occurred at Universal Studios. So we're gonna go ahead and play it. Everybody raising their wands.
That's a beautiful event to do, man. That is honoring, showing respect, and all that. Disney, why are you not doing stuff like this? Come on.
Because they're idiots.
Well, Disney, even when James Earl Jones was still alive, at least a few years that I noticed, they didn't even want to honor him on X, his birthday and stuff.
No,
Like
they
that
never
shit
did.
was
No.
actually
Of course
going
not.
on. It was ridiculous. I'm like,
Yeah.
did they really do this? Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And here we have proper fans, proper honoring, a beautiful event. You know.
They've done this kind of stuff in games too. When somebody dies who's really
Yes.
popular in the game.
Well, in Star Trek Online, you can go to Vulcan, and there's a tribute to Leonard Nimoy.
WoW did a tribute to even Robin Williams with World of Warcraft.
Well, more importantly, it's STO.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's the STO. If you go to the space dock, I think they still have the memorial on the upper deck there.
Wow.
The catwalk. And of all the people that we've lost of Star Trek.
Even the good thing with, for example, SWTOR, when actors have passed away and stuff, a lot of us meets up in, a certain place in SWTOR, and we meet up and, we have like a respectful honoring the actors and stuff like that. And it's a beautiful thing.
I mean, isn't that what anybody would want after their passing, is that they're honored and remembered for the work that they did?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, you become immortal. Yeah, you're not necessarily going to be immortal because you did a good performance in Romeo and Juliet. You're being memorialized for this, and who have you given with your abilities more of an impact to? Boom.
Exactly.
Obviously, yes, the lights are going to be dimmed on Broadway because we're theater, or at the old Vic. I don't know what they do over there in Britain, but the thing is yeah, you're going to be remembered in that area. But where you really made the impact with the people, with your abilities, which of course should be the goal of an actor and an actress, is like this. And many of our other roles that were, again, we brought up Clash of the Titans. We brought up a few of the other things. Sister Act. I mean, she has impacted across the board, and people know, and she will be remembered as long as people will watch the Harry Potter films or whatnot, or the classic, other classic films like that. And you're going to be immortal. You're going to be remembered here in the temporal world forever.
Yes. Yes.
So, I mean, Leonard Nimoy will always be remembered for Spock. I know it's like, my attitude is, if you're going to be remembered by millions of people, if not even, I'm going to go even billions, because how many people around the world see him, and we have 6 billion people on this planet. I am sure that around the world, you can have like 1 billion people at least remembering you, mourning your loss, and celebrating your life. Isn't that what you want? There. It doesn't matter.
There are people that still honor those who have passed on their birthdays. We remember Elvis on his birthday. We remember presidents on their birthdays.
Yeah. I mean, don't be around Graceland on Elvis's birthday. Yeah, you're going to be mobbed by people.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Take him on.
And Ironcastle brings up the memorials in Final Fantasy 14. Yeah.
Exactly. And Akira and all. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
These people have touched lives with their abilities, and should be celebrated. Maggie, her physical form might be, the battery wore out and her soul has passed on, but her fingerprints are all over, especially with the pop culture and the geekdom.
Yeah,
with many of her performances.
Exactly.
The only bad thing I have to sit back and say, too bad she wasn't in I, Claudius. Oh, she would have been great.
You know what, Baron? I think if she wanted to do it. She would have made a great admiral on either Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, or heck, even Enterprise.
Yeah, that could.
I think if they would have approached her,
yeah,
I think if they would have approached her, she would do it. Sometimes the people are afraid to approach because, oh no, she's too highbrow for us. They won't do it.
But yes, that does happen, Baron. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, especially with Next Generation when they got Patrick Stewart, he was kind of pissing and moaning for the first season and a half there because he was like a dog until he actually started getting the stick out of his ass.
Well, I mean, like the way he points it out, of course, Gene Roddenberry's every time he's just looking at him. I don't.
Oh yeah, Gene did like him. Yeah. But I mean, you got that where you get some of the people and they're so whatever, and I don't think they would have had that. But they get a little intimidated to ask some of these higher brow actors and actresses. That
it does happen, yeah.
Right.
Oh, they would never do our show. Our show is just not for them. They're way above our show. Yes.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
No.
What's the worst they can say?
Is no.
No, or in that case, it's like, what the?
Yeah, or I just can't do it for some reason.
Are you kidding me? You're offering me this? I mean, okay, fine. Yeah. Go off. Have a good
they
career.
Could be an ass about it, sure, but I don't think Maggie Smith was probably one of those people.
I mean, let's face it. Before she became a part of Next Generation as Skynet, Gene Roddenberry didn't believe that Whoopi Goldberg wanted to be on Star Trek.
Whoopi is a very interesting person because she can act, but when it comes to her as a human being in real life,
that's where she needs to act more.
Right.
But no, I mean, you start taking a look at the guest stars they got in Next Generation. Even was just covered in a mask. He did, Mick Fleetwood from Fleetwood Mac. You didn't even see his friggin' face. He shaved his beard so he could get into that fish costume.
It's crazy. Some of these musicians, just like the wrestlers, they go.
Paul Servino,
do some acting.
He was Nikolai Worf's brother in Next Generation.
Yeah, and even the background, it's just like they're not even doing a big scene. Well, back when Mike Tesh, or is it Mike Tesh?
John Chess.
John Chess. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, even when he was still big with Entertainment Tonight, he had a small little role dressed up as a Klingon. And how apropos because he's like 6'4", so so he gets to torture Worf in that episode. But it was his dream because he's a Trekkie, and it's just like I don't care if people recognize me. At least I was there.
Yeah, and then you see these bigger stars they're like, I've always enjoyed Star Trek, and they're like, I get to be asked. It's just like with South Park. People will be like, what was it, Matt Damon? Matt Damon was like, yeah, if they ever asked me to be on South Park, I would love to do it. He says, I thought it was hilarious what they did with the whole thing of Matt Damon. It's like, I would love to be on that show. Yeah,
exactly.
Oh no, guys. Beware of any links that he posts.
DJ
Ronnie G is here.
DJ Ronnie G, the top G.
DJ, man, come on, dude.
Next time, DJ, send those links to me, please.
Okay? Yeah, just send them to
Poor lady missed. Poor lady missed.
Poor lady miss, yeah. Matt Damon.
DJ Ronnie G. DJ Ronnie G.
We're trying to keep viewership here, DJ. Keep friendships here, DJ. Not tear them apart.
Dang it, DJ.
Stop sending those links, man.
I knew there was something.
I do a good job with tearing apart.
No, dude.
Who gave him a ranch? Who gave him a ranch?
Matt Damon. Yeah.
Matt Damon.
And hello, Jet Sparks.
Hello, Jet.
Turtles.
Let's see.
Turtles. And here we have links.
Don't click on it, folks. Don't click on it.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Exactly.
Oh, is a guy dressed as a woman is trap?
Holy
boy.
Whoa, hey.
Whoa.
Okay, time to move on to the next article. Thanks, Baron.
But no, I mean, one last thing about that. Great actress. She seemed to be a great lady.
Yeah.
I never heard anybody say anything ill towards her.
No.
She sat back and said in an interview one time, and we're being, having a little more jovial with it because she wouldn't want us to cry. She'd want us to remember this stuff. But I can't remember what show she was on. It could have been Graham Norton. I don't know. But she said, I always looked old and I always looked scary. And that's I think right there. She knew her strengths and weaknesses, and what would be considered a weakness she used as a strength. Because she was a very damn good lady when she was younger, but she kind of aged fast, but she was still able to carry it, and she still looked elegant, and she was still pretty. Right, but she had that stern, seemingly stern exterior, and she knew how to use it. But underneath that, you could see that impish sense of humor, self-deprecating humor. She's willing to poke fun at herself, and you could tell that this woman, it's like she might look scary. She's only scary if you're afraid of laughing to death, because she'll probably put you in the stitches.
Yeah.
With some of the things she says and how she says it. So rest your soul, Maggie. And it's you. I know it's 89, but you almost made it 90, but you still went too soon.
Yeah, and her legacy will live on with all of us and a lot of other people out there.
Yeah, there was definitely some roles that were still waiting for you, and whoever they get to fill those roles won't even be able to hold a candle to you. So that's all I got.
That is true. That is true. And now we're moving on to our next article from The Verge. And it says California's new law forces digital stores to admit you're just licensing content, not buying it. Again, California.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
What? So we're going in with this, and we're not going to do.
What the hell you say?
We've already done that.
Oh, this guy get used to much today.
I'm pretty sure, didn't The Verge attack fans about something recently? I have a feeling they did.
I'm sure they did.
But I guess they still write some good articles.
When does these companies not attack people?
And my question is, was it them or the AI that was attacking us fans? Because I don't think the AI likes us.
Good point, dude. Good.
Yeah, no, the AI doesn't like us.
I mean, the AI gets in there and they do this.
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no tree fitty, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him a
it doesn't even make sense. They come and attack us, and they don't, and the attack doesn't even make sense against us. It's like that. It's like,
This article is by Emma Roth, and it was posted on the 26th of this month. And it says, Cash Money's best friend, California Governor Gavin Newsom, has signed a law, AB 2426, to combat disappearing purchases of digital games, movies, and music, and ebooks. The legislation will force digital storefronts to tell customers they're just getting a license to use the digital media rather than suggesting they actually own it. Most of us by now are aware of it. Why? Jeff Bezos. Huh? What did he tell us a few years ago? You don't actually own it. You're just licensing it.
Yeah, you're just renting it.
Exactly.
I'm fighting hard not to hit that button.
And there's still people who are. There are still people who are arguing, well, even if you bought physical media, you don't exactly own it. Did you read the actual fine print on it? And I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes.
Well, yes and no on that, because
that's right.
Physical,
exactly. Yes and no.
Depends on when you got the physical. But if it's a physical that you got that relies on internet connection, like some of it, especially PvPs and stuff like that, yeah, you're right. Because they can yank those servers anytime.
Concord. That's
right. That's right.
Yes, they can. They can do the same thing with certain parts of Gran Turismo and other stuff when they go always online, which they did, of course. But
how soon will GTA 5, the online, start fading away because of GTA 6? Right?
Yeah.
But you got a lot of people that love it, and all of a sudden they're going to go on there and it's gone.
Right.
And
that's why they're going to have to do so much more with 6, man. They're going to have
they're going to fail.
And that's the problem. And what they've already said about 6, well, it sounds a little bit concerning, but we'll see.
100% trannies, 100% of the time.
I know.
You got moves to sing the yank. Yeah, there we go.
That's why I miss, especially a lot of old games, because we didn't require internet all the time and you had it physical and all that kind of stuff. Didn't need to worry about this shit.
Well, whatever people want to think. I mean, there's even just paying $60 or even some more for Grand Theft Auto 5. The campaign is fun. I don't care what anybody says. You got 3 characters and they all interact after a while, and it's a fun campaign. You don't even have to play the online, but the online became more interesting after they added heists. They didn't have heists before. People were like, I'm not enjoying this as much. And then when the heists were added, boom.
With GTA 5, it's the online stuff that is still making the game, do well, and because
even
of
with
all
all
the
the
modding
crap
and stuff,
that's going on.
and yeah, and just look at the streamers out there. It's a big thing for streamers to do RPs all the time, and a lot of fun stuff that you can do. I've been done that myself. I've done the RP stuff myself, and that's the only fun part, I think, with GTA now.
DJ, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, you might as well go to the New York Public Library and rent
Well,
out the books.
Yes.
I'm not going to go to the New York Public Library. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
your
not going.
local library, Baron.
There we
They
go. Now
are,
we're talking.
unfortunately.
You have one right behind you. That bookshelf, a bookshelf.
Oh no,
Unfortunately,
that is not a public library.
libraries
The peons will not get their dirty little fingers on that.
Well,
that's not what the dog said. Mouse told me.
The problems that I haven't heard too much about it recently, but homeless problems are they're putting up tents. They're also going into the libraries. People were having problems with that, especially here. I haven't heard much about it, but that has been an issue in public libraries.
Well,
besides some other things, but
not only that, it's when they go in there and they set the computer and start watching the adult sites, and they decide to participate along with them. It's like, you got a kid right next to it trying to do either his homework. This is the day when we didn't have this widespread of internet, or people couldn't afford it. Or they were going in there just to play some games too, because you can do that. And then here you are with an old guy whipping it out as he's watching, Corey Chase being the stepmom. I mean, it's. And the thing is, I knew a guy that got in trouble for that, and I only knew him because we played poker against each other at places, and it's like that news got around like wildfire. Hey, where's so and so? Well, you didn't hear he got busted for wanking one off. It's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, well, we always he's a little off, but I can say this now: he's dead. I mean, he's not with us anymore. Don't go hard and cruel, but yeah.
Getting back to this article, it says when the law comes into effect next year, it'll ban digital storefronts from using terms like buy and purchase unless they inform customers that they're not getting unrestricted access to whatever they're buying. Storefronts will have to tell customers they're getting a license that can be revoked, as well as provide a list of all the restrictions that come along with it. Well, guess what, California? That's in the user agreement. If you ever take the time to actually read through each and every section of the user agreement, it is mentioned there, California.
Just to let you know, when we get this over, I see Jace has put breaking news in, sadly.
Okay. All right. I'll take a look at it after we're done here.
Yeah, after we're done. I just wanted to.
Yeah. Companies that break the rule could be fined for false advertising. The new law won't apply to stores that offer permanent offline downloads and comes as a direct response to companies like PlayStation and Ubisoft In April, Ubisoft started deleting the crew from players' accounts after shutting down services for the online only game. And last year, Sony said it would remove purchase discovery content from users' PlayStation libraries before walking back the move. It goes on to say, as retailers continue to pivot away from selling physical media, the need for consumer protections on the purchase of digital media has become increasingly more important. California Assembly member Jackie Irwin said in a press release, I thank the governor for signing AB 2426, ensuring the false and deceptive advertising from sellers of digital media and correctly telling consumers they own their purchases because a thing becomes a thing of the past. Forcing storefronts to disclose that they're just selling licenses won't stop them from taking away digital purchases, but it will at least make people more aware that what they're buying can be taken away at any time. That's if they even bother to read it. Again, you have to read what's in front of you. The license agreement.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're important.
And Jet Spark says, guys, governments are already banking on the fact that the common citizen is too stupid to read the fine print of a legal agreement.
Well, it's not that the people are stupid. Is there's so much fine print. It's like you're going through page and page and page just to buy a freaking game. And that's just a game. I mean,
and yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of times you didn't read the user agreement, but you feel like, well, if I didn't do actually anything wrong, there shouldn't be any problems. I read a lot of the recent Steam agreement, a lot of it the other day, and I was like, wow, this is a lot. But so you can, of course, they've changed some things, but yeah, it's good to read. It's good to read this stuff, but usually you're like, okay, I'm just going to click the agreement. Now, if you're signing a contract for like in a band or something else, you definitely should read
then it's different.
print.
Yeah, then you have to read through
you
it
grab
all.
your lawyer and say, because they know how to read the lawyerese.
Right.
I mean, I'm not kidding. I mean,
I know.
you exactly.
Yep.
And Ironcaster, I just got to sit back and say is, sadly, I agree. Because it shouldn't be that point.
No.
It shouldn't. Again, it's people, and when I say this word, it's not being cruel. It's not an insult. But are ignorant.
They are,
which means they're not knowing of what the situation is, and in some ways, purposely kept that way by hiding these little facts. At least Bezos was, well, in some ways, you might say, stupid enough to come out and say it. Because that was like the dirty little secret they didn't want people to know.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that happens. And it's like, okay, now the cat's out of the bag. I'm sure what Bezos said led to this. It shouldn't be that way. It should have been up front, right there, going, you're going to go for these wonderful games that we have here. This is going to be the case. Yeah, you're only renting the game. You're not buying it. It's like beer. You're not buying beer. You're renting it.
Exactly.
Not want to consume it.
That's what I'm talking about. You're only renting it because it's coming straight back out. Which is the old joke about beer. But in all honesty,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, man. I really do. Yeah.
Yeah, it should have been much more upfront, but then again, then you destroy the dirty little secret, the dirty little tricks. And now we start finding out why more and more people. I mean, I always sat back and said, this is a danger when we start having everything going digital from our dictionaries, where they can go in, do a change in the dictionary, Right,
can
and then
fix
they sit back and say,
everything.
"See, this word was in there. See, look at the dictionary. This is what the meaning was." Oh, let me grab my 15-pound live dictionary that I have over here, and it will
Exactly.
show that no, that's not the case. You cannot change physical media. You can't change the book
Exactly.
unless you go in there with whiteout, and then it's obviously going to be noticeable because why is there whiteout and this word handwritten in there?
Yeah.
The same thing goes if you have the DVD and a DVD player, a Blu-ray. It's like,
Yep.
no, this is how it really was. I don't care
Exactly.
what you did. Um,
Exactly.
when they're talking about, oh, we're going to
I'll do
change.
you even better, Baron, if you still have a VCR that works and you still have some VHS tapes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ditto. I got that too. And, well, I mean, yeah, I guess we got enough old people around here that know what a VCR, VHS,
But yeah.
or do I even sit back and say Beta and Betamax? Yeah. I used to have one of those too. I don't know what happened to it. No, I got it cheap because when I was doing going through school and all that for that, I was able to get a used for really cheap Betamax because at that time they're on their way out, and
Yeah.
got one
No,
of those
exactly.
in some Beta tapes, and I recorded some stuff off there. And yeah, Beta did have better, but we're not going to get into that technical bullshit. Thank you for throwing me off.
DJ,
But
he's gonna jack up the price. He needs to, so you're gonna have to pay a hefty $300 or something for that VCR if Baron decides to sell it.
yeah, well,
DJ, I love you like a brother, but no, you can't have my VCR.
you know what? Here's my answer to that, DJ. Ain't gonna happen. Well, yeah, but that's just it. That's why sometimes those invitations go to Goodwill or Salvation Army, whatever that. They'll have them on there, not realize how much value they have in that, and also the televisions, the old televisions, which sometimes I regret getting rid of mine that I had, but at the time I just didn't have the space.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're changing. Even the ebooks, right? They're going to go in there. Oh, this is so problematic with Mark Twain.
But
And
they've
not
already done
Ben.
that. They've already done that with
Well,
ebooks and comics and
well,
stuff
that's the
like
point
that
I was going to
digitally.
make. Yeah, and that's what the point I was saying is, you get the ebook, it's problematic, so they change it because we want to get rid of the problematic, and there it is.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
and
got
I experienced that. I experienced that many years ago with an X-Men comic when I quote unquote bought it on an app, right? On their Marvel's own app. But it's still renting. We all know that's still renting. And then of course they removed the comic because there was always so much problematic because the writer was apparently problematic when he really wasn't. But he was so problematic.
Right.
He had some beliefs and he just added in some logos of his beliefs and it didn't harm anyone or anything like that. People didn't even notice before Marvel came out and talked about it. And then it was problematic and all that. And he got fired and he never got to work with Marvel ever again. And he's been working with Marvel for many years. But they removed the comic. They added back the comic, but you had to buy it all over. You didn't get the comic back. You had to buy it all over because stupid decisions. And then they removed stuff and fixed the whole comics. It's like, okay, but this is not the same comic at all, Now, so they can change it easy.
Well, and that now goes into the other insidious you just brought up. You bought the comic, they took it off, you don't have access to more, and now you have to. Then they offer it again, and now you got to buy it, and probably maybe even more expensive than the first time you have. How much shenanigans like that's going? Oh, you really want to have this issue? Well, we'll take it off, keep it off for a little bit. We're not even going to change anything.
Right. And that's the whole thing. And you buy the ebook, you buy the comic, you buy this. Nothing should be changed in there from the original print. And like you said, if they do that, then then it's like, well, then why am I buying this? Yeah. And obviously these things are cheaper, Baron, but still, you're right, they can pull the shenanigans.
And they're not that much cheaper.
No.
You're buying the stuff for the same freaking price in many ways as the physical copy.
Right.
Where basically, why are you doing it? When they first came out, they were saying, yeah, this will be a less expensive option to go with in the future because you're not dealing with the printing, the packaging, them sending it out, stocking at the store. I mean, these people aren't even sharing profits with a Barnes and Noble. Well, I don't think Borders is around anymore.
Yeah, look at James Bond books now, for example.
Really,
Yeah. Look at James Bond books, for example, too. They're getting censored. Predator comics are getting censored. All this kind of stuff, and yeah.
Well, the thing is they're getting censored, even physical now, because the new printings.
Yeah, it came to physicals too. Yeah.
So you know what? Go to your used bookstores, which I like going to. Go to your used bookstores and find them there. And now you're going to get the pure version. I'm sounding like a purist, but why not? That's what we want. We want what the author intended and what the era was like. We're not going to, you talk about how horrible the past is, but we're going to whitewash it so you can't see. Maybe it's because it wasn't as bad as you were trying to say. Or because you parts of your body, sensitive parts of your body got irritated because you were personally offended, where nobody else in the whole world is, but you just have to be in that in a position to be able to push your bullshit. Yeah, physical copy, people. Physical copy. I know Steam is fun. I realize that's why I only quote unquote rent the games when they're on sale generally.
Yeah, exactly.
If I'm going to get screwed by you guys, at least you're not going to be getting the full amount from me. And I realize, okay, if I'm paying $5 to quote unquote rent Mad Max, because that's about how much I bought it for. I think it was $4.99, my first purchase, right? Great deal. It's normally $20. Again, that's still a good deal. But I don't know, I figured I got my money's worth playing that game. And I'm going to still get my money's worth.
It's a great game, considering it's 9 years old. It's still a great game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great game.
And Ironcaster asked, that was X-Men Gold #1 with all the subtle anti-Jewish material, right?
For some people, they said it wasn't. Some people said it was. I didn't really pay too much attention. I just got really annoyed that they removed the comic and then made you had to buy it again, and some stuff changed in it, and that was my problem with it. And again, Marvel should, if there was a lot of anti stuff, if that was really 100% the case, they are the ones who overlook it, so that's their problem. They should have seen that from the beginning.
My thing is don't take it out, leave it in there, and let us decide.
That's right.
And if we think it is, and we don't like it, well, fine. That's why we flip to the comics, usually in the comic book store, right? So if we find it offensive ourselves, we have that option to say no. That's the vote that we should have on that one. It's already been out there. Don't try to backpedal, because now that starts making things look suspicious. Maybe it wasn't. Well, maybe it was. I'm not going to say it was or wasn't because I ain't seen it. But now you have not even given me the option to do so.
Well, here you go, Baron. Like you were just talking about the whole digital thing. The prices are about the same. Here you go. The paperback of Batman Year One. It's $8.99. The Kindle version is $8.54.
See, it's a little cheaper.
A little bit cheaper, but not much. A little bit. Yeah. So.
And the big thing about it, how was the anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic thing being used? Was it because the bad guy had it? Well, how apropos.
Oh, but Ironcaster is on point there. I remember some of the stuff now. Yeah. There were some Quran verses and stuff like that. Yes, but still, the way they treated it, they overlooked it. Again, this is Marvel's problem. Well, they have people overlooking it, and when they said it was fine, so okay, then it wasn't that harming when it was fine for them in the beginning.
Well, I think he was a little too early. He should have waited until about now, where being that way is the in thing. Just take a look how the Jews were treated at our colleges lately. Look how how Jews are being treated in this nation.
Oh yes,
and I know they're trying to blame people like me for it. When no, it's not. It's on the other side. they're the ones doing it. And yeah, I mean, I could care less if you're Jew, Arab, whatever. My litmus test still stays the same. Are you cool?
That's right.
Yep, exactly.
I don't care if you wear a yarmulke. I don't care if you bow towards Mecca. I don't care if you meditate the Buddha. I don't care. Are you cool? I don't even care if you're Catholic. See, I mean, Phil McCracken isn't quite cool, but I still love him. He just barely passes the litmus test. But I don't care if you're Catholic.
But again, my point with it is that they overlooked it. So at that in the beginning, they were fine with it. If they want to remove it, okay, fine. But it was the whole treatment of how they did with especially people that had it, on digital store, that you had to buy it all over again and all this kind of stuff that annoyed me.
Who's the guy that did that? Just curious.
What's his name again? I don't remember his name.
I'm sure Ironcaster might know.
Yeah, Ardian or something. Ardian Saif or something. I think. Something like that.
Ironcaster is SMART, while we guys here are SMRT. So that's why we have a great chat, folks. We have smart, great people in there. Even if they might love turtles just a little too much, we have great people in the chat that are smart, not smart.
And, we have great people that are part of the Pacific414 family. Great people are part of Phantom Hooligans. Great people are part of Baron Orman Tagge's Phantom Legacy, and great people are part of 540 Studio.
Ooh. I know. He does have great people over there. He's got great people over there. And remember, he's also a member. See? And it's a perfect time. Well, let's talk about this sad news, and I'll go into the spiel.
Yeah.
Thank you for finding this, Jace, and letting us know about it.
Yeah, it just popped up while we were talking about other stuff, and I saw this, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah. See, we got people who are on it. Even when it's sad.
So this article is by Michaela Z. And John Ashton, Beverly Hills Cop actor, dies at 76.
So many people are passing away, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much to it, but because it's breaking news. But John Ashton, known for his role as John Taggart in the Beverly Hills Cop films, died Thursday in Fort Collins, Colorado. He was 76. Ashton's manager, Alan Summers, confirmed the news to Variety. More to come.
Yeah, he did pass away from cancer.
TMZ. Yeah, he did, and I think he obviously had he did smoke a lot, and I'm sure it might be something to do with that. But
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard of him having little issues here and there as it's going along.
But it's the especially from the first Beverly Hills. Billy's doing something stupid again. Yeah, it's just some great lines, and more than some, just many. Beverly Hills Cop. Can I get a little lemon twist? If it's no trouble, don't be stupid. It's just, I just love how politically incorrect that movie is. It's just great.
It is.
What the fuck do you think I was doing? What the fuck do you think I was doing out there?
It was Eddie Murphy being Eddie Murphy, and
that's right.
Back when he should be thinking about maybe being Eddie Murphy again before he decided he wanted to be family friendly.
Right. And according to him, the reason he wanted to start doing that is because after he had kids. But there's people who have kids that are still doing those kind of movies, those rated R films. So I don't know.
It depends from people to people. It depends from people to people.
Depends,
I mean, he did come back and do Beverly Hills Cop at Axel F. So, and also,
let's face it, you have Rick Moranis, who gave up acting to be with his kids when his wife got ill and unfortunately passed away.
That sucks.
Yeah. No, but sometimes when actors or celebrities and people in general too, when they have kids, they sometimes they want to
they
change
do.
their life and do differently.
Which
And
I understand. They want to do
yeah,
more kids movies
It-
or
it-
I
whatever.
understand.
That's what they want
yeah,
to do. Yeah.
it's the same with one of my favorite bands, Ben in the band. He was a big part of Ask Alexandra. Started the band with Danny Worsnop and all that, but he quit the band recently because he wanted to take care of his family and be with his family, work with some other stuff. So it's from people to people.
Yeah.
Sometimes they want to quit, music or acting or whatever it is, and be with their family and have small time jobs instead and stuff like that.
Yeah,
You can't blame them. You really
especially if
can't.
he did make good chunk of change. But this guy had quite a resume. I mean,
he
was with cops. Usually,
John Ashton
cops.
had a good role in Little Big League too.
Yeah,
Yep, he did.
Well, I mean, he was an old god, one of his early acting careers. So, working with John Denver and George Burns. Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai across the 8th dimension, right there, going into our kingdom.
Yeah, I think I also remember like Midnight Runner or something.
Yep.
That it was in, yeah.
He might, yeah. I'm looking at the list right now. Of course, needless to say, the first two Beverly Hills Cops. He was in King Kong Lives in '86. I remember that. Yeah, Midnight Run, 1988.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh, it was a Honky Tonk Freeway or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Honky Tonk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was in Avalanche. Remember that one?
Yeah, I know of that film. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think that was. I'm trying to remember fully. C. Thomas Howell was in that one. Yeah.
Oh, he popped up in an episode of Jag. Interesting. Okay.
Well, yeah, he was in MASH. He was in Phyllis. He was in Emergency. One of his TV roles was Kojak. Starsky and Hutch a few times.
85, The Twilight Zone. He popped up in.
Yep, The Twilight Zone. There,
exactly,
he was in the original Police Squad in color. I mean,
he popped up in Starsky and Hutch for 2 episodes as well. The TV series, yeah.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, I know. I added that. Sorry.
He was a king of the Hill. He provided a voice in there.
You beat me to it. Good job. But yeah.
Well,
no, Policewoman. That is a good show. I just recently started watching Policewoman, and I was like, that's a good show, man.
Yeah, that was one of the quote unquote break.
He's in Police Story as well.
Yeah, and he's also been in episodes of the A Team and Twilight Zone, the old Twilight Zone in 1985. Yeah.
Well, more like the middle child Twilight Zone. You can't say
middle child. Oh, right, the middle child. Yeah,
the middle child.
when they did the Twilight Zone, they brought the Twilight Zone back and they did it right, unlike the other iterations. There, how you say that?
So we have this article from Extra. Thank you, Jace, for the article. And of course, it says John Ashton, Don Taggart, and several Beverly Hills Cop movies died Thursday in Fort Collins. Excuse me, Fort Collins, Colorado. Yeah, it's still the residual cough.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I'm still trying to get rid of it.
How many months now? Too many. Oh God,
Yeah.
I feel sorry.
No, but this is just the way the allergy season goes. Now we're getting into fall, and
yeah, but
this is also the residual cough from the cold I had earlier in the month.
Okay.
He was 76. TMZ confirmed the actor's death, which had been rumored on social media following a cancer battle. His rep told TMZ John leaves behind a legacy of love, dedication, and service. His memory will forever be treasured by his wife, children, grandchildren, as well as his brother, sisters, his extended family, and all who loved him. John's impact on the world will be remembered and celebrated for generations to come. Ashton was born February 22nd, 1948, in Springfield, Massachusetts. Among the more than 200 credits, he was in the films Breaking Away, 1979, Honky Tonk Freeway in 1981, The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension in 1984. Last Resort in 1986. King Kong Lives 1986. Some Kind of Wonderful 1987. She's Having a Baby 1988. Midnight Run 1988. Curly Sue 1991. Little Big League 1994. Instinct 1999. Gone Baby Gone 2007. Death in Texas 2020. He appeared in countless TV guest spots, starting with an episode of Kojak in 1974, and including such shows as Policewoman, as you guys mentioned, Wonder Woman, MASH, Law and Order SVU, and The Finder.
You know, I sit back and say, out of those guest starring appearances, Wonder Woman's got to be the best one he probably had because he's working with Linda Carter.
Yeah, it's funny. It says it also shows us uncredited.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, he was there on the uncredited, but you know, he wasn't a big star. You know, he was a film actor.
It also mentions that he recurred on Dallas from 78 to 79 as Willie Joe Gar and starred on the short-lived Hardball 1989 to 1990. But Ashton is best remembered as hard-nosed cop Taggart, a role he played in Beverly Hills Cop 1984, Beverly Hills Cop 2, and in this year's Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. He had appeared at the June premiere of the latest installment. Ashton's motto was stated on his official site: think big, work hard, have a dream, and make a difference. He was survived by his wife, 2 children, his grandchildren, and other family members.
You know, I hesitate to say character actor, but I would say that he was really great with doing that supporting role. He was able to, you know, like with Beverly Hills Cop. I mean, you know, be able, you know, you're playing against Eddie Murphy in that film. And,
oh yeah,
and trying to keep up with Eddie
with
that
man.
film.
It's just,
I mean,
he did quite a good job doing that. Yeah,
he did,
so many great lines. It's where are we going? We're going to the strip club. And
yeah. Him and Judge Reinhold. I mean, what a pair those two together with Eddie Murphy. I mean, and the thing is keeping up with Eddie Murphy, doing that performance, being remembered for that performance. I mean, honestly, and of course, you know, Dallas, you know, when those years, that's when Dallas was really getting big. That's when you're starting to get to that Who Shot JR stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he has a career that I wouldn't be ashamed of, but it's a sad thing he didn't have more. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I agree.
Hollywood should have used him more in these roles, but he usually always got like the cop. You know, like, you take a look at his career: cop, highway patrol officer, cop, detective, cop. You know,
was in a baseball film, of course, Little Big League, but he had a good role in that. I mean, it was a good role. So it wasn't some useless role.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah. Well, I liked the new Beverly Hills movie. I
think Crit did also.
Yeah, I need to see that. I need to watch it. You know, I want to have a little bit.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it either. Yeah, I have not.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. A lot of people complain about it and say, "Oh, it's so like it is woke." I'm like, no, it's not, man. It's really not woke at all.
I haven't actually heard that. So, yeah, I can't imagine that.
Eddie Murphy being woke, I can see it being a pale imitation, but I can't see
it. It's like, yes, there are maybe some dialogue here and there that you can consider more on the woke side, as people do. Fine,
I don't
but
know,
it's
man.
okay.
I haven't heard any of people saying that.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Down that rabbit hole there, Jace. He saw some stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm sure it wasn't hard to find, but.
No, it's the bigger communities, you know, the bigger communities on YouTube.
Well, yeah, but the thing is,
you know,
if you watch some of the stuff even from the 80s, and the woman's giving some sass back to the guy back in the day. It's like, see, they were woke back.
Well,
that's called we had strong women.
Yeah,
it
exactly. It's
that's
always
the way
funny.
I saw it
They
too,
do
you
the
know.
same thing with Star Trek. Well, Star Trek's always been woke, or this has always been
No,
woke.
it
It's like,
hasn't.
well, what do you guys? The definition of woke. Then you have the anti woke people who are like, "There's a woman in there. It's woke," which always
Yeah.
cracks me up.
Oh,
I
that's
still
me.
laugh at that.
That's
Yeah.
me.
Oh, trust me, we can joke about it. You know,
Yeah.
we have women in the chat. Oh my God, Pop Talk's gone woke. Women on
Yeah,
the panel. Pop
exactly.
Talk's gone woke. No,
Or
they're invited.
you
They're
have
invited guests, or
LGBT
they're
people on
people
the
who
panel.
enjoy
You're
what we
woke.
do.
but then we get the other side too, Mike. We get this.
Everything sucks. Yeah, that's what they say. Pop Talk's dishing out negativity every single day. They're always on a rant.
Right.
No matter what's
I was trying to
inside.
stop that. Oh, there we are. There we go.
And hello to Low Spec Linux Gaming. Good
Hail.
to see you, brother.
And I just want to say, like, the things that people claim to be woke, I'm just like, I've heard these jokes before with racists back in the old days with movies. So it's just, you know, it's fine, dude. I enjoyed it, and a lot of other people did. And you know, when you think about it, it's one of his final roles at the same time. So you know, even though he wasn't too much in the movie, we still got him. You know, we still got to see him act again. You know, and he came back. You know, and stuff like that.
That's important, yeah. And you know, even going with good old Eddie Murphy, it's like you talk about woke and all that. You know, listen to Raw. Listen to his concert Raw.
Exactly.
I'm serious.
And yeah, I mean, also like if you're interested in any kind of musicals or anything, like Dreamgirls, his performance in Dreamgirls, which got him a nomination, but of course he didn't win that year, and he's still, I'm sure, upset about that. But that's
Dreamgirls was good.
happens. It was really good. Yeah. He's done a lot of interesting roles. I never cared for Dr. Doolittle or whatever, the movie. I think that was
you mean his family is doing his family fair, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing his family stuff, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, but the other thing is Eddie at least tried stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got Jim Carrey doing family stuff, of course. You got some of these other actors who've done stuff. Adam Sandler, of course, has done, like, I would say, more family films as well. So I know things change, obviously, when people have kids.
Pixels.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, Pixels. I mean,
exactly,
people don't give it credit, but you know, Pixels is just a fun. For me, it was a fun popcorn.
I still haven't watched that, Baron. You actually somewhat recommend that?
I do, but on this notion, don't go in, you know, and expect this great film. No, it's a perfect popcorn film. It's just go in with your popcorn, your sody pop, your sody water. Sit down and put your mind on neutral, and just have the fun part come out. Especially if you're involved with video games, even back in the day, video games. I'm talking about the old, you know, console games.
Yeah, the
arcade
stuff.
board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I remember from the trailer, like because they had the creator of Pac-Man there, and then like the giant Pac-Man tries to eat him and stuff, right?
Unfortunately, it wasn't the guy. They wanted him, but yeah, they wanted to have but he politely declined because he didn't think you know, being an actor, but so they found a guy that looked like him. But you know, any movie that has Kevin James as the president, you have to suspend belief.
Usually do.
I still enjoy it.
But real quick, I want to say hello to Couch Potato Gadget. Welcome to the show.
Hey, hail to you. It's good to see you again. Good to see you again.
You know, I kind of resemble that name, except with the gadget part. But Couch Potato, that's me.
All right, so we do have some weekend box office numbers.
Oh, they finally listened to you and got him in. Oh,
I went to a different source.
Oh yeah, variety. But okay, so.
Hey,
yeah, they did some good work. It wasn't like that one article. I'm not going to go into it.
Yeah, don't. Settle down. You know, we got cash already starting to.
You know what really grinds my gears?
It's just.
What do you mean already wanted? That's
pretty
much how he is the moment he wakes up every morning.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Shut up.
He wakes up, and this is how he greets the day.
Hated it.
No, but no, that was that one article from Variety. It was crazy. But look, they're doing some good work again, so let's give them some credit.
It's a movie that I want to watch. The movie looks.
Tell me to shut up, Cat.
Extinction to all traitors!
Yeah, it's more like this.
Yeah,
what's up? Yay! Oh, yeah, kill him. Oh, dang. No, it's more like this. Working with cash is more like this.
The last thing I want to be remembered as is an annoying blabbermouth. You know, nothing grinds my gears worse than some chowderhead who doesn't know when to keep his big trap shut.
That's Mike and Cash when they're together talking.
This is what I feel about Baron.
It's because we're multi-streaming, JetSparks. Anytime we multi-stream onto different channels, if you're on Pacific414, you only see the people and the chat that's in that channel. If you're on Phantom Hooligans, you only see the chat that's on that channel. If you're on 540, same thing. Same with Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy.
This is what Baron keeps trying to tell Mike and I.
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I do, you pencil head moron. I have people skills. Can't you see how personal I'm being?
No.
Yeah. Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
This is usually Baron, everybody. And for those of you who are new here, this is usually what Baron will say.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's right.
I am.
Exactly.
It's because I tell the truth. They can't handle the truth. Now I'm going to jump on Oprah's couch.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands? Now. Well, you're wrong.
I should have had that go a little bit longer to have the full at the end.
Oh man,
it's all right. It's all right.
Good to see you, Vor. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Vor.
Yeah, this movie.
How are you doing, Vor?
Hey, he says a lot of things.
Yeah, Anna's been very high on this movie, and
Anna, yeah, she was really excited for the movie, and she watched it, and she really liked it, and I was, skeptical in the beginning with this movie.
It has a great cast. It really does.
A really great cast. It's really artsy, as what you saw in the trailer and what I've heard, and I heard from other people that I trust too that they really enjoyed the movie. So, yeah, I'm gonna give it a chance and get my own opinions on it. Great cast. It looks unique, so I'm gonna give it a chance.
I hate to say this. I really think what hurt it was that that BS. That BS advert they put out there with the fake credits.
That was not smart. That was
I know what they're trying to get at. They're trying to sit back and say you're going to hear bad reviews, but look at the bad reviews they got for all these great films. Well, yeah, you got caught in the lie, and that hurt. And it does look interesting. I do want to see it.
I'm happy for Adam Driver. I'm happy that Adam Driver gets a lot more roles because it's not been successful with roles after the Disney stuff.
Things have not gone too well, but Gucci did do well for him.
Yeah, Gucci did. I know he did. I know he did that science fiction film. It didn't do too well. I thought it was okay. I didn't hate it.
61 or whatever that.
Yeah, it was something like that. I watched it. It was not too horrible. It was just turn off your mind.
I think Mike liked it.
Yeah, Mike, I remember said he liked that.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's like a popcorn film. It's an interesting story. And just it's there. And I think he did well. I loved Adam Driver in that one. He's the one. That's the only reason why the movie was decent. It's mostly him because he's just such a fantastic actor. And so I am excited and wonder how this movie is. So I'm really excited when I get to the cinema to watch it.
Yeah. So yeah. But I was given the link here to chat about this. So, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Mike's down so you can go along with
Baron Orman Tagge's takeover. Be ready, boys.
It's our chance. Fly that flag, Cash, while I'm doing this. Flag that.
Pirate flag now, man.
Arr! Okay, did we got that up there? Did that come up? I'm still working with one monitor, folks. So, yep, good. It came up.
Oh, you still just work with one?
Good.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I got my cables coming in between now and 10 o'clock today. So
okay.
And this one seems to be doing a good job, at least holding up. So, okay, so we have from Variety, Rebecca Rubin is the person who did it. And of course, it came out at 8 o'clock Pacific time this morning. So they're on the ball. Of course, box office Megalopolis crumbles at $4 million. I'm sad to hear that because it looks like it might be a thinking man's film. It's good to see Adam Driver in something that really lets him get his acting chops out there, it seems like. Universal and DreamWorks animation film The Wild Robot landed in first place on box office charts, taking flight on the higher end of expectations with $35 million from 3,962 venues.
That movie, to me, Baron, still looks like Wall-E in the forest or something, but I'll have to check the budget for that. I don't know if
I don't know.
Did okay, but
well, they did better than they expected, so they must be doing really good. Now, meanwhile, Francis Ford Coppola's science fiction epic Megalopolis. I want to call it science fiction instead of sci-fi because it looks like they're trying to do serious. When you have sci-fi, that's more popcornish. But we're probably going to talk about that on plug. Cranky old fans sometime.
Right.
So Megalopolis collapsed in its. I know I did it before we were supposed to, but Mike's not here. I can get away with shit. Collapsed in the box office debut, collecting an anemic $4 million from 1,854 North American theaters. There's also your problem right there. You didn't have a wider release of this
and
film.
that is a problem unless that's really what you wanted, is in select theaters only. But no,
but you don't want something like that. And not only that, again with that abysmal trailer where they were called out, it hurts the film when you do that. It really does. I mean, look how it's hurting Transformers 1. And a lot of people are saying it is because of that first trailer they did put out, making the film look like it's idioso when it wasn't. Ticket sales for Megalopolis were less than initial projections of $5 million to $7 million, which would have been financially disastrous for the $120 million budgeted film. By comparison, Kevin Costner's mostly self-funded $100 million budgeted passion project, Horizon, and American Saga Part 1 arrived to $11 million over the summer before tapping out at $36 million. As a result, plans to release Part 2 were indefinitely paused. Now, of course, the big they won't give these guys, but they'll keep the other ones in there with indefinitely to try to get as much as they can, even though they're only getting like 100,000 for their taken for that week. With poor word of mouth, the film received a D+ grade from CinemaScore. Okay. CinemaScore said that. Okay, I think we can sit back and say this about that.
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
Yeah, I don't care, CinemaScore. I consider you part of the plague. Megalopolis opened in 6th place behind the holdover titles in the Indian Telugu. Forgive me.
I think you said that right. Yeah.
Telugu. Length action film, Devara Part 1. Isn't it amazing? An Indian film coming in the top 5. Reviews have been widely divisive, with the New York calling the movie wonderfully out there, and the AP saying it's nearly impossible to digest in a single baffling viewing. What's the matter? Did they make you think it wasn't laced with all the trope of how out there that they weren't spoon feeding you? You actually had to think about making a movie. That's the problem with it. I mean, right there
was there just too much thinking? Baffling viewing. It's like, okay.
Yeah, you know what? Between these two reviews, wonderfully out there and nearly impossible to digest in a single baffling viewing, right there, you got my interest in seeing this film. With AP, you're dissing it like that. First of all, yeah, I'd love to see him try to read Harlan Ellison. This is the reason why we never got the Harlan Ellison iRobot, because you had to think.
Yeah, see, I didn't know all about that. I'm glad you told me all about that, Baron. That's very interesting. That the movie was supposed to be more based on the novel. So.
Oh, I mean, I
still don't think.
I'm going to sit down and read it again.
Right, but I will say this, Baron. I still don't think iRobot is a bad movie, but I understand what you're saying, and I probably need to read that novel.
Yeah, Starship Troopers isn't a bad movie for a popcorn film, but I still spit on it because it's not Highline. It's
understand. Well, that first hour, man, it's rough in my opinion.
No, I mean they missed the point on a lot of things with that. Yeah, and if they try to do the original again, it is too thoughtful of a film. So the movie is ambitious, personal vision. Sometimes a film like this beats the odds and makes a lot of money, says analyst David A. Gross. Oh, we've heard of him before. Of movie consulting for franchise entertainment. Oh yeah, he's from there. Entertainment research. This one is not working. The result is going to be a big tax write-off. Before I continue, okay, well, let's continue on with this because we're still talking about it. Then I'll drop what I have to sit back and say. Lionsgate released Megapolis in the U.S., but isn't responsible for distribution or marketing costs. Instead, it's Coppola, the Oscar-winning director of the Godfather trilogy and Apocalypse Now, or Apocalypse Now, some people called it, who self-funded. No, a crock of shit. That's what Mad Magazine called it, a crock of shit.
Really, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, that when they did this movie, it was a crock of shit. Now, I love Mad Magazine back in the day. Oh, that was
I understand. Yeah, they were
kids or the teenagers.
Yeah.
Who self-funded the project and is on the hook for expenses. As part of promotional efforts, Lionsgate tried to riff on the movie's discord with the trailer that quoted well-known film critics who initially dismissed Coppola's movie that went to become classics. However, Vulture magazine first reported those quotes were fabricated or generated by AI, prompting Lionsgate to apologize and recall the spot. See, that's what hurt it the most.
Yeah, I agree.
If I was Francis Ford Coppola, I would be trying to get my pound of flesh from him for doing that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Man. Very screwed up for any movie to do that. For the trailer.
For the trailer,
the thing that brings people in.
That's
like if I was in charge with the people with Transformers 1, I'd be trying to get my pound of flesh for that first trailers.
I'm saying it's that first trailer that turned a lot of people away from Transformers 1.
Very much so.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's all about when you do a trailer, it's gonna sell you. It's gonna sell you to want to watch it.
Mm-hmm. So, set in the futuristic America, Megapolis follows an architect, who is Adam Driver, who clashes with the corrupt mayor and
Giancarlo Esposito. Yeah,
Giancarlo. Okay, I never could pronounce that first name, but
no
Giancarlo,
problem.
another great actor.
Yes,
who
absolutely.
In determining how to rebuild the metropolis of Neo-Rome, I'll say Neo-Rome, but New Rome, after a disaster. The film also stars Stanley Emmanuel, Aubrey Plaza, Shia LaBeouf, who's actually woke up and not being such a moron anymore, the great John Voight, and the great Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And basically, as they were saying, this film was...
Who was also great as Alpha Tron in Transformers 1.
He was going to somehow bring
he just had to slide that in there.
Slide in there, but that's okay. We slide stuff in all the time.
That's right.
That's what she said. This was never destined to be a box office hit and is the very definition of a passion project, says senior ComScore analyst Paul. that said, the film could enjoy you can read it, folks, so you know who I'm talking about. This said, the film could enjoy long-term interest from movie aficionados.
Yes.
And that's the point I was just going to sit back and say. Just like which one they're talking about here? The Costner film. The Costner film. Homeland. Just like that movie where it didn't do good in theaters, but it's been doing gangbusters streaming.
Oh, you're talking about Horizon and American
Horizon. Yeah, Horizon.
Not
Yeah.
Homeland.
Horizon.
Homeland
Yeah.
it is a great movie, and I wish it had done better at the box office because yes, it is a 3-hour movie, but those 3 hours go by very quickly.
Right. But the thing is these are with how things have been, again, with people voting with pocketbooks. Right. I mean, the film looks good, but we can't afford to. I mean, I'm in that boat. I'd love to go to a theater, but I can't afford going to the theater.
I'll give you an example. It was just me yesterday, so it wasn't like if I go with anybody where it will cost more. But if I do go with someone else to the movie, say it's me and one other person, it costs me $50 or more, depending on what we get as far as our snacks and everything.
Right. Which is, I always sat back and said, get that popcorn or whatever, because that's where the theater gets their money from. And you can't beat theater popcorn. I know Mike likes his nachos, but I'm still a purist. But the thing is, though, it's doing good in streaming. I will bet you that Megapolis is going to do well in the streaming aspect, which they still get money for, right?
Well, and I was stopping by Pat Stevens' chat yesterday and told him I saw Transformers 1 and told him I really liked it and everything, and I wish it was doing better at the box office, but we all agreed, he and myself and a few others who were in his chat, saying it's probably going to be one of those movies that does better once it comes to streaming.
Yep, that's just like the
I agree with that. Yeah,
VHS stuff with Tron and different things, the black hole and so on. Yeah,
right. Yeah, the black hole saw a boost once you got the videos going and all that. It didn't get the big one like Tron, but it's still. Some people would call it a guilty pleasure. I call it the last of the 50s science fiction films, really, because that's how it feels. But when it comes to this, though, Transformers, especially if we do an animated, works better on the television. I mean, obviously, the Transformers movie back in '86, right? It was '86.
Yeah, '86.
Is an exception.
Yeah, August of '86.
Yeah, and even that didn't necessarily do blockbusters in the theater.
Oh, it was a failure at the box office when it came out. It's why G.I. Joe the movie didn't come out, and also because of the reaction to Optimus Prime dying, they had to change G.I. Joe the movie from Luke dying to Luke slipping into a coma, and then at the end of the movie, Doc says, "Hey, everybody, Duke's going to be A-okay."
Yay, Joe! Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Usually, when you have like the animated films like this don't do well in the theater. So, that's the one thing. Transformers 1, they should continue that on. But now you have that. Consider that your pilot, and go into a TV series.
Well, that's and then these budgets, of course, recently are just ridiculous. They're gonna have to cut these budgets down. Even the second Mission Impossible film,
for the production budget of Transformers 1. That doesn't include the advertising costs, which could also be $75 million. Well, let's just put that out there. So that would mean the film would have to make $150 million just to break even.
Mm-hmm. Now, honestly, for this Megapolis, and especially with some of the scenes we've saw in the trailers, which I can imagine is even more fantastic as you go through it, $120 million budgeted film. And what I saw from the previews is like, that doesn't look like $120 million. It looks like it's more. So actually, $120 million is actually kind of a modest amount for something like that, especially with the talent you have in there. Sometimes with the talent, the $120 million, that's half of that's, if not more than half of that, is getting your main star.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
Arnold, it was Arnold, $120 million. That's just for him.
I mean,
now we work.
Right, and it just says here like the wild robot cost $78 million, and so they hope so it hopes to enjoy the same staying power and benefited post-pandemic animated family films such as Pixar's Elemental. But here's the thing: Elemental was still considered a disappointment. That I can't really say that was actually a hit. Yeah.
I mean, they expected better out of it for performance. I mean, they did good. I mean, for somebody like us, we sit back and say, "Well, you made your money back on that. You got some in your pocket from that." For them, it's like we haven't gotten their next yacht or whatever.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I realize these budgets help. Yeah, people are thinking that they made a profit on that. Well, these profits go into other films now.
Yeah, and then they talking about embracing the critics and the audience, and it scored they're talking about the Wild Robot, and it scored a 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, so and an A on Cinema Score, and that doesn't mean always anything.
Well, and again,
the audience still has to come in droves for these movies to actually. Who cares? The critics aren't going to always. They can help, sure, but still,
let's go back to what Mike sat back and said. This is a family film, right? So Mike is saying $50 for two people going to the theater. Now you're going to be going to a theater with, you might be the only parent. Maybe both parents will go, and you have 1, 2, maybe even 3 kids.
Right.
Can you imagine how much that freaking costs? And you know the kids are going to be begging for
popcorn,
soda, whatever,
everything.
Yeah, all the classic candies that you have when you go to go out to the lobby. We're going to go out to the lobby, right? So you got 3 figures going now. How high 3 figures? That all depends on how much restraint you can have. Telling the kids, no, we're only going to get this. But even then, you're going to get a tub of popcorn or maybe 2. Of course, most theaters will let you get free refills on them. That's what I love.
Yes, and drinks allow you to as well.
Even if you try to buy some of their items that come with 2 drinks, a medium size or a large popcorn or whatever their quote unquote values are going to be, it's still going to cost you.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't matter if you're going to get hot dogs, popcorn, whatever they sell there. Sometimes they sell pizza, and of course, candy is not cheap either. So, and soda.
No,
none of it is cheap.
None of the concessions.
When you add it up, it's not. So, yeah.
For me, by myself yesterday was $30.
Right.
To get my large nachos that I always get, and a medium drink. That's just a medium drink.
And when you get these films almost in the blink of an eye going to streaming, that doesn't help either. I mean, back in the day, you'd have a film released in the theater, right, in the 80s. People would go in droves to see it in the theater. Then the cable outfit would get it like 6 months later, a half a year later.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even a year later. 1 year later, they would get it. And then when VHS started coming out more prominent in the rental, the same thing. It'd be like 6 months to a year before you had the opportunity to take it home, or even longer, because George Lucas held out for the longest time for Star Wars.
Right.
Well, and real quick, I want to say hello to Leia Rose, and remember, sometimes when a movie came out on VHS, it didn't come out where everyone can buy it. It only came out to your mom and pop video stores or the chain video rental stores.
That's why even with
high price.
Exactly. Yeah. And even with the streaming services, that's why however you feel about Patty Jenkins or Christopher Nolan or whatever, they are right, as in, yes, if these just come to streaming service, it's going to hurt the movie. Just like what happened with the first Dune movie, the remake of Dune. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I saw that in the theater. I saw it in the IMAX. I mean,
Yes,
I wish I could have done the same thing for part 2. I'm sad that I wasn't able to do it for part 2.
Yeah.
Because I would have loved to see it on the big screen. But I found out I do have HBO Max thanks to my one daughter. So guess what's on the list to watch?
Good, man. Do it.
No,
I have a
cinema is
lot.
expensive, man. It really is. It's like if
HBO
I'm gonna
Max
buy,
got a pretty good selection, but go ahead.
and no, if I ever gonna, when I go to cinema, I barely buy anything at the cinema. What I normally normally go to small stores, and then I buy like a drink and stuff there if I ever want something. So I do it that way instead. Because it's cheaper, and the only time that I do pay for candy or drinks and stuff like that is when I go to local cinemas, small cinemas that doesn't earn that much money like the big cinemas. And then I'm like, yes, those are the cinemas I want to support because they deserve more of my money than the big cinemas because they overprice every little single thing and stuff like that.
Because that's where they're getting their money. And they're not getting it from the movie. They're getting it from the concession. Now, for me, even with the big one, I mean, basically the two things I will get it at a theater, and that's about it. That's the popcorn, and I go back for the refills because I've got that tub eaten before the film.
Wait, you guys are refilling other stuff in the cinema?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we need to, we do get free refills at least.
At my theater.
Free
if you get
refills for
the
soda
combo of a large popcorn with a large drink, you can get refills on both.
Yeah, we don't have that. Norway doesn't have that.
That's too
and
bad.
see, with the free refills of pop, I do ask for a second cup. Make sure that you write something on the side there that I'm not trying to scam you.
We don't really have cups like that, and normally we just we need to buy them in the fridge. They keep it all in the fridge. So that's all we have.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that way. I mean, the first time I experienced that was in the 80s, and that was when I was with my uncle up in. We'd take trips up to Brainerd because he rented a cabin up there by Nisswa. Off of Lake Pelican. Yeah, we're getting really Minnehoton there. Oh, yeah, don't you know? And there was a theater, and this was a beautiful theater, by the way. And the idiots tore it down, but it had the beautiful architecture in there. And I remember going in there and seeing stuff like Natural Vacation 2 and Ghostbusters. Oh, my God, watching Ghostbusters on the screen. That's when I first experienced it. It's like, of course, this is going to impact me. But that was the first time. But you had to get the large tub of popcorn, and you could go out and get a refill off of it. And
Norway, you're missing out. Come on, Norway, do better.
So between me and my uncle, that thing was devastated before the credits even showed up. And of course, needless to say, he's my uncle. So guess who had to go and get the frickin' refill? Me. And then the rest was for the movie because we, obviously. A lot of our appetite was sated the first time. Now it's the enjoy the popcorn, toss in the air, and try to catch in your mouth type of situation. But that was a rare thing. That was the first time I ever experienced it. We didn't have it down in the cities, and then all of a sudden they, in the 90s or so, it started to creep into the theaters. And I lived in a smaller town here in Minnesota, and their theater, which was a local, it had like 4, then expanded to 6 screens in there and did a big redo. But then they started offering that kind of same special. And now it seems like everybody is. And just like Mike said, usually it's the combo and usually it's the big popcorn. But I'm not complaining. It's like, it's like Homer and the donut. More.
Yeah, I know. Home. He never stops.
And here's the thing too. And I'm sure you've all experienced it at some point when you've gone to the movies and gotten popcorn. When they say butter, you kind of look at them like, is that really a question?
Mm-hmm.
More.
Well, it's just like going to a stadium or anything. In a way, they're just like, you're going to buy food. You're going to buy something. You go to a convention, you're probably going to buy something. It doesn't matter if you don't have much money on you or not. You're probably going to get something. It's just like you want it. You want it. So it's the same with the
I'm too stingy for that.
I
don't go to the stadiums and buy anything because You know,
I understand.
$10 ballpark Frank. Yeah, great. You know,
this better be the best $10 hot dog I've ever had.
Yeah. Why doesn't it say Nathan? No, it says ballpark. Our bar S. We went to the bar, got the bar S 99 cents a pack.
See, as much as I give the Dodger dog so much slack,
don't inflate the ego of cash.
That was the nice thing. Not just going to a Dodger game or going to a Padre game, was the fact that they had Farmer John hot dogs, which were very good hot dogs.
I mean, the hot dogs they have now are still good. I don't know what brand they are. I'd have to check, but those Farmer John hot dogs were always good.
So I can remember being asked, when we were at home, what do you want? Ballpark, Nathan's, Farmer John's? Farmer John's.
Really, even better than Nathan's. Wow, Nathan's pretty damn good.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
they are.
I like Nathan's a lot. Yeah, a lot.
But I mean, right there, I wish we had Farmer John's now here.
But I like the Farmer John hot dogs. I like their sausage patties too.
Ooh,
can't even get those out here.
I don't think
we don't have food in cinemas here.
Well, we're talking about like stadiums. When you go to a stadium and see a game, I mean, for a while, I don't think they do it anymore. But the Twinkies used to have their hot dog nights where you could get the hot dogs for just ridiculously cheap for a stadium. But I don't think they even do that no more because they needed to bring people in because of all the mistakes Major League Baseball did. I haven't been to a baseball game, Major League. I mean, I have not been in this new stadium that they made. The last time I watched a game was in the Metro Dump, and it's been well over 20 years since I've been at a baseball game, Major League. And it saddens me because I do love baseball, but I just don't like how Major League went. We've got our local team,
even the minors aren't as inexpensive as they used to be.
No, that was your nice least expensive. I don't want to say cheap, least expensive option to see damn good baseball and the way baseball should be played.
Yeah. And Jace, before you drop out, would you like to promote yourself?
Yeah, sure, man.
Gonna go sleep now? Is that it? See,
I am actually
up because. Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm actually gonna go to bed. Actually, I'm gonna go to the doctor tomorrow too. So
Cash apologize for it, okay? Because I know it's because
it's all his fault. All his fault, I guess, according to you, Baron.
Yeah, whatever, Baron.
Well, how often he comes late? See, you're doing a reverse Cash. He comes in late to your show. Now you're going out early on it. So I like the revenge that you got going on here. Props and points.
Yeah, but
that's why you're my brother, man.
Thank you, brother. But yes, this week on Wednesday we will see if we will do a Skullcast or not, because we have switched that we will have Skullcast once in a while on Wednesdays. There is no longer 5cast. We decided to just use Skullcast instead on Wednesdays also. And Prismatics is feeling better, so he will try to show more up. That's
good. I hope so.
Great to hear. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to hear more from Priz, definitely.
Yeah, so he's feeling better and things are going the right way with him.
I want to hear his head hit the keyboard when he falls asleep. That's what.
Baron is like
Cash
the bright side.
Cash used to do it all the time, but now he takes pep pills. So.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, right.
Sure, Baron. Sure.
And on Thursday we're gonna have the Beyond, but it's gonna be a little bit different Beyond this time. We're gonna talk about the gaming industry and everything that's going on in the gaming industry when it comes to prices and other stuff that's really annoying and stuff like that. So I'm really excited for that stream. Thanks to Tom for giving the ID, and I know Cash, you have worked a lot for this, and I'm happy with all the things you want to talk about.
He's an insider, but
yeah, he's an insider.
And what's great about it is I don't know anything about it, so I can come up with any bullshit that comes to mind.
You'll learn about it, Baron.
convincing.
You're good.
I know.
You'll learn about it, buddy.
Hey, don't steal my thunder, man. Don't steal my thunder. And by the way, Vor, I absolutely support you in this.
Yeah, you're making the right choice, man. Other people have done it too. They don't like it. It's the same with the Redskins and now the Commanders. They don't like the name.
Yeah, I mean, there's
a number of people who do not like the name. Exactly.
Yeah.
They're trying to make a push. Yeah.
But yeah, so that's happening on Thursday. I'm excited for it. It's going to be a fun show. And of course, on Fridays, I'm with Comic Relief Crusader, where we talk about funny news and, of course, topics for the week. And also, Saturday is the Skullcast again. And that's what I have coming up, and what we have coming up. So
is the one you do with Crusader, is that on your channel or is that in his?
No, that's on
his.
Yeah,
that's
on
his.
Damn. Then I can't crash. I haven't talked to Mike in a long time. The other Mike. But he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Yeah,
Comic Crusader.
You can always contact him. I can always talk with him. It's no problem.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, both of us can. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I really like Mike.
I hope at some point again, Jace. I don't know if it'll happen anytime soon, but hopefully we'll get some more comic book people in there. You know, it'd be great to listen to some more of them.
Yeah, of course.
I love hearing that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we're
Mike Baron and Chuck Dixon, man. Yeah, there are a lot of interesting things there. Mm-hmm.
Well, Mike and I were kind of, because when we're looking at those articles with the AI, we're kind of going down memory lane a little bit with some of the comics and some of the stupid things.
Yeah, I was going to mention that it was at a screen rant, but you're looking at it. Going, wait a minute.
Fucking screen rant.
There's no way an actual human being wrote this article. They might have put in a few key words, but there's no way.
Yeah, they had to put keywords in and let the.
But
Chase, let's do a test. Chase, have you ever heard of Howard the Duck?
Howard the Duck.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Howard the Duck?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Moon Knight?
I know about the comics and.
Have you ever heard of Moon Knight?
Oh yeah, never. Yeah, I never talked about that with Chuck.
No, even if you didn't read the yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Tick? Spoon?
Yeah, I bet you've never
heard of the show.
Never. I've never seen the show or anything.
And they could have even put in that there's 2 live action series. They only said 1.
No, there is 2. There's 2 live actions.
Bat Manuel. You gotta love Bat Manuel. I mean, even though I like the Flater Mouse in the animated. How about this one might get you. Have you ever heard of Dazzler?
Never. Oh my God, who is that?
1980 was. Wow, this is 1980. It was a comic book, and the main superhero was get this, a woman.
What?
Yeah, I know.
And she was called Dazzler.
Gosh.
Oh my!
See, I can understand people not remembering Dazzler.
Yeah, Dazzler would be maybe a tough one, but the other ones, come on.
Yeah.
I think the Tick even had an animated show too.
Yeah, Tick had an animated show. I grew up with the show.
Yeah, I did too. It's from Shit Rant, so right there. That's what I'm going to call from now. Shit Rant.
Send me that article. I want to read through it to see what the fuck, dude. Send it to me. I need to read through this.
Okay, I'll hunt for it, buddy.
Yeah, I need to read through this. But no, at least that's what we're having come. That's what we are gonna do on the shows. I'm a little tired, so I'm gonna go to bed. But other than that,
get some rest, buddy.
Get some rest.
As I always say, life's too short, make the most of it. And we on this panel, we love you and appreciate you. None of us would have been here today if it wasn't for any of you fine folks out there. So thank you for the love and thank you for the inspiration to make us continue doing this. It means the world to us. So thank you again.
Okay. Well, you take care, brother. Hope everything goes great when you see the doctor. Remember when they do that one test, say, "Hey, doc, are you using the whole fest?" Great line from Fletch. Great line.
Jace, thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate it, brother, as always.
Of course, brother.
And if there are any other Stealth is Optional members out there, the link to join us here on the panel today is in the community page. So
yep. And good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Jace. Good night, Moon.
Good night, Moonlight. Night. Yeah.
Oh man.
Good night, John Boy.
Can a guy?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No.
Like that Family
Night,
Guy
Chase
thing?
Boy. Mike Chase Boy. Oh my God!
We have to find that clip of
rant.
Family Guy. I don't know if you've seen that one, Baron. Can a guy masturbate while thing? I laugh so hard,
dude. Oh my God!
It just comes out of nowhere with that comment.
So.
Well, you can find it. You can find it, Cash.
Yeah, it's available on YouTube. Come on,
on
you're SMR too. Come on, Cash.
Hey, come
all
on.
right, let me find it.
I've been the only one that finds this stuff, and
no,
I find gold.
You're not.
You know I find gold.
I'll find it. Yeah.
I need to get that other one up that got taken off because we had too much space on there. What was that one? Oh, floppy wieners. We need floppy wieners back. Floppy wieners. Floppy wieners. Floppy wieners.
Do we? Do we really?
Yes. What was the other one I put on there? That was actually good. I can't remember. I have to look through my list of shorts I download.
But anywho,
I found it. Yeah.
You found it? Great job. I knew you could do it. Yeah, everyone.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm not clapping for Cash.
Yeah, he doesn't need to clap. Are we allowed to actually play this clip without some bullshit?
How long is it?
22 seconds. Maybe not.
If you can trim it down, to the good part. I mean, that's what I do.
I have that Rathacon clip. That's pretty long. That doesn't get dinged, so let's take a chance.
Oh,
okay.
Mike's throwing caution to the wind. I love it when he does that.
Yes, me too.
Oh, why's my screen still up? I'm gonna get rid of that. Get rid of my screen. Oh, wait a moment. I said I want to get. There we go. Oh.
Yeah, you want to get rid of my screen and then you chill your screen. I see how it is trying to take over.
Mine's more important. Wait, where did yours go? No, I
took it away. I took it away for right now.
All right, you guys ready? This is 22 seconds. So, all right, here we go.
And who could forget that classic episode of The Waltons?
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, Paul.
Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, Pa. Good night, Ma. Good night, Elizabeth. Good night, John Boy. Good night, John Boy. John Boy?
Damn it, can't a guy masturbate in this house?
I mean, we should just we can just trim it down to the last part where
man.
Because we got 2 dislikes, Chase. Come on. Don't they have
Jason. There are just some people who go around channels and they hit the dislike button regardless of what the topic is.
You know, these people do it like that.
No, because
I understand it's interaction. I get it.
Mm-hmm. All I gotta say is
that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, come on. That's what those things is what made Family Guy great, especially back in the day. And get back more to.
I know.
It's just
they change obviously the writers and how Seth feels now about certain things, and it's like,
fuck you, Seth MacFarlane. Just fuck you. And while we're at it, fuck you, Mark Hamill. Fuck you. There.
Yeah, Jays, don't worry about it. They probably don't like me.
Oh, I don't like you, but I'm still here.
No.
I don't like you, but I keep you around because I need something to laugh at.
I know my strengths and weaknesses. I'm a good target. I'm big enough. You can't hit me. You can't hit a broadside of the barn. So
and Cash, well, we both point our fingers at him and laugh.
I'm gonna throw back at you.
Who's Cash?
Who's this Baron guy?
I don't know.
I don't know where I am.
Some guy with a chin.
This is some alternate reality I'm in right now. I don't even think I'm awake.
Really?
Wait, are you ever awake?
Sometimes.
Oh, excuse me, I gotta go get some kale wrapped tofu now. I'll be away for a little bit.
That kale wrap. Ugh, that sounds horrible.
I'm sure you'll find a place that serves that. But it's got to be the teriyaki. The teriyaki is pretty good.
Okay. Remember that.
Screen wrap is pretty hard to navigate through. Just want to sit back and say that right now.
That's why I don't use them.
Yeah, they're tough. Well, I mean,
amongst other reasons why I don't use them.
Even WCCF Tech, like they have articles there. You're like, come on. And I'm guess you guys can guess who they usually have an article from if you go to the homepage. Sometimes it's Elon, sometimes it's somebody else. Yeah.
But yeah, Jason, don't worry about those dislikes. You know, you can't please everyone. Don't even try turning yourself inside out to try.
Well, this is my attitude to a dislike. It means you're doing something right.
Yeah.
It means you're being more than a bubble, more than a shill. It means that if you hit the nerve, it's usually the right people that you're hitting the nerve on. And it should only encourage you, even more than the upvotes. The downvotes should encourage you. And
I'm not saying it's getting me down or to get Jace down. I'm just saying it is what it is.
No.
So I mean, you're not going to come on here and make everybody happy. You're just not.
No.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm saying this to the general because we got streamers that's in our chats, and I know, and I do understand that it might bother some of the people that they do get this. I'm just reassuring everybody out there. Have that an encouragement that you're doing things right in that sense, especially if they want, especially if they, you guys are just so negative, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you hit a nerve, especially when you're not being negative. It just means that you're not following along the trope line of stupidity that's usually out there.
No, and we normally don't talk about the same thing that everyone else is talking about. Let everyone else who wants to talk about that topic talk about it. We can find plenty of other topics to discuss, and we have.
Always, man. Every time, whatever channel it is, it doesn't matter.
and remember, if you go out there with this attitude, YouTubers, you're not there to be their friend. You're there to be commentating. You do the best job possible. Now, if people like you and they want to be your friend, that's one thing. But if they're demanding that you change your way to be their friend, that's the trap. And then you start not becoming real. So again, go with that. It might sound harsh when you see it at first. What do you mean I don't want to be, you don't want, be friends? It's like, no, you're not there to make friends. But if you end up making it, and it's because of who you are, that speaks volumes. So anybody who sticks around because they like us because of who we are, that's why we really appreciate the people in the chat. Really, because it's like you accept us for who we are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being serious here. I'm not even going to make comments. I know you're not mad, Jace. I know you're not mad. But that's why I'm not making the usual snide comments to Mike and Cash right now on that. And, and those of you that decided to become members, stealth is optional, all that out there, you're really showing how much you like us because, again, in this time, in this era, that money's hard to come by.
Yeah.
And you have to be selective. And the fact that you like, well, specifically Pacific, see what I did there? Specifically Pacific, because this is his channel. He does more than just this. He does gaming as well. You like him. And
the thing is, because of the way everything's going right now in the economy, I'm not going to push memberships on people. And even if things were better, I'm not pushing memberships on people. Heck, just last week, DJ Ronnie G wanted to give me a tip after I beat Lollipop Chainsaw on hard. I told him, you don't have to do that, DJ. I just appreciate you being here in the chat.
Oh, I thought when you said tip, he was telling you what to do with the game.
I guess Repop, bringing that up, man, I guess they didn't censor anything, it looks like. They actually kept their word, and they said they won it, and they didn't.
It's still a fun game. Yeah.
Did you notice any difference between Repop or any
I
dialogue
mean,
change?
they didn't change any dialogue. The only difference you really have is in Repop in the beginning, instead of it being a decapitated zombie head that goes into a baby stroller, it's the zombie's head as a sticker on a football that goes into the stroller. And of course, instead of blood in Repop mode, it's glitter and sparkles and all that. But when you play the game, it's still the same game. It still has the same dialogue.
Was there a reason they wanted to change that then, or is it just they just felt like changing it, or that's okay?
I don't remember the specific reason.
Okay, that's fine.
Why they did it that way, but honestly, if you have a sense of humor, and you need a sense of humor to play that game,
of course.
But if you have a sense of humor and you enjoy games that don't take themselves seriously and are still fun to play, I would recommend buying it on sale. I don't recommend buying it for
$40 or whatever. No. Okay, gotcha. No. Yeah.
I'll say this: just what I was seeing you play, it got me interested because, again, I have an aversion to zombie games because I just don't really. I'm just tired of zombies. But that looked damn fun. And your playing makes me want to think about, just like you said, when it goes on sale and I have the money, might get it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even the fact that the costumes are pretty much all intact.
That's awesome.
And they have some costumes where nowadays they wouldn't put them in the game because it's
they
too
promised
sexualized, and
they promised it was going to be uncensored. That's what
they lived up to their promise.
That's good.
And it's good to see Wolverine.
Oh, Wolverine's sticking here. Hey,
yes, Wolverine. He jumped in over on the Rumble side, and now he's over here on the YouTube side. And I saw you over there, brother. I just didn't say anything. That's my fault.
Yes, that's why you came over here. You were ignoring him over there. You hurt his feelings. We're sorry, Wolverine. We care. But then again, I have my two monitors right now, so I don't have Rumble up. I usually like to monitor all that. So, Wolverine's ticket, we're sorry. We'll do better next time.
They actually upgraded the zombie stuff, Wolverine, because, man, I don't know what. I don't understand a lot of the direction anymore of Call of Duty. So, but the zombie stuff is actually pretty cool.
I've seen it. I mean, they had one of those. The girls used to play it, and I kind of rolled my eyes a little bit. But it's like, okay, I didn't realize that Call of Duty is going this direction. I just want to go back to the basics and take out National Socialists.
Yeah, right. Call of Duty was always fun. Well, it was like you play the campaign, and the campaign was fun, and then you play the multiplayer, and it's usually pretty fun. But now Call of Duty has usually become overpriced, and unfortunately, and always online, and some other crap, and
yeah. You know what? I want them to be bold and come out with a version of a Call of Duties where you sneak into North Korea and you can become dual leader. I mean, that'd be great. take out that chubby little Kim Jong-un and it's like, there we go. While we're at it, Turkmenistan as well, because they're just as kooky. People don't know Turkmenistan as much, but Turkmenistan. I mean, I wouldn't say Kim Jong-un is crazy. Turkmenistan, they're crazy.
Exactly. Yeah. I think the best way to play that, just like Starfield and some of these other games, Indiana Jones and the Circle Jerk or whatever we call it, the Great Circle Jerk. That's what it's. I don't know. I hope it's not going that direction, but I think I think Game Pass is still a good way to test games.
But Indiana Jones and the Great Circle comes out, I'm making Indy use his gun. I don't care what the developers are trying to make me do by using my fist or using my whip. Yep. When there's a situation where I have to use a gun, I'm using my gun. If some guy pulls out a sword and starts waving at me, I'm doing exactly what Indy did in Raiders of the Lost Ark. I'm shooting him.
Right. Well, that's just it. You're role playing, and in this sense, you're role playing indie. And if you know the character, you're going to play him as it is. There's a time to use the whip. There's a time to use the fist. And there's a time to go pew pew.
Yeah. I don't really care who's making the game, but if you keep your politics out of it, then it should be fine. If you understand indie as well, that it should be fine. There should be no problem with it. They did some really good work with Wolfenstein. There should be no issues with them. Indiana Jones, with the Indiana
and
Jones.
they have those on sale. They have those on sale right now, and it's like, oh God, I want to push the button, but I've seen some of the gameplay of Wolfenstein. It's like, ooh, this looks good.
But yeah, people can rip on the Game Pass all they want, but it's still for the 3 months or what Mike's doing, the 1 month or whatever you want to do. I wouldn't say it's worth it for the year, but there's still games on there that you can test out and be like, hey, if this is worth it, maybe I'll buy it on sale or even full price.
Yeah. Well, this is my attitude to the Game Pass. Besides,
it should.
The people. Well, this is my viewpoint on it, and and to the people who are, I'm sorry, you're dissonant. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Game Pass is like going to Blockbuster and renting one of the games so you can try it out, and if you like it, then you can go and buy it. If you don't fully like it or don't think it's worth buying, at least you had a fun weekend playing it with your popcorn and soda water and nachos. So that's I think how Game Pass should be used, because those games don't necessarily stay on there the whole time. They circle them through, just like you would go to Blockbuster and it's like, hey, where's that game? Well, it's in the discount bin over there because we're not renting it out.
And then you look in that discount bin, and sometimes you get lucky because it's a reasonable price.
Yes,
I'm buying the game.
Yep. I mean, that's why I would always tell people we'll what we did with like Starfield. It's like, if you're not sure about it, try it on Game Pass. And if you're not enjoying it, well, there you go. But you're saving a lot of money, just like what Steven did with Star Wars Outlaws. He did the Ubisoft Plus, and he saved himself a lot of money. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, well, it's just like how I'm playing Darktide right now. Baron ended up buying the game. I'm still
have it
using
on Game Pass. Me too.
It's still a damn good game.
It's a fun game. It's too bad that I think
they did updates. They did updates.
Yeah, they do.
It's going to be interesting to do play with the new updates now.
All right, awesome. That's great.
So that should be something to encourage us to go back to Dark Tides as soon as possible. I mean, I don't mind that we're doing the other stuff, but it's like, ooh, let's see what.
Dude, Wolverine, if you ever want to join us, man, let me know.
Yeah,
we'll get in contact with each other soon, man. We'll talk.
We usually do gaming streams on Friday nights on Cash's channel, the Phantom Hooligans.
Yeah, I'll message you on Discord or something soon.
Yeah,
buddy.
I mean, hey, well, I seen you on other chats on other channels, and you know what? You passed the litmus test. You're cool.
That's right.
He is cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, he passed the litmus test. No shit. He's not pulling the wool over people's eyes. But yeah, that's how you look at Game Pass. Don't disparage it if you go with and I think that's the problem. You have enough people out there that don't understand the Blockbuster mentality.
No.
And that's how I view Game Pass as. I used to have it. I don't, because I can't afford it.
Yeah, you'll have it again.
But really but the thing is, you take a look at how much you are paying, and I know the prices went up and it pisses you off, but it's still cheaper. It's like you have yourself the unlimited Blockbuster card for the month or the 3 months, and you can go in there and play the hell out of the games to see if you like it. If you do, well, be like me. Well, one, I didn't have Game Pass no more, but I
no problem, brother.
Yep.
Oh, food. What do you get us? What do you get us? What do you get us? I'm hungry. But the thing is, it got me to buy it. It worked.
Yeah.
So, and that's what they want to do with the Game Pass.
It works. It just, It's just like Nintendo Online. I didn't start paying for the year, or my brother doing the half with it, until they added a lot more stuff. And I think for the $50, it's pretty good now. They still need to add GameCube, but for the $50, it's pretty good for the year.
Yeah.
I can't say that about PlayStation Plus, and I can't say that about even Ultimate Game Pass for the year. I just don't think it's worth it. I think either 1 month or 3 months. I don't think it's worth it for the year. So.
Yeah, and that's just it too. It's like, get a 1 monther, right? And take advantage of it. Just don't do the game you want to try out. There's a whole slew of stuff, and give it a wing ding, and play the hell out of it. Get your money's worth, and you could get your money's worth within a couple days of it if you're going to be serious.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to be serious, you're just going for the one game and play it intermittently. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. But take advantage of it. Use it hard. Play it hard. And then play it harder than Kim Kardashian when she goes to a party, and realize that I got my money's worth, because again, as Bezos said, no matter what, we're just renting these games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
at least they're honest.
Right.
At least they're honest about it with Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
And Cash, do you want to read this next story about Activision Blizzard?
Wow,
sure. We got
He's actually going to do an article.
Do some more reading. I know.
Okay, I'm going to go take a nap now.
That's right. You go take a nap, Baron. I know you're joking. But anyways,
am I?
You better be. You better be. I'll find you. No, I'm just kidding.
See, he's sleeping.
Freaking Baron. Anyways, Activision Blizzard lay off hundreds of California workers. This article is from Amy Eastland. I've never heard of her. Okay.
Never heard of her.
Yet again, there are more layoffs. This time, Activision Blizzard are the ones responsible, and they will soon be laying off nearly 400 people in the mobile gaming divisions of their companies, which are located in Santa Monica and Irvine. By doing this, it eliminates redundancies among the staff after their expensive merge with Microsoft last year, which cost $75.4 billion. Oh boy.
Nobody asked them to merge.
This stuff happens with these mergers. Companies buy out other ones. This people get laid off, and it sucks. And I'm sure there's some good people still at Blizzard who don't deserve to be laid off. So. Mm-hmm.
My question now goes with this and people getting laid off, as they say in there, the California people are, who's the ones they're keeping? Are they in this country? And now you're starting to find more of an issue.
That's a good question.
I mean, it's bad enough that there's reasons why they're laying off in California, obviously.
Yeah. So,
but
no, you raise a good question here, Baron.
Mm-hmm.
Expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to go the cheaper route by hiring people outside of the country, in other countries, to save some money?
I mean, honestly, I'm not joking here. You got the guys. They're training the people in China for slave wages to do this stuff, and be careful. Just because it's farmed out to China, North Korea works with them. So some of the stuff you're getting programmed in with some of these companies is actually from North Korea, but China's being shifty about it. That's not a joke. That is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
So when these things get farmed out, especially to our friend in China,
right?
It's going to be going to people who are horrible. I'm not talking about the people of North Korea. I'm talking about Eric Cartman on down over there.
Right. Yep. It's hardly surprising anymore when Activision Blizzard lays off staff, as they have already laid off 1,003 staff in the past year, with staff being from Novato, I want to make sure I'm saying that right, Foster City, and Southern California, as stated by filings with the Employment Department department. Deployment department. Okay.
Employment Development Department.
Development, excuse me. Yeah, Development Department. Let me say that again. Employment Development Department. There we go. Okay.
How many words do you have to put together for a department for Christ?
I don't know, dude. I don't. That's why you want to say department, deployment, department. I think they want to do this, Baron, because they want to make themselves
just call it human resources.
They want to make themselves look smarter. Oh, are we special? Right.
Let's call it what it used to be called, personnel. Because at least with personnel, it has the word person in it. Where human resource has, you're just a resource.
Right.
I mean, human resources is very, I think, insulting to workers. But
I think
pretty soon, yeah, I always thought that. And soon you're going to have departments that's going to sound like a proper Spanish name, whereas Ricardo, Alberto, El Diablo, Sanchez, Perez, they have like 14 words in their name because just like the royal family. If you ever heard the royal family phone, like Chucky's over there, King Chucky, it's like, okay, when is the name going to stop now? This is going longer than this is going longer than the cloud scene in Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
It's like when any of these articles they write, they want to look smarter, so they put in a lot of big words. So I think it's the same with these departments that they want to put in very important, very special. You need to pay more attention to us because we have these 3 words. It's weird.
Yeah, well, I think it's more. I think it's more corporate trying to make themselves.
Yeah, of course.
So it's more than the people that do the articles, because if we have our
definitely
name, we'll be the last ones they touch, because don't you know who we are? We're the blah blah. And by the time before they finish what the department's name is, the person who's going to sack them gets bored and just walks away. That's what it's all about. It's psychological warfare.
Employment Development Department. Anyways, that's just something. It really is something.
That was a song. Maybe I'll do an AI.
It is, man. It is a song.
The Activision Blizzard, EDD.
Yep. Activision Blizzard has told EDD that 140 jobs were to be scrapped beginning October 11th at the Blizzard Entertainment Studio in Irvine. The jobs that are being eliminated in Irvine cover a large variety of positions in the company, according to a letter filed by Leslie Campbell, who is the director of Activision Blizzard's Human Resources Department. Fucking hell, that's a mouthful. The jobs being eliminated including accountants, software engineers, the director of HR for World of Warcraft, artists, game producers, and many more. That's
Cash kind of bored me, so I'm going to. Cash is boring me, so I'm just going to do a little surfing here. I'm kidding.
I know you are. The jobs eliminated were exclusively janitor roles either, as a game director and vice president were also on the list of those being laid off from Activision Blizzard. Oh boy, that is a lot of people, and I'm sure there's some good talent.
If it's going to be the janitors that they get rid of and keep the rest behind, that place must look like a pigsty. Pizza boxes, soda water cans all over the place. The piles of Coke, it needs to be cleaned up. I mean, honestly.
It's not janitor roles; it's junior roles.
Oh,
junior! It is junior roles.
I'm going off of what he said.
Yep. I like janitor roles better, but yeah, it is junior roles. But anyways, Activision Blizzard spokeswoman delays.
Wait a minute, you like janitor roles because you like the fact that Scruffy lost his job.
Yeah. Well, see, that's one of the perks of being the janitor. You get to eat all the leftover pizzas they had behind when they passed out from the Coke. I mean,
right.
You're in the industry. You were there.
It's too funny.
What spoke to you too?
Spokeswoman Delay Simmons said that the company was unable to share Delay. Why is her name Delay? Anyways, that name is, it's not as bad as that name though that we had with Indiana Jones though. That's for sure.
We should call her a Spanish name like Mañana Simmons.
Delay Simmons, I love it.
You
said
can't,
that the
you can't
company
have more delay than that.
said that the company was unable to share additional details about which teams were impacted and their locations, which she pointed to the slew of media reports on the 2 previous rounds of major layoffs. Okay, great.
I'll take your wrong order. Just bring it here. I'll eat it. I'm hungry. Look at me. I'm always hungry.
Right? January saw 1,900 layoffs made within the Microsoft gaming divisions. That's horrible. Activision, Blizzard, Xbox, and ZeniMax. Then earlier in September, Microsoft Gaming announced a further 650 layoffs. Fucking hell. Regarding the most recent layoffs, she states, the 400 roles you're seeing in the system are part of the recent news and are not new. Oh, great. The roles that were impacted, including mostly corporate and supporting roles, and some impacts to gaming teams. The layoffs are said to be coming in waves, with the first happening at Irvine and Santa Monica studios on October 11th and Playa Vista layoffs happening in November. It's said that all layoffs at the 3 locations should be completed by the end of the year. Ugh. With Microsoft's current finances from their gaming division
Hold on,
specifically.
one second. Yeah. What perfect timing just before the holidays.
I was just gonna go.
Good point.
It's like, happy Christmas. Here's your pink slip.
And by perfect timing, I'm being facetious about it. I think that's despicable to lay people off before the holidays.
It's horrible, but they'll do it anyways because.
See, here's my theory. There's people in there, and they're gonna feel like they're gonna be the next chicken in the block, right? So they're putting their resumes out because you're smart when you do that.
Yeah.
I wonder how many is going to Sweet Baby Inc. because they figure, hey, I'm gonna fuck them over. I'm gonna get a job with Sweet Baby Inc. and make sure they make the shittiest games possible out to the people. I think that's how Sweet Baby Inc. got started, by the way. Disgruntled programmers got laid off.
Yep.
That's my theory. I'm sticking to it.
Exactly.
Maybe we got Sweet Baby Inc.
It might be,
wrong.
dude. It might be.
We might have have them all wrong. This is a revenge thing.
It's possible
I'm not kidding either.
No, I think it might be, dude. I wouldn't put it past them. A lot of the industry now and a lot of the other industries, many of them are just. Are you guys going to ever start caring more about your fan base again? I don't know. We'll see. It may just still take a while, but.
Well, then you also got the other insidious thing. They'll let them go and say, hey, we'll have you as contract workers.
Right. Yeah, it's just bullshit. It's possible that there will be even more layoffs in the future. I wouldn't put it past them, but it can only be hoped that this doesn't happen. There have already been an astounding number of layoffs this year, and there are still 3 months left in the year, which could see the number rise even higher. Ugh.
Yeah, which is we're going to the season when they're going to go nuts releasing stuff for the holiday season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's horrible, man. I mean, we've had layoffs. Many they have a. I remember Activision a long time ago when they had that Bond game that bombed. Activision took no responsibility for it. That's before they were called, I think, Activision Blizzard, and they just fired everybody who worked on that Bond game, and they just destroyed the studio, just demolished it. And they took no responsibility at all. And I was like, wow, that's really cold. Well, just like what EA has done. Remember what happened with the Sims game, Baron? I know you play SimCity. Some of them, yeah. They did the same thing with the newest Sims game. Oh, it's Max's fault. It's not our fault for the always online. It's their fault. Yeah, it's screwed up, man.
Yeah, I can't. But basically, what we're saying here, folks, is they're going around telling their people.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
That's what they're saying. And, of course, they're doing it at a wonderful time. And one thing we got in the article is, okay, they're laying all of it off. What about the overseas, particularly China? Mike can do it better than me.
China. You gotta, put a little nasal in your voice, Baron. And say, China.
There you go. You got it.
China. Okay, good. I don't hear myself because you know.
You've got to get that nasally sound. It's that nasally sound that works.
It's
China.
Pop Talk, great ever, China. No,
and
of course, it goes to China. It's going to get farmed out again. How much of it's being done? Because even animes have been farmed out to North Korea to be done.
Well, I mean, they even exclusively, junior roles are being. I mean, they're just taking out people left and right for this company. But this is what happens with these mergers, of course, as we said. But
this is where I'm going to probably be called in the sense of jerk. But a lot of the quote unquote junior positions you have in these companies, should be the first ones hit. Because usually they're the ones that aren't really doing anything. They're trying to make themselves good, look good, and they're not contributing in anything. And they're only causing problems.
Exclusively, junior roles. That's something.
A lot of them, what used to be called middle management. Used to be called middle management. Now, I'm not saying that a middle manager is bad or a bad position, but you got too many of them that you're filling in there, and with the top manager thinking, "Oh, I'm going to have all these junior managers. They're going to take the weight off me, and they'll take over these." No, then what the junior manager does, they shit down below them, and then they'll take all the credit someone else done, which is typical. Or if something happens bad, well, they'll blame them, not their decision.
Well, it's also a case of the old saying, "Too many cooks spoil the pot."
Right. And that was my next point. That's my next point. Plus, you got them in there, and or also the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, or the other way around.
That's another good one. Yeah.
Right. I mean, when you talk about layoffs, I think the first ones that should be in the bullseye should be the middle manager, but they're so good kissing ass.
Right.
They're good at being little toadies. I mean, we watched Office Space.
Yes.
That was pretty damn accurate.
Yes.
Even though it was satirized.
Yeah, those things could happen with the cake and all that. Definitely those things could happen, especially if somebody doesn't like you at work. Yeah.
Right. And
a lot of people don't.
Yeah, and that's just it. Satire is based in reality. So go see Office Space, people. A hysterical film. And that should be where the big bullseye is. And you know what? Even should start aiming to the top a little bit more, going, do we really need this managerial person up here?
Right.
What are they contributing? That should be the important thing when it comes to mind. What are they contributing? We start from the top on down. Trickle down works that way as well. The middle manager is not going to program your freaking games.
Right.
He's just gonna sit in his office and masturbate to anime.
I mean, he might. Hey, what's Jim been doing today? Oh, nothing.
Yeah. Either that he's banging his secretary, whatever, or someone who thinks they're going to get up high. The Kamala Harris of their department thinking, if I do this right, I'm going to be able to become president of the company. And that's just it. And you need to get rid of that crap and realize that. Again, I'm going to sound socialist here, but it's not. It is proper capitalism. It's proper corporate way of thinking. You need to keep your workers, and you got to keep them happy.
Yes.
And you got to work. I mean, just like the lines that they sit back and say, the unions gave us a 5-day work week and blah, blah. No, that was Henry Ford, non-union. And he was paying the workers incredibly high. That's why you had lines outside Ford Motor Company back in the day, because all these people wanted to work there because it was like $5 a day. When most people, that was a lot of money
back then.
A hell of a lot of money back then. And then along with some of the other perks that you had with it. But yeah, that was Henry Ford. That wasn't the unions. I'm not shitting on unions, but don't lie. It wasn't you that did it. Ooh.
Awesome, brother. What are you having? Out of curiosity.
A face hugger, because he got his face. I think he's stuffing his face in there, but the face hugger facing him. But that's just logical. If you're going to run a corporation, you don't touch the workers unless you got bad workers. Then they can go and want to fill them up.
That's right.
And you don't want to demote your middle management to that position because, one, they don't know the freaking job. They just know how to kiss ass normally. Oh, we don't have.
Oh, dude.
We don't have Whataburger, but I know Whataburger. I've had Whataburger and bacon.
Double bacon cheeseburger.
Yeah, I forgot that double bacon. Remember the Baconator from?
Come on, guys, let's go catch a flight. Let's go find a Whataburger.
All right.
Yeah, well, I would go the cheaper route. I would go with Wendy's bacon burger.
We'll make a
double bacon.
We'll make a video of it. We're all having this double bacon cheeseburger from Whataburger.
You don't have Culver's, I don't think, in your area, but Culver's.
No, I don't.
Yeah, well, they're a cheesehead company, but you get their butter burger, and the butter burger means that they butter the buns. They toast and butter the buns. And then the burgers are like bar burgers.
Yeah.
The only bad thing,
because we have a place around here. It's just a locally owned place called Kill Devil Grill.
Oh yeah,
and they serve butter burgers and custard, and they are so good.
And that's what they get at Culver's. They got custards, they're frozen custards. So, but I mean, we got like, downtown here we have Size, which is a bar. Their breakfast, their burgers. I mean, all across the board. It's your classic. This is a bar, bar burger, which are some of the best burgers out there, and they're not part of a chain. Thank God. Our Turtles across the river, but the thing is, I go there for the pizza because they have great food there. Other than that, but
Anonymous, as a Stealth is Optional member, you can join us if you go into the community tab. There is the link there, and the members message for all Stealth is Optional members to join us today.
I can go that way too. Honestly, Anonymous, I can do, but I've been accused of being a bready guy. I really have. I love good bread.
I love a good slice of bread.
Well,
I love a good rye bread.
Rye. I'm never really into rye. Even though
or a good pumpernickel.
Sourdough. Yeah, good sourdough. I mean, sometimes it's just nothing more than just having a slice of toast with butter over it, and that's all. It's all just the simple things in life.
Yeah,
simple. See, that's where we'll be different. If I had to give it up, I would be sorry. I mean, I'm sorry. I know my weaknesses.
Well, I gotta say that this next person, I've never had a weakness for her. I don't understand her appeal. I don't understand her family's appeal. I just don't.
Started as a sex tape, and then from there, hey, let's give them a reality show and all this.
You want to know their appeal? Their appeal is WHORE. That's their appeal. At least there's a smart Kardashian that doesn't want to be involved with that bullshit.
Yeah, they're not all Kardashians want to be involved in that. No.
Well, you know what? Really, honestly, what really started it though was the fact that the lawyer, the lawyer helped get OG off. I mean,
yeah,
that
Robert Kardashian.
Yeah. Well, he did.
And of course
he was one of the smarter Kardashians, though. So he was.
Well, yeah, he got OG off. I mean, he knew how to play it. But then she marries Bruce Jenner. Look how that went.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, now they can share outfits with each other, but he still has his junk. He hasn't gotten rid of his junk, so I guess he can please her both ways. And of course, like you said, this woman's sex tape. And I'm sorry, I don't find her attractive at all. I really, really don't. I just see a bunch of plastic, and I like big butts, but no.
Yeah.
So, Kim Kardashian is threatening legal action after Twitter user accuses her of being involved in the Diddy case. Now, as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, I understand there's such a thing as slander. If you slander somebody, you run the risk of them coming after you with a lawsuit.
Mm-hmm. See, this could blow up in her face more than most of the guys that she meets doing that. And this is a situation where she's the accuser. She has to come up with proof.
She has to have the proof.
She has to have the proof. And if this YouTuber or Twitter guy or whoever it was has... Okay. Well,
Okay.
In some ways,
okay.
that's not bad. That's not bad. Maybe it helps take care of sometimes decisions that we made that going, I screwed up.
Appreciate that, Wolverine.
Maybe I'll try a different build then. Yeah.
Yeah, I might do a different build too. I don't know if I was going the right way. I'm gonna have to take a look and see good ways to, they got them out there, people's opinions on how to do the best deciding points. But now the Twitter person that she wants to go after, if he has the proof and brings it forward as his defense, this will not only hurt her, but it'll hurt P. Diddy even more. This is a dangerous play. I wouldn't even doubt if P. Diddy's going to come by and say, "Hey, bitch, shut up."
Well, again, the person she's accusing has to have the proof, but she also has to have her own proof.
Right. It's her case to prove that he is guilty. In this situation, he's the accused. He would be considered the innocent until proven guilty person here. And the thing is not being that she is making the accusations, now it's up to her to prove that she is truly innocent because she's coming forward and opening her mouth. That's how the law works. So, Kim, I hope you have right proof. If you do have the absolute proof, which, in my opinion, I should make one, make a little thing to play going, in my opinion, to hit when we do say these things. I think it's not going to go your way. I think it's going to really hurt you. I think you're going to prove guilt on your part, and you don't want to go there. But then again, Kim has not proven to us to be the most intelligent person on this planet.
So this article was posted yesterday. It's by Jacob Smith. It says, ever since the allegations of rapper entrepreneur Sean Diddy Combs, I still call him P. Diddy.
Yeah.
High-profile freak-off parties have become public knowledge. There has been an endless stream of people digging into exactly who attended these parties and what was happening at them.
Can I ask a question? Is P. Diddy the one that was notorious for peeing on a 14-year-old? I know one of them did.
Wasn't that R. Kelly?
I thought it was R. Kelly.
That was R. Kelly. R. Kelly. Okay, because I thought, maybe that's why you dropped P. Diddy, because he didn't want the pee in associate. But okay. I can't remember. They're all the same to me. Scum. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine, dude. No, it's okay.
That's why I have to before I shut my mouth off. See, this is what you do before you shoot your mouth off. You get verification, even if it's on the air like this. I don't mind showing that I'm ignorant or don't have it quite right. At least I'm willing to learn.
Yep. And that's the important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is.
Major Hollywood names such as Kevin Hart, Rick Ross, LeBron James, Meek Mill, among many others, have been seemingly implicated in one of the biggest scandals the entertainment industry has seen since Harvey Weinstein. Diddy was recently arrested in Manhattan on charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution, among other pending legal charges. It has been alleged that Diddy not only hosted numerous high-profile parties, which involved the trafficking of both men and women to high-profile guests for sexual means, but similar to the operation that led to charges against Jeffrey Epstein, also recorded these illicit acts and used the evidence for blackmail purposes. As a result of the arrest, many have been combing through old photos, videos, and interviews of Diddy, and those associated with him publicly admitted to throwing these parties with the biggest names in the business. One of the known frequent partygoers is none other than Hollywood star Kim Kardashian, who is now desperately trying to fight back after being accused of being not just a regular party attendee, but an actual member of Diddy's operation. Not only are the Kardashians well known associates of Diddy, but Kim's sister Khloe admitted in 2014 to attending one of Diddy's parties and said that half the people at the party she attended were butt naked. Last week, Twitter user Shadow of Ezra shared a video, which has since been removed, accusing her of blackmailing and drugging men on Diddy's behalf. The user claimed that Kardashian was used as a lure to attract men in the industry to Diddy's parties, where they would then be drugged and photographed in compromising positions, the results being up for sale to the highest bidder.
I was going to
Kardashians
say with with butt naked, her butt would be double wide.
Kardashian's legal team took swift action against Shadow of Ezra, with her lawyer, Christina Davis, quickly issuing a cease and desist order to the user, accusing their statements of being false and defamatory, and demanding the immediate removal of the post. Excuse me. The post was eventually taken down by X, formerly Twitter, as a violation of the platform's rule, but that did not help Kim cool down concerns that she had anything to do with Diddy's troubles. Oh, we don't know what went on at the parties. If she was at the parties, and I'm saying if she was at the parties, and there is evidence out there suggesting that she was, then maybe she does know something.
Well, yeah, I mean, in this type of situation, you had one person on Twitter putting that out. You ignore it. Because if you come after this, even if you are guilty of it, right? Oh, take care of
Spec.
Later, Low Spec.
Everyone's favorite penguin besides Uncle Otto. Two penguins in it. One penguin's in Elite. If she is guilty, and now remember, these are words. This is just speculation or just hypotheses. If she was guilty, the last thing you want to do is bring attention to you with that, because it's only going to get other people. The same thing goes if you're innocent. You do the same thing. Let the court case with P. Diddy happen, because that will be your. That's where you can come out and say, "See, I wasn't involved." Right? I think it's again, like I said, not the. I don't think she's the smartest person, and I don't know if her lawyer is that smart. I think this helps add a layer of speculation of guilt. So this is not a smart move on her part. Of all the things she's done, or had said about her,
and she was actually. Go ahead.
All the things that's been said about her through the ages, and let's face it, there's things that came out that's not true. I'll defend her on that. This is where this is the hill you're gonna die on.
Yeah, I don't know. And she was being smart about what was she selling perfume? I remember. I even remember on The Apprentice. I think it was Celebrity Apprentice. If you ever watched that show, there was they were doing one of the things on there was selling perfume for one of the tasks. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think one of the sisters is more doing that, and I think the one that's not be involved with this crap because she wants to be legitimate out there, face stuff, makeup stuff, all that stuff. I think I've seen commercials.
Yeah, I mean,
market action.
I just want all the evidence to come out, and if whoever's guilty about this and who was there, I mean, we've seen Steve Harvey, different people. I just want to see all the evidence. Just because we see a video of LeBron being weird, I don't know what he knows and what went on there, and we're gonna find out more and more, I'm sure, as the months go on. So,
well, I'm gonna take the same approach I took with Jonathan.
Exactly. Yes.
Right. That's why I was saying if speculation, both sides, not going with the one side, and Vor, you kind of you got the point right there. She could be in trouble with people because she had a picture with her with P. Diddy.
Right.
Went to a party that might not have been the Wild Ones because they're saying other people like Harvey and they
Harvey. We've seen Trump and Melania. We've seen other people with just pictures. So
And
what
I
does that mean? What did they? Right. Exactly.
Right. You know, just because you have a party or whatever, not all the parties are going to be that way.
Exactly.
You can't do that because you still got to entertain what in his mind would probably be the normies to keep going. You know, at least his agent sitting back saying, "It's like, yeah, keep this one clean, right?" You know, you have pictures of Epstein, and you know the people that did these pictures with people, you glom on and you get a picture taken, but they don't know the full story. Like the story with Trump with Epstein was, Trump allowed back in the day Epstein to join his golf club when none of them around there were allowing Jews, because he was Jewish, in theirs. And Trump said, "Oh, screw that. I don't care if you're Jewish or not." Remember, he's supposed to be anti-Jewish, by the way. And when stuff was coming out and people were telling Trump and Epstein was acting funny around Mar-a-Lago or whatever you pronounce that, guess who got
Mar-a-Lago? Yeah.
Mar-a-Lago, thank you. Guess who got the letter saying, "We don't want you to come back no more"? Epstein. He was kicked out, not because he was Jewish, but because he was a creep.
Yeah, he made a pass at Trump's daughter. I remember reading something about that. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, right there, that puts to rest this crap about Epstein and Trump being involved with Epstein's garbage. If he wouldn't have done kicked them out and then decided to go and be part of Epstein Island. No. Or being part. I mean, look at all the people that wanted to be seen around Harvey Weinstein.
Mm-hmm.
Even when they
Meryl
knew
Streep called him a god. Is she ever going to take that back? She did, though.
Let's not forget Hillary Clinton did too.
Yes, yes.
I think
Meryl Streep likes the pedo over in Spain.
Oh yes. Talking about
dang it, I had his name in my head the other day. Why do I do this? You know, the filmmaker that diddled the 13-year-old girl.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Roman Polanski.
Roman Polanski, yeah.
Roman Polanski, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
he loves him.
Hanging his head. Yeah.
We're not
and
making
welcome to
anything
the
up.
panel, Anonymous. Glad to have you here, brother.
Welcome
Thank
to
you,
the panel,
bro.
dude. Mm-hmm.
Despite reservations, I decided, yeah, it's good to have you here.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So kind.
The article says, while the Diddy allegations are bad for Kardashian, going deeper down the rabbit hole reveals that the reality television star has been a part of a couple of scandals with very sinister undertones over the last couple of years. In 2022, the luxury fashion brand Baron Tagge, or however the hell you pronounce it, which Kardashian is an ambassador for, drew a multitude of anger over an ad campaign that featured multiple references to pedophilia and occult worship. As pointed out by Twitter users, the ad campaign featured excerpts from 2 U.S. Supreme Court decisions relating to child abuse materials. The first came from U.S. versus Williams, in which the court upheld a federal prohibition on the promotion of child abuse materials did not violate the First Amendment. The second was Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition in 2002, a case which concluded that Child Pornography Prevention Act of 1996, CPPA, violated free speech. Given that these experts were featured alongside such imagery as children playing with a teddy bear in bondage gear, and the revelation was very disturbing. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this up. What a sad state, even back then, that you had to go to the Supreme Court for to make sure that this was, that people were fighting this, because it's, of course, not against the First Amendment. Why? Because this is an illegal activity. That's one of the things that does hold back a quote unquote freedom of speech. Slander, and basically insightful for treason. That's not. But most importantly, too, last time I checked, all 50 states in the United States supposedly don't like, children being abused in this fashion, because it is child abuse. Why would you want to go out there and promote child abuse? And why
you wouldn't if you had a sane mind?
And why would you fight it all the way up to the top court?
Balenciaga.
Don't mind being
I was sounding it out as you guys were talking.
Man. Yeah, it's all good. Balenciaga. Yeah, they've been in a lot of trouble, or they were. What was it, a year ago? Oh God, all this shit. What?
Two years ago, according to this article.
So they may still be in trouble with something, but
and
evil never sleeps, boys. Evil never sleeps.
No, that is true. It doesn't.
The thing is
really doesn't.
This is one of the things that Hollywood's scared about. Not that I'm doing a campaign thing here, but this is one of the things that they're scared about Trump coming in, and why they're trying to smear him and try to bring him into the same slime as these people. I mean, Trump has his own sliminess. I mean, we all know he's a womanizer, sleeps around.
He did, yeah.
His morals in that area. I mean, I think those have changed now that he's gotten older, because people go through different phases of life.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he lived his wild life, but usually, as it goes, despite people trying to come out with the false grape charges. Fuck you, YouTube. Basically, it was usually consensual. Even Stormy Daniels was consensual. All the thing with Stormy Daniels proved one thing: that she is a fucking liar. That the lawyer was a fucking liar. She still has to pay the court costs, which she hasn't done. And then they use them as character witnesses in the big quote unquote fraud trial, when you already got two perjurers coming in there, and you're using two perjurers. That's bullshit. But the thing is when he was president, you never heard about this. The
saving it for later.
The pedo police made tons of arrests in Hollywood. That's when you were starting to hear things about people at Disney getting arrested for it.
Yeah, well, that just happened a few years ago. You had some executives busted for sex trafficking. It's absolutely disgusting.
And the thing is they didn't want to say it, but I can't remember. 200 and some cases where they raided in and took care of it. Which some of it is illegal aliens smuggling them in for this action.
Well, Baron, did you also hear about with Donald Trump? I guess one of his marriages, supposedly he beat the crap out of one of his wives. I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't looked into enough information on that, but that information has been out there for a number of years, I guess, supposedly.
Yeah, but it hasn't stuck. And you know that Donald Trump has not been always loved.
No, of course
not. You had detractors. And if there was still an amount of really truth to that.
Right.
Which wife? He has 3 wives. One's passed away now. They had a nasty divorce, but they were able to get back together and do things like the Pizza Hut commercial, where where Trump and Ivanka, I think it was Ivanka, are doing eating the crust the wrong way because of the cheese stuff in it. And it's like, we all saw that commercial and we were just all amazed. It's like those two are together and they reconciled somewhat. And then the next one was Marla Maples. Okay, was it Marla Maples, the guy that he left her for?
Yeah, I think that's maybe the one that they said that he beat the crap out of.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
know,
Which I doubt, because she's a little pissant and she's whining and crying because he left her. Because That's all she was. She never was able to make anything off of it. She was still whining and crying at the kid that they had together. We're not getting the same protection. That's because no one really cares or knows about you. How much of this is a you thing, Marla? I'm not trying to get him off the hook.
Yeah. I don't know.
Because any toxic relationship, and I have a feeling this was, but if it was true, honestly true, they'd be yanking her out left and right. But no, and she'd probably be more than willing to because she wants a pound of flesh. She is your classic gold digger. And now we have Melania. And I think if he tried to take a swing at her, he'd have his ass handed to him.
Yes.
He'd rip his head off. And
he looks like a sturdy gal.
She would take his arm and beat him with it.
Right.
I'm sure that.
It goes on to say in this article, another Balenciaga campaign photos, a copy of the book Fire from the Sun by artist Michael Baron, which features his self-made paintings of children running around naked, looking at and holding several body parts covered in blood, can be seen in the background. Despite the disturbing reveal, Kardashian decided to remain Balenciaga's ambassador and continues to promote them today. Well, even that's questionable.
Money's too good.
This is not helping your case, Kimmy.
Nope.
How much are you willing to sell your soul for? Her soul's
I was going to say it's already been sold.
Right. Do you guys think there really is going to be actually a number of celebrities that go to jail over this? I mean, it's possible, but we've seen.
It's
somebody
possible,
will be a
but
scapegoat.
in reality, there's going to be one or two people, like Anonymous just said, who's going to be the scapegoat, and everyone else is going to get off scot-free.
And you know who the chief scapegoat is going to be? It's going to be P. Diddy. He's going to be the one they sacrifice because they sacrificed their own.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but they're going to have somebody else to live.
Isn't Diddy still in jail right now? I thought he
was.
was.
Yes, he's still in jail.
Oh, which means he's going to stay in there even longer.
How better? Yeah, I heard recently he's actually even on suicide watch. Well, you know.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he's on suicide watch. He wasn't eating
quote
because he was afraid his food was being poisoned.
Yeah,
I mean, that's possible. That is possible.
You get nervous when the lights in the camera go off. Those old red lights that say you're being filmed, they go off. You see the main two guards leave, and then you see Hillary's face at the bars going, "Hi, I want to talk."
Guess what time it is?
Yeah.
It says other known associates of Kardashian include fashion icon Rick Owens, who is referred to as the Lord of Darkness, and Michelle Lemmy, both of whom are notorious for promoting Satanism and occult themes in their art campaigns. He and she. I see them. I'm walking the other way.
Oh, by the way, I do want to address something. If you're going to insult us, Phil, please spell the word right.
Seriously, come on.
Yeah, spell check, please. And by the way, Phil told me I needed to do this, but show me the money. I want my money.
You'll get your penny later.
Oh, okay.
You're not the two pennies like me level yet.
Kardashian also has a connection with Marina Abramovic, or however the hell you pronounce her name, or
nobody's going to care in 10 minutes anyway.
Described by the media as a performance artist, but whose art has been criticized for promoting witchcraft and Satanism. Common theme going around, isn't there?
Common themes.
Yep.
Exposed in the 2016 WikiLeaks email dump having connections to major politicians and celebrities, Abramovic's activities include such disturbing acts as spirit cooking, which involves the using of real blood in creating performance art.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a real thing. This isn't made up.
I'm sure it is.
I know.
Sure it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm taking it to the people.
Okay.
There's people out there going, "Oh, you're beat. That's just rumor. That's urban mess." No.
One of Abramovich's well-known art pieces features the disturbing instruction cut deeply into the middle finger of the left hand, "Eat the pain." Interestingly, earlier this year, Kim Kardashian suffered just such an injury on the middle finger on her left hand, and while she claimed this was caused by slamming her hand on a sliding glass door, considering the specifically, that's what I'm going to call it, of it.
How about
specificity?
How about specific?
So some days I just can't read an article to save my life. One can't help.
We're all good with the words here, boys and girls. We're good.
Okay, you can do better. Cash can do better. No.
I'm not.
I can't
I'm
read.
not leaving me out
He's
of it.
just being a smart ass, of course.
Yeah.
I think part of me got educated, Cash. Didn't think about it.
One can't help but raise their eyebrow. Yeah, with this, Kim, you better have your proof, and the user who's making the claims better have their proof, and leave it up to the courts to decide.
Yeah, I mean, as it goes, you're not having a good track record right now. It's not that you were seen with P. Diddy; it's a track record with the other stuff. And now, the funny thing is, when it comes around to these quote unquote occult Satanist stuff, the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey, and now his daughter, because he's dead, has took over. Basically, Taylor Swift's mom. Because look at them; they look the same, and she's spewing the same bullshit now. All they are edgy atheists. The big thing is let's go out and mock not religion per se, but Christianity, and everything is around mocking the Catholic Church or our various ones. And basically, their thing is let's lead a hedonistic lifestyle, sex, drugs, rock and roll to the nth degree. And which, of course, when you start doing that and you don't have those proper morals, guess what starts getting brought in? Innocent people. It's being used as an excuse to let their hedonism. Only the really gullible, dumb ones that come in there actually truly think they're worshiping Satan. But in all, it's edgy atheists. I mean, that's not a lie.
Well, inadvertently, they're still worshiping Satan, but
yeah, I know
they may not think they are, but
right,
they really are.
Right, yeah, I know. But the thing is, in their mindset, I'm going by their mindset.
Yeah,
they're just being basically cringy morons. Just look at the history of Anton LaVey. It was basically a scam. We have a church. It's basically Anton LaVey is trying to do Scientology with Satan, which of course Scientology is doing, but they obviously paid the devil off better.
Same side or different side, same coin.
You know, I'm going to have Scientologists, members of the Scientologists, police, Secret Service knocking on my door soon here because you badmouth Scientology, you. Oh, you know, one of the strangest things too is if there's a book on Scientology at a library and you decide to take it out just to learn a little bit more what their propaganda is, it's amazing. Somehow they find out and start sending you crap. Funny, isn't it? No, I'm not kidding. You know, even me talking about it. Baron Orman Tagge, where is he? He just send more stuff.
Since Phil is here, I think he needs to hear the message again, Baron, from Patrick Stewart. I think Patrick Stewart has a nice message from him. Yeah.
Well, before I do that, I just want to sit back and say
Remember, he doesn't care what we think, yet he brings us up all the time. Kind of weird, right?
My thing is I'm not caring what you're saying. I'm just trying to help you have more credence.
That's right.
Because people are going to sit back and see what you read, and they're going to sit back and say, "Oh, he's a moron." I'm trying to help you, Phil. I'm trying to help you insult me. I do help people when they're trying to insult me because I want the best ones. I want to write them down. Do better next time. Okay, so what you were saying? Were you talking about everybody's favorite captain and everybody's favorite actor?
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
There we go.
That's right.
There we go. I'm all about helping.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Very, very, very sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll just go in the corner.
You didn't do anything wrong, Picard. I'm still sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry for this TV show.
And and the one big thing is like they're sitting back talking about all that. They're heavy into sadomasochism. You got the sadists, and you got the masochists.
Right.
And of course you're going to have that. But the bad thing comes is when you start bringing in the innocent, and they're being subjected to this. And so that's right. I mean, I'm not going after it as I per se religion. I'm going after the fact that they're just a bunch of scumbags who are trying to be edgy, but they're really cringy. Hail Satan. Oh yeah, whatever. That leave it to Black Sabbath to do that. It's just you're not doing it right.
Yeah, you're not serious until you bite a head off a bat.
Right. But the funny thing is you saw Anton LaVey's face all over the place. Even Hotel California record album cover. Look for it. He's on there, which is one of the reasons why they were sitting back saying that Hotel California was a satanic song. They were pointing to the basically the drug trip, which of course is also part of the Church of Satan.
Well, you listen to the lyrics, you can get in, but you can't leave.
Right. Exactly. It can be taken many ways. It could be getting addicted to drugs, or could it be Satan? Well, I need to get that clip.
Stabbed it with your steely knives, but you just can't.
You can't kill the beast. Mm-hmm. I mean, it could be a satanic drug trip. Who knows? But again, that's the Eagles, and it's like, okay, well, what shit were the Eagles into? They make great music, but.
Well, according to Joe Walsh, they were into getting high, drunk, and tearing up hotel rooms.
Well, typical. If we had a rock group that didn't do that, the rock group that really didn't do that, AC/DC. As they sat back and said, all the boys except for Bon Scott and of course later Johnson when he came in, are teetotalers. They were, it's like they had this image of being this raucous group of people, but it's like they're boring in personal life. I wouldn't find them boring.
Just like to be shook all night long. That's all.
The Next Generation episode, the Royale. Remember Riker, Data, and Worf beam down to a planet. There's a hotel casino, and they realize they can't leave. And the whole reason why this hotel casino is created is because this NASA astronaut in the story had this book, and it described the Royale. So all these characters that Data, Worf, and Riker are encountering are from this book.
Right.
Because the aliens interpret it as that humans' way of life, how things were on Earth. Also an interesting
thing.
A
holodeck program for him, basically.
Yeah.
Also,
holodeck.
The flag of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have 50 stars on that piece of debris from the spacecraft. How many stars did it have, Baron?
Oh, God. 52?
Yes.
I had to pull that one out of the back memory banks, folks. But I got it.
Barack Obama should tell you which other two states we had.
Yeah, well, 57 states we had. And
that's right.
You know the reason why the Grateful Dead couldn't sell albums. I'm gonna say it like he says. The reason why they couldn't sell albums is simple. People went to the concerts. They recorded the concerts. No concert was the same. No song was the same. I mean, they changed. The song how they play the song was different from each concert venue. So they recorded all these at these concerts, and then what did they do? They spread the tape, and they were more than happy for that. So, hey, they're paying
Bootlegs
for coming to
everywhere.
the concert. Yeah, it was Bootleg City. They were more than happy about it, but at least they're paying to get in to watch, listen to. As everyone sits back and says, that's where you make your money. What record label do they have to share that with? Then, really, none. So, the Grateful Dead, and they were a heavy drug band, yeah, but at least they had a little smarts in that area. And they were also living basically their mantras, like, okay, you spread it around, no problem. Hey, not only druggies, but we're also socialists. And they made money. Yeah, and they made money. I mean, if you're able to get your hands on these bootlegs, or if they have them on the YouTube, listen to one concert to another, and listen to Truckin', and you'll find, hey, whoa, this is a different take they had off of it. So, and that's what was their shtick, and one of the reasons why you probably had a bunch of people following from place to place, selling their knickknacks, dream catchers, Batman video games. See what I did there? Bong Man, who Batman's worst enemy, Bong Man. There we go. See that transition I made? Oh, by the way,
you can't fight him because there's too much smoke.
Yeah. By the way, before we continue on, I'm going to fix a grievous error that we have done on this show. I am ashamed that we have not done things proper.
Anonymous.
They love me. They really love me.
I didn't want to do it earlier because we're really into kind of a serious thing, but no, not that I'm saying Batman isn't serious, but
he's Batman.
I'm Anonymous. Anonymous.
You want to know my secret identity? I'm Batman. Bruce Wayne.
Where's the trigger? Where's
I saw a picture of Ben Affleck as the Batman face on. It's like, my God, that's cash. That's chin money. That's really him. It's not Batman.
It's Chin Man.
It's not. That's not Affleck. That's
yeah. Well, we
that's
do have the same
He
chin.
broke into the Batcave.
No, he was just body double. He was the body double. He was a body double. It's like,
that'd be pretty cool, actually. Yeah.
While Ben is on the phone on his knees, begging J-Lo not to leave him, they use cash as the body stand for the shots. So
that'd be pretty amazing. Yeah, Jason, somebody else I know said they like Ben Affleck. That's their favorite Batman, I think. So
Batman.
I'll always say Keaton for the movies.
Keaton
I'm
is sorry.
Solid.
Because Keaton could really do both Batman and Bruce Wayne. Just like Christopher Reeve could do both Clark Kent and Superman.
Yeah, he did. He's
No
solid, as I always say.
No slight to Kaval. He did a great job himself. Don't get me wrong, but I mean,
I still like Bale, but yeah, once again, Keaton started that in the movies. So.
I like Kilmer as Batman, but he couldn't
he
pull
wasn't
off
bad.
Bruce Wayne that well because
Yeah,
it was
Bruce
all
Wayne was
moody
pretty,
and broody.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I would
I mean,
still
he
say
wasn't
that
the
movie.
flamboyant.
I will always tell
like-
people that Batman Forever is still a watchable film. It's still enjoyable. You can take out the whole thing with Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face, but everything else, even Jim Carrey as the Riddler does it.
You know what? Thank you. Now I'm going to have to find a clip to put in there that goes, sacrilege.
Yeah, Adam West is still, I still enjoyed him as Bruce Wayne and Batman,
What were you saying about Batman Forever?
Hated it.
I like that movie still.
We had this article from
With the bat nipples.
For sure. That was weird, Baron. But anyways, go on, Mike.
From Matt McLowan.
Sure.
We should let Mike talk now.
It says Rocksteady rumored back with Batman following Suicide Squad failure. Well, you should have stuck with Rocksteady to begin with. But hey,
you
it's
should stick
claimed
to the
that.
source material.
Yep. And granted, this is a rumor, so I'll
Yeah, it's
believe it
just a
when it's
rumor,
actually fact.
Yeah.
But it says it's claimed that Rocksteady is returning to the Batman franchise and is currently developing a new video game. Of course, the news follows the massive failure of Rocksteady's Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which in part led to a $200 million loss at Warner Brothers Games. The rumor came about on Batman Day on X when the Game Awards first tweeted, "Name your dream game developer for the next Batman game." Nick Baker of Xbox Era, who previously posted excuse me, accurate scoops and rumors, fired back, "Not sure which studio people's dream is, but I heard Rocksteady are back making it. I also think Sony are trying to money hat it." By money hat, Baker likely means that Sony wants the new Batman video game to be a Sony PS5 or even PS6 exclusive. Enough of the exclusives. Come on.
Yeah.
When a fan commented it could be a remaster of Rocksteady's previous Arkham games, Baker shot back, "Not sure why you doubt it, but I heard new game." It's because we hear these rumors, and until we see actual proof, we're going to question it.
Yep.
I just find it funny after all. It's, they just apologize for Suicide Squad, do something else other than Batman, maybe, and go from there and go with the formula that worked before with the Batman games.
Well, going with the maybe this is their attempt to try to save face. Maybe they learned. Maybe they learned. If they have it, if they got it right. But you know what? People do. I told you.
They do.
They are changing, and they, after taking this massive hit,
yes,
that I'm sure hurt the pocketbook quite a bit.
Oh yes.
They sat around and slapped each other like the Three Stooges for a little bit to get some common sense back in their head, and then go, "What can we do not to do this freaking mistake?" I know, let's not kill Batman in the humiliating way. In fact, while we're at it, why don't we, since that was one of the big things that people had a problem with, let's bring back Batman in his glory and do it like we're supposed to do. We have a role.
Make even a better game than Arkham Knight. Let's make make one more.
Well,
like
I was just gonna.
Yeah, Arkham Knight's a good game.
The fact that people don't like Gotham Knights. I'm one of them.
It's not very good.
Yeah,
I managed to get through it with the playthrough.
Oh, how we heard you don't like it, but I don't blame you.
But at least with Arkham Knight, yes, even with its flaws, it's still a fun game.
It is.
Right.
Still a quality game, especially when you compare it to games that we're getting now. It's still a quality game, and the story is a good story. And the fact that it does feature both Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy still helps the game a lot. And that's another question I have. If this new game does indeed come out, who's going to voice Batman?
Yeah, that's good.
Because they have big shoes to fill.
God, Ishi.
Well, to be honest, though, even with the animated, because I was going through the animated list last night and going, okay, I'm putting this in my watch list. I'm putting this one in my watch. But you go through and you see the voice actors in them. So there's other ones. And if one of them is good or it can be coached to be even better, it might be. It's not bad to have a different voice, a slightly different take, even though, Kevin Conroy, worship. You got to remember, our favorite RoboCop played Batman / Bruce Wayne in the Dark Knight.
Peter Weller.
He did a good job.
Yeah, he did.
D. Bradley Baker, he voiced Batman.
Right.
Yeah, I think he could do. Yeah.
And I think as long as he's directed well on how they want him to approach Batman, I think he could do it for a game. If he's,
I think Jason O'Mara is pretty good, but I won't say he's up there with some of the top people. I would rather have Dietrich Baker or something.
Yeah, and I think you can be properly coached or directed to do a good performance, and that'd be somebody who's on my short list, honestly. This might even sound crazy, but what's his name? The one that was on the Drew Carey show, Dietrich Bader.
Yeah, I just mentioned him.
Yeah, you just said
he did? Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was too busy typing. I thought you were saying D. Bradley Baker. I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry. I was typing that little message, and I heard that it sounded because their names are similar. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
I'm
he
so
did
very
Brave in the
I don't
Bold,
listen to the show.
So,
yeah, I don't listen to the show.
I
Yeah, well, D. Bradley Baker and Dietrich Bader. I go with Dietrich Bader over, and I think he could do it. D. Bradley Baker next. He does a good clone trooper. I mean, he has great.
Yeah, and of course you see the tweet where they're listing junior positions for their next game, whether it's a Batman game, we don't know.
Hey, they're in luck. There's going to be a bunch available soon.
Yeah.
And you know what? I am hoping. This is so serious. This could be a boon for them because if you got these middle managers that are good, and I'm not saying they're all bad, right? They'll be coming over there in a vengeance, and they're going to want to shove this in the face. They might be encouraged to get back to basics.
Well, frankly, though, I mean, big companies, they can take flop after flop after flop and still, chug along. I don't think these game companies can take that many flops. They're gonna get like the Suicide Squad and really it's a kick to the balls to their company. And if they can't make any money on the next one, they can only do so many before they go under. So they're hurting. The DEI cannot sustain them, and they know it.
No. Well, the big thing I slightly disagree with you about the big companies. That was the case because of all the kickbacks they were doing. I mean, they were getting their profits not necessarily on the product, but the kickback for the people to say we want this way or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So
that only lasts so long.
But that's shriveled. But that's all shriveled up. I mean, China's not doing no more. China's in a financial situation that we should all be kind of worried about because when a country like China is in a bad state like that, sabers start rattling. And China and Russia has been buddying up, as well, of course, China and North Korea and Russia. So, but they have a financial issue. So they're not supplying it no more. Our government was doing it, but they can't do it no more. They've been those funds have been drying up. So these big corporations are, like I said, this is one of those overnight things where you wake up the next day. You finally step over that line if you have not changed your mindset on how you do things, and you'll start seeing, hey, Lucasfilm is on the auction block.
Yeah.
Who wants
and
to
look
buy?
At Marvel. Look at Feige. He's
give Dietrich money
at turning the ship around.
Go give Dietrich money, and then if you're going to do this Batman game, I know it's just a rumor, then give him money and let him be Batman. I think that would be fine. If show me the money.
You should let me be Batman.
And if he's good, he should take over fully Kevin Conroy. So if they need a Batman, they go to him.
Yeah,
and keep it consistent. And for us fans, we have to realize, as hard as it's going to be, because we loved Kevin Conroy's performance as Batman, to let that go with these and appreciate it for what it is and the performance that's being done. If he's doing a good performance, we have to back it. Yeah, this is great. And do what we do. It's like, Ben Affleck was good Batman, but still, Keaton's my Batman. Right.
Which is fine. Yeah.
Right. And you might
Bale's
have
my
that
Batman,
situation
but
with
I'm not going to sit here and say that Keaton's going to do a very good job. But
but that's not the point I'm making here, Cash. Settle back. Come on, rein it in.
All right, go ahead.
You quit fighting, go to your corner.
You know, Cash is ready at any moment to say,
things that not even what's the point is. I know.
No, it is.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Oh no,
I
go
didn't
ahead,
do that.
Baron.
I didn't do that because my hand's up here, and this is my mouse hand. But
No, I was just bringing that up.
Case,
Go ahead.
and I'm hoping, but
Mhm.
no, but I'm hoping that case will be with this. If Diedrich Bader
Mhm.
goes out there and does good, it's like, yeah, I really like him, but Kevin Conroy's my back. But I still like it. I enjoy this performance.
No, well,
That's what
no man is an island, right? I mean, everybody has a preference, and there might be somebody that comes along that really blows your socks off. You just don't know.
Course.
I mean, they'll test these people, and I mean, if they have any creative integrity at all, they'll test and find the best person to do it.
Right.
And there's some really good actors out there, and even nobodies that you don't even know that could actually do it. You just don't know until they get in there, and you'd be like, oh, that dude's good. Like, we thought Jack Nicholson was like the greatest freaking Joker ever. I loved his Joker, and then Heath Ledger come along and be like, holy crap,
He took that to a new
know?
level. I know. That's
took it
the
to-
whole thing.
yeah.
I think Jason O'Mara for the voice acting of Batman has been pretty good. If you watch Son of Batman or Batman vs. Robin, it's pretty good. But I think they could still find someone out there that's better.
Yeah, there's somebody out there. They just have to find them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is Jack Nicholson's still my Joker when it comes around to the movies. But that's not silly. But that thing is when you say that, you're not dissing or disrespecting the ones that come after. No. You can still appreciate the others.
Yeah, you can appreciate the Joker in the
but
Batman
your soft spot, right? But your soft
it's
spot
a high
is for this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a high bar on that sort of thing. So if Nicholson's your fave, Heath Ledger's just a close second, or if for me I mean, I'm not even saying Heath Ledger's my absolute favorite, but for somebody, Heath Ledger could shine Nicholson just a hair. It's all preference and
that's right. It's all preference.
Well, when it comes around to playing Joker, I do have to say this: the king of the Joker is Mark Hamill. Fuck you, Mark Hamill. Just fuck you. But
it's bittersweet, isn't it, Baron?
Yeah. But you got to give props. He did that, and when you hear, of course, Screen Rant and their infinite ability, they just put one article out there going, Mark Hamill wasn't the first choice. Anyone who knows it was going to be Tim Curry originally. But seeing the voiceovers he was doing for the character, as much as we love Tim Curry, as talented as Tim Curry was, he wasn't a Joker. And they went with the right direction with Mark Hamill. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Well,
I still love
the creative
I still love, I
vision
still love
of these guys who are doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not taken away from his abilities, but even an actor knows that there's some roles they just can't do. It's again knowing what your weaknesses are and knowing where your strengths are. Tim Curry has a lot of strengths. I'm sorry, the Joker isn't one of them. The one of the strengths I think he would have had, but he turned it down because he did not like the franchise. I think he would have made a great Master. They wanted to play the Master in the Doctor Who movie back in 97 was it? 96, 97. They wanted him to play it. Of course, they got Eric Roberts instead, who I didn't think he did a bad job, honestly. I'll be honest. I didn't think he did a bad job. But he said, no, I don't want to do the Master. I don't like Doctor Who.
Well, that's fine.
I think that would, but the thing is, I think he would have made a great Master.
Well, I mean, just because he doesn't like something doesn't mean he can't play a part in it. I mean, he might not have done it justice. His heart may not have been in it. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe it's best that he didn't, but.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, that's just it. That's where his strength was. And I know I'm not going to do this job good because I just don't like Doctor Who. I don't want to be associated with Doctor Who. And you got that. You have people out there that just don't want to be associated with something. Okay, fine. No problem. You got a strong
want to be associated with it now.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to be associated with it now.
Not now. I mean, you take a look at them in this miniseries, It or Clue, or let's go all back to Rocky Horror
Home
Picture
Alone.
Show.
Yeah, Clue's still a good film. That was on what was it, a year ago or something? Yeah, good movie.
Oh,
yeah,
legend.
Yeah, Home Alone.
Oh, he's a legend.
Yeah.
I love
That's right.
the Devil's like
he was in Fern Gully. Awesome. That's funny.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, but there's going to be big shoes to fill all across the board. If Mark Hamill is, that's right, he was in The Shadow. I forgot about that. But if they're honestly really serious, if Mark Hamill really is honestly serious about not wanting to be the Joker, that'll be in some ways even bigger shoes to fill. So you have two big shoes to fill in that: Batman and Joker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's not going to be an easy job, and I'd have a hard time with that casting choice. You literally will have to sit back, lean back in your chair, close your eyes, and go, "Okay, wow me, do it, do your best." And that's the best way to do the audition for these people.
Hey, Baron, I saw up your nose into your brain. I hope you know
that. You lie. There is no brain.
No brain. That's
There's
right.
a lot of cobwebs. There's
I'm
a
a
lot
fibber.
of cobwebs. There's some cobwebs with a spider, and in the other corner is a very small hamster and a very small wheel. Yeah, that's when you hear the squeaking sounds. That's me.
I knew I heard something come somewhere.
Yeah, that's me.
That was a squirrel on my Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but 4 is absolutely right. Because in some ways he's become a one-trick pony. Let's face it, Mark Hamill is not the best actor out there. I'm sorry. And basically,
hey, you've never seen Corvette Summer, then, have you? Huh?
Yes, I have.
think so.
Yes, I have. When he strips down at the end down to his underwear. Oh no, that was a different one.
Oh, hello.
I can't remember, but
Mark
yeah,
Hamill porn. What are you doing?
I remember when he played
he's like a cop, and he wanted to show that he wasn't a cop at the end and have the happy ending, so he took off the cop uniform. Yeah,
he played a Mountie in a guest star role in VIP.
No. Yeah, well, he was. Well, he did the trickster in
The Flash.
series.
Yeah,
both of them. Yeah, both of them.
Also, he played a cop in the Guyver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was the big red one with Lee Marvin.
Well, Vor, he was just phoning in the Skeletor thing. It was just more like if you listen to it closely, and I guess you don't have to listen to it that closely, but you compare the two, it sounds a lot like the Joker. It sounds like he just phoned it in. People can argue with me all they want about that, but
what happened was he and Kevin Smith were token around before he went in there, and that's about the only thing he could grab on in his high. So that's probably why,
he's like, man, you need a different voice for Skeletor. He goes, okay. Then he does his like Joker voice, and he goes, no, that's the Joker voice. Try something else. And he tries something else, and he's like, it sounds just like the Joker voice. Goes, yeah, that's it right there. Do that.
You got it.
When I was watching Masters of the Universe, all I heard was Joker. I didn't hear Skeletor. I heard Joker.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, really, honestly, when it even comes around to his voice work now, he's become
even his Hobgoblin sounds different than his Joker. Even his Hobgoblin in the Spider-Man animated series sounds different than his Joker. So, I mean,
well, when did he do that?
That was 90s.
Yeah, that's back before he got stuck. I honestly think Mark Hamill, and this is a trap that a lot of actors and actresses get into. They get into a trap where they've been doing one role so much that when it comes around to that, that's what they rely on. So he went with the Joker voice because that's all he can remember to do in his ganja haze that he and Kevin Smith were doing before he went into the sound booth. I honestly don't think Mark Hamill even auditioned for the part. He and Kevin Smith are buddies. Remember, he was in.
Yeah, he was in. Right. Yes, he was.
I just think that Kevin Smith got geefed up, called Mark Hamill on the phone. Mark Hamill was all geefed up. Like, hey, you want to do He-Man, man? Sure, I'll do it. What do you want me to do? Oh, I want you to do Skeletor, man. Oh, great. I got the perfect voice for it. You're hired. I got the munchies, but I'm a vegan. I can't have the munchies. Where was my kale wrapped tofu?
Cash, where's the kale wrapped tofu? Come on, man.
I don't know. I've never had one, so I don't know.
Vor brings up an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the voice work, what would Robin Williams be like as a Joker, as a voice actor?
Could Robin Williams pull off a Joker voice?
I think
that is a good question.
I think
that is a good question.
Well,
Yeah.
he would pull off his Joker voice.
Yes.
Right, but
I think he could do
you know, without hearing it, you know, it's kind of hard to imagine. But
I know. Well, just going off of his past performances and several things, and let's face it, he did serious stuff. Even taking his serious work that he did. Could he have done it? I think he could pull it off. How good? I don't know, but I think he could pull it off. And I think that's a lost opportunity. I think they would, because Robin Williams was one of us. He was a geek. He did Warhammer 40K, comic books. You know, just ask his daughter Zelda, and she'll tell you all the stuff that he was into. That people, Star Trek. I mean, he wanted to be on Star Trek Next Generation so bad, just never worked out. So they got Joe Piscopo instead, the T-Mobile version of Robin Williams. But and they were never able to get him back in there. Just like Eddie Murphy is a big Star Trek fan, and it fell through for him to be in Star Trek 4. But then again, he was wanting a lot of stuff in there.
Didn't want it bad enough, then, did he?
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know what? If I wanted to be in Star Trek, a movie or a TV show so bad, I'd be like, hey, dude, you don't even have to pay me. Just let me be on there and say some lines, and that's all I need.
Right. I you know what? I really think he could do it. I really do think he could have done it. Because you have to have a little bit of an eye out to yourself doing it.
When I think of Robin Williams, I think he could have been Batman and the Joker.
He could just dialogue both lines, you know, one right after the other.
Not the first time. Not the first time. But basically, he's dialoguing three voices: Bruce Wayne, Batman, which is a take, you know, just a different play of doing Bruce Wayne, and then the Joker, which is a 180. Oh my God, Mike, why did you do that?
I'm serious. I think he could have done that.
You are. That's why I'm saying, why are you doing that to me? And now I'm sitting back going, boy, have we lost an opportunity.
But, you know, I saw the Christopher Reeve documentary last week, and Glenn Close strongly believes that if Christopher Reeve was still with us, Robin would still be with us because of how close those two were.
Yeah.
It's quite possible.
Yeah. Well, it just how would you change your voice to have the uniqueness? That's the big thing. But I mean,
he could do it if you watch Robin Williams' stand-up routines.
Yeah,
he could do it.
Yeah, he bounces off from one thing to another. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he could be doing both characters in the same room at the same time. You know, where most of the time it's like, okay, you record this character, now you're going to record this character. I mean, he could be playing off of himself the whole time.
I mean, even say what you will about the live action Popeye film, I still love it.
It still follows the story.
Rob Williams' portrayal
it still follows the story of what Popeye is. So.
Well, really, for a comedy film, again, that's showing really strong acting chops and serious playing of it. That's probably the one film that we're one of the quote unquote comedies or whatever, if you want to call it a comedy. I don't really consider it a comedy, but it's a comic book film, where his acting chops we've really saw since Mork and Mindy.
Yeah,
and you know, I think I think that's an underrated classic Popeye. I really is. It's an Altman film. Of course, it's going to go directions. If you like Altman, you should love Popeye. If you love MASH, you should love Popeye. I'm talking about the movie, not the TV show.
Right.
Yeah, I saw that in the theater. I mean, I remember seeing the theater. Afterwards, I was going around acting like Popeye like mad because I was still a young kid. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm beating up pillows thinking it's brutal.
I gotta watch that again. I bought it not too long ago, but it's been a long time since I watched. I haven't gotten around to watching it again, but I need to.
Well, one of the things I liked about it was you still had many elements of the comics and the animated shorts, but the fact that it even opens up with Hanna-Barbera recreating the Fleischer shorts intro.
I was so pissed off at that. I thought there was going to actually lead into a Popeye short before the movie as a kid. It's like, oh, I see what you did there, but still, I wanted to see a Popeye short.
But I mean, even the fact that they had Jack Mercer, the voice of Popeye, come back and voice Popeye for that little introduction where he says, "What's this? One of Bluto's tricks? I'm in the wrong movie."
And you got the mumbling.
I am what I am, and that's all that I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Toot toot.
Yeah, definitely. Insomnia is definitely not a comedy. That's still a good movie.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And
I like Patch Adams.
I did too.
Yeah, Patch Adams is good.
Well, yeah, it was so good they used one of the songs in there for Enterprise.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems. They were so fucking lazy that they had to steal a song from a movie.
I mean,
here's the thing.
Yeah,
if
I
you
still loved it.
listen to the end credit theme, which is Archer's theme, they could have used that as the opening.
They
theme.
could have.
Yeah.
They could have.
I mean, if you're going to do if you really wanted to have someone singing, which is what they wanted, come up with something new. Come on, you got talent there. You still have to pay for the singer.
Even when you hear the theme of Voyager, bum 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 bum, like it's just great, man.
I want to address Anna Moss with what you just sat back and said, because you're ignorant, man. You're ignorant because this is our model.
Everything sucks. Yeah, that's what they say. Pop Talk's dishing out negativity every single day. They're always on.
Yeah, that's
Proud to be here with you haters.
Yeah, there we go. Always on a right now.
But I won't let their words get me down.
Gay freaking music.
I know you and
Why are
Cash
you gay?
have your show on Rumble, Cranky Old Fans. But really, we're the cranky old fans on Pop Talk.
Yes, we.
I didn't into that much.
My favorite is always when if sometimes people come in here, and I know it's been a few people, and they're like, "Do you guys like anything?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course." No, just not today.
Mike is kind of as you did like yesterday. I'm the older brother. You're the middle child, and Cash is the baby brother. So you got the oldest and the baby being cranky old fans. It's close. We are the ones that are closer to being the cranky old fans than Cash. He's still in diapers. He's still in diapers.
Here's a story of a couple cranky old fans.
It sucks. Yeah, it sucks. So, I gotta sit back and stay.
How many of you think the opinions of actors should be valued as much as, well, say, doctors, engineers, or a courageous congressman?
Right here. Yeah, right on.
Well, you're wrong. Actors are self-centered punks.
Fuck you, fuck you.
While Cash is complaining about some injury, you and I are looking at him and say, "Walk it off, you little fuck."
Whoa!
Wow.
I mean, I might think it, but now I might actually say it.
And when Baron falls
why
down,
you gotta hurt Cash like that?
I said,
wait a way to kick a man while he's down.
When Baron falls down, I'm like, "Oh, did Big Boy go boom again?"
What, you didn't feel it? You didn't feel the seismic shift when I fall down?
I felt it where I was at.
Yeah. And one of these days, I'm going to fall close enough to California to knock you into the ocean.
You can try.
Well, okay, I'm going to walk along the fault line, man. Find that right sweet spot, and I'm going to trip
the
myself.
Sweet spot.
And it's like, bye, Cash. Hope you got water wings on.
I think all of Texas,
Nevada,
Nevada, and New Mexico need to just get
on.
on the line. Get on the line of California and just start digging.
Barry finds the fault, the San Andreas fault. He just falls down. Boom.
Well, of course, I'm going to buy up all the land across the fault too. So I'm going to do the Lex Luthor thing, except instead of using missiles, I'm using me.
I was fixing to say he's probably in talks with Lex Luthor right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, try to bounce back, Superman.
But yeah, Wolverine, the Kevin Smith He-Man was something. I could only get through season 1. I know Vor watched all of it. He deserves a medal for that. I really believe that.
I think he deserves a trip to the insane asylum for that.
Give him a bozo button.
Are you better now? Are you better now, Vor? Is everything stabilized mentally for you after enduring that? I hope everything's all right.
Well,
I know he said there was. I guess after season 1. I guess for a number of people, it did somewhat get better, but I feel like it was somewhat of a bait and switch. So
I watched the first 5 episodes and had someone who was supposed to watch all 5 episodes with me, but they ended up bailing out after the first episode, so I ended up finishing the review of the 5 episodes myself. And
just because I was smarter than you and bailed on you.
We were. It was Crit. A few other people, and we watched that twice because the first season because some other people wanted to watch it again. I know, and so I said, "Why are we doing this?"
No.
What?
Get him out of
Thank
here.
you. Okay, you beat me to it.
That's what you call masochist.
Well, where's Mike?
Hello.
Hold on. All right. There's a.
You did that wrong, though. You did that wrong, Mike. You had to do something before that. Where is it? Dang it. Ever since you moved things around, I don't know where stuff is. Hey, and the monster don't beneath me. I'm on top. You're my bottom.
Oh, no, you're top. No, I don't want to be the bottom.
You're the bottom, man. Yeah.
No,
oh! Hey, Boss, is that the whole
have the tables have turned?
No, really though, like all joking aside, like He-Man is just I don't know what people are thinking with that. That it really was bad. I couldn't after the first season.
Lighten up, Francis.
That's right.
You know, I finally found it a little bit too
All
late.
right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
Oh
See,
man,
that needed to be played beforehand.
No, it was. We need if anything, we need something closer again for He-Man animated 2002, right? 2002, yeah, 2002.
Yeah,
that series was awesome. I gotta watch that again.
Are you talking about here or Masters of the Universe?
The
probably here.
Yeah,
probably here. Yeah,
probably here. Oh yeah, tops, bottoms, all that good stuff. Creepy.
But no, I mean they got the same animation studio that did Voltron, and we saw what happened with Voltron of the Netflix. They rushed that and did all kinds of crazy shit with some of that. It's unfortunate.
So how many half-shaved head lesbians did they have in that one?
None.
What in
Voltron?
Smith?
Yeah.
Oh, in Kevin Smith.
Voltron.
Voltron.
They didn't have any, but Kevin Smith. Yeah, Tila half shaved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then supposedly getting the hot song with that woman because it's like men are bad. They lied to me. They lied to me. I don't like men no more. How dare you keep this a secret from me?
You kept this a secret. Yeah. Only 3 other people know my secret.
Right.
Man at Arms, the Sorceress, and Arco.
Yep. Right, and there's a reason why. The more people get to know. Inadvertently, the more you're going to be outed.
And she should have figured it out. For crying out loud, he looked the same as Adam as he did as He-Man.
Right.
Just bigger.
And Man at Arms should not have been shat upon like he was also because the king should realize he's in service to Adam. So he's got to respect the wishes of Adam, but he's still there trying to help the best he can.
Yeah.
But when Adam is He-Man, he can get his ass kicked by him in a heartbeat. So, I mean, even the king, as someone who was a noble fighter at one time, should know that and realize what Man at Arms is doing. He should never have let Man at Arms go away in shame. He should have comforted him.
Yep. And honestly, I think Kevin Smith should have taken a few notes, not just from the
Yeah,
Filmation
of
series,
course,
but
man.
also the 2002 He-Man series. Now, that's a series that deserved a third
Yes,
season.
the 2002 He-Man series was great.
Well, this is what happens. We get someone who is a self-professed person that didn't like the show. So why should he do the freaking homework? He doesn't like it in the first place, so he wants to do his own thing. And when you have someone who doesn't like the show in charge of it, we've seen it with all the others. Jar Jar Abrams
Wheel of
wasn't a
Time.
Star Trek. Well, yeah, well, Jar Jar Abrams self-professed he's not a Star Trek fan. So what do you do? Pew, 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 Star Trek. You know? And when he does get something he liked, look what he did. Kevin Smith, why should he do it? So basically, he's going, I'm do my way. I don't care. I'm going to tank this thing. I don't like the show. You never get involved with a show you don't like.
Yeah, you
like
say you're a big super fan, and then it's just like it's the same thing with what's his face, who did Turtles. It's like they changed certain things. It's like no, you say you're a super fan.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
What's Waffle's name again?
What's his
Josh?
name? Yeah,
Is it Josh?
no.
Yeah, for Turtles, yeah, Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again,
Yeah,
he's
no,
hanging around,
it's just
he's hanging around with Kevin Smith doing the ganja, and it's like, what do I do, man? I know, make it as sucky as possible. Piss off DJ Ronnie G because DJ Ronnie G loves Turtles.
And I heard
you're going after DJ Ronnie G.
I've heard from people like Crit and a few other people that movie's pretty good, and it's like, well, that's fine, but what they did to April, everyone should be up in arms still. It's insulting, but
did we talk about this at all yet?
What about the AI articles and?
No, what Vor's asking here about picking up the new He-Man.
We had talked something about that.
I thought we talked. I can't remember. It was
Yeah,
it was amazing that I forgot about it. I don't. Maybe I wasn't here 2 weeks ago though. I don't think I was here.
We mentioned something about it a few weeks ago in some article. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as you can see, Vor, it was very, very, very memorable to us. Oh wow! There we go. Now I can see. That's good for opening your eyes. Wow, my eyes are pretty blue, aren't they? Ooh. I almost look like a Fremen.
Oh, now Baron's mesmerized by his eyes. Ooh, hey, how you doing?
How you doing, eyes?
How you doing, baby?
I date me in a heartbeat. Look at that, baby. And I also got the smile dimples there. Yeah. Ooh. Hey, one want to be.
You got a beard, but you got a chin butt too.
Oh, I got chin underneath there. I got chin down there. I just have a beard because, but well, I got
chin butt.
I got
the chin
I
butt.
I got a nice butt. I mean, it's comfy.
Yeah, I dodges the question.
I
don't know. I mean, I
yeah.
thought I have a good butt. That's what the long suffering says. But then again, she is jaded. She's married me. She got to say stuff like that.
He's forced to.
And you know what? I don't know how big of a fan of Transformers Josh Cooley was, who directed Transformers 1, but he did a wonderful job. And the fact that he had characters in there that actually look like themselves instead of some weird version of them.
Well, the big thing is there's a difference between not knowing or not having been a fan to where you basically made it known you don't like it. At least someone who is not familiar with it will do the homework. Nick Myers.
Yeah, that's right.
Harv
Yeah,
Bennett.
the director for Rogue One too. It's like I don't care about Star Wars, but I'm still going to do research.
Yeah.
Gilroy, right? Tony Gilroy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it to the military side of Star Wars. I want to see the average out there doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and that's just it. If you don't know about it, if you go out there with a passion, I'm going to make a good film, and I don't know much about these characters. I mean, he might know. He might be a big fan. We don't know. He hasn't said at least. But the big thing is at least do the homework. As everyone says back and says, do the homework.
That's all you have to do.
You got to make the fans and the non-fans happy.
That's right. That movie has some of the best space battles still we've ever seen in Star Wars. So they have great space battles.
Cash puts it on loop all the time.
Yeah, so scrawny looking dude.
I thought that's what I remembered him being, was a scrawny pencil neck geek. I can't. Like I said, I was
the actor they picked, it'd be fine if he was Adam. But He-Man, they're either gonna have to ask him to pump some iron, or they're gonna have to CGI the muscles on him.
The muscle suit. You know, like in SpongeBob when you had the muscles.
Yeah.
Or the little music video I had time of my life with Skeletor and He-Man.
Yeah.
That worked pretty good.
Doing the dirty dancing.
Yep.
That was hysterical. That was hysterical. But yeah, I mean, well, don't leave it past him to bulk himself up, because you hide the muscles as Adam, obviously, because even Prince Adam was kind of beefy himself, but he was hiding it, and then of course turned into He-Man, at least in the original series, at least. So yeah, I mean, will pumping himself up work? Will you get the proper bulk to be him, the proper look? Because you hear about the insane stuff actors do to get into a role. I mean, going into the gym 7 days a week, 10 hours a day. Then you got Robert De Niro, who he gets into a role, so he's going to down a bunch of plates of lasagna and pizza and all that to get that proper weight. I'm not kidding.
Would you be fine if it was a completely different actor playing Adam, not so scrawny, but a decent buff guy, and then it turned into a completely different person as He-Man, but bigger?
I wouldn't be against it. That's a typical.
Wouldn't be against that either.
Yeah, I mean, look at Captain Marvel. It's a kid goes Shazam and becomes Captain Marvel.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, that's his thing. He's a completely different person.
He's
not Captain Marvel, but Adam, like in the cartoon, Adam looked like freaking He-Man. He had the same hair, almost same build, and
the only thing he didn't have was
change his outfit.
Yeah. But in some of the other versions of He-Man in animated form, they did tone down the bulk on Adam, but the hair is the same. So it's like you want to find someone who has at least the same facial structure, and of course, make sure you have the same haircut. And it would work. And and Captain Marvel isn't the only one where you had two actors playing each one of the characters, but it can be done if they do it right. And really, I think if they're going to do it properly in the movie, because we never saw Prince Adam in the original Masters of the Universe film, just so we don't know what direction they were going to go with that. Yeah, and of course,
like He-Man year 2.
Yeah,
yeah. So
and I think
already.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, because with the original He-Man, it's like how could Lois Lane not know Clark Kent is Superman? And it's like, how could Tila not know that Adam and He-Man are the same person? You spend enough time around it, it should start sinking in a little. So if you had somebody had the same look, but definitely different build and such, and voice inflection a little bit, like a deeper voice, or I'm He-Man, that would work. That would work because the sword's
it'd work better than.
You.
To be honest, it'd work better than Lois and Superman. I mean, that one's a little less plausible. I know confirmation bias and normalcy bias and all that stuff plays into, put on the glasses, I'm Clark Kent. Take off the glasses, I'm Superman. It's just, He-Man's a whole kind of a different monster there. If you see him change and do it, even if they look similar, if you see him change into, or not see him change, but if he changes into something that's noticeably different, in size and structure, and just, you can totally buy the, oh yeah, fine, they're similar looking, but it's Adam and He-Man, they're two different people. Come on, it's just a coincidence.
Well, I mean, the big thing it comes down to when you're looking at it is like, Well, he's got similarities to Adam. Is he like a distant cousin or a relative of the royal family that we don't know about?
Questions.
I mean,
Questions.
yeah, that'd be the question coming up. And with the Superman thing, there was actually an explanation for a while, or an explanation Superman did give. One. Oh yeah, you take care of Vorp. You have a great one as well, man. That he would.
Later, bro.
Thank you for stopping by, Vor.
Hey,
Appreciate
man.
it.
Good seeing you, man. Talk to you later.
That Superman was twitching muscles in his face in a fast way to change his appearance and make it difficult to really ID him. That was one of the things that at one time they were explaining why you could, why he wasn't able to get who is who. And yeah, I mean, obviously it was an explanation that didn't last the ages, but that was one of them, and I can see that.
So do you want to talk about what
we're
going?
Okay, well, we're at 4 hours. Is our guest and most importantly, Sleepy Cash?
I'm here, bro.
You're here? Okay. Well, that's what we want.
What are we going to talk about? I got to know up front, so I can.
Well, we're talking about how P. Diddy diddled you and all you got was butt sores. We want a little bit more of that. Want to know.
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it. Okay.
It's too soon. It's too soon, Baron. I got PTSD.
Piddled terribly. PT.
No.
I'll figure something out. The way I was going, we'd be knocked off the channel in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, I don't need that, Baron.
Well, I don't care. It's not my channel. It'd be good for a laugh. Yeah, at least you know who you're dealing with. I mean, the saboteur. But yeah, I'm all. If you're for it, Mike, I'm for it because I do think it's something important to talk about. And I mean, I wouldn't even be against bringing the topic up again. I think Catch and I were talking about it too. About
yes,
in a different form with cranky old fans. Shameless plug.
It was that Den of Geek article.
You're not shameless,
right?
Yeah, it was Den of Geek. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it started with that Den of Geek and got me, and then we started looking at.
There were certain words you guys found in there and said, this doesn't seem right.
It wasn't just word. Well, yeah, in that one, but then we started looking at some of the other ones from like Screen Rant, Game Rant, and
certain phrases you see. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not just phrases.
Oh, okay.
It's like
keywords.
What font are you using now? I don't recognize what
The
language
fonts
you're
too,
trying
yeah.
to say here.
Mhm.
I mean, it was all gibble, gurble, gubble bullshit. Through the whole through 6. I mean, we're talking about they're even trying to put the title name in there, and it's like they start with a couple letters, and it's like strange character, bunch of spaces, strange character, maybe the last letter. I mean, and consistently through these articles. But what caught me on, I guess, what got me wondering was this when I looked at this Den of Geek article, because I look at the crap out there too. I'm curious, especially when we're dealing with stuff like, there's a reason why we look at it because we want to be educated. Oh,
I'll let you go ahead and read the article, Baron. I put it.
Okay,
in
just a second. Again, I'm working with two monitors.
Woohoo.
Now, mind you, I just want to sit back and say the purpose of this is not going through as much as we want to critique it. This is not critiquing the story or article at all. We're going to a different direction where we've been all concerned about for the longest time. Now, let me check here. I want to make sure. Hey, it's on there. Not porn. Good. I didn't pull a DJ.
You didn't pull a DJ. Good job, man.
Pull a DJ. I got.
You did it. You did it. I'm proud of you.
No, I'm amazed.
I appreciate that, Baron.
Well, me too.
Awesome.
I mean, it would have been enjoyable for me, but I can see where you would have a problem with it. So, of course, I came across this article, and it's like, you clickbait me, and I wanted to see how you bastardize it. But it's everything on there. But it was more than bastardization. This Joe George. See, I almost flipped around with my freaking dyslexia. Never trust a person with 2 first names, okay? So this Jim George, I'm Jim George. I wrote this article about RoboCop TV show will only work if it breaks from the movie's most understood scene, as he thinks it, because he's smarter than you folks. We're the dumb, stupid masses that don't critically think about films, especially Paul Verhoeven mind trips, right? So again, we're not talking about the article, but we're kind of going through, and they're bringing things up that just don't seem quite right. Of course, they're talking about things like this. The climax, the confronting Dick Jones and included with all that, boom, boom, as he faces down Jones, blah, blah, and start going into, allowing RoboCop to gun down the baddie and glorious bit of 80s violence. Well, yeah, it was glorious. As RoboCop walks out, he says his name is Murphy. As the answer, the movie cuts to black. And for many fans, it declares that RoboCop is a triumphant ending, which anyone, really, if you're a RoboCop fan, knows it's not. He goes out there, he tries bringing in other aspects. He's obviously talking about, Verhoeven's Starship Troopers. Then, of course, Lethal Weapon, Beverly Hills Cop, which we talked about earlier, Cobra, and talking about with 1 year after RoboCop, Die Hard will end with Sergeant Powell, Reg Johnson, overcoming the guilt he feels after shooting an unarmed kid to kill Carl to save. Now, he changed it because notice it's shooting now, right? But to kill Carl to save Claire and Holly, a moment that director John McTiernan presents without irony and shame, nor should it be. But several things kind of seemed off, especially when they're talking about like happy endings and Frank Miller and such. The interesting thing comes down to this. It wasn't the story per se, or any of these other stories, but you got to scroll down all this stuff to get to the gold mine. And it's like, this is where it gets interesting because school is in session. Like, boy, Powell didn't kill Gruber. He shot Carl in order to save John Holly. There's a meaning behind him taking the shot, as we know. Of course, I don't get this. Seems like more and more articles are being partially written by, and this is it, AI. And we're kind of going all across that. That's the important thing there. I really don't get this. It seems like more and more articles are being at least partially written by AI. And it's like, it starts hitting to me that, even when we're dealing with our favorite, Bounding in the Comics, things just don't seem right in there. And the worst thing is not only, I guess I am accusing Denegik of doing it. I don't know if they do or not. But it's like sometimes you wonder, they don't even, like we said, where's your editor? Where's your editor? How many times have we said that on a show? Where is your editor? And it's like the ones that are doing at least partially written by the AI seem like they're getting comfortable that the AI is doing all the work, and the moment it says done, they just copy, paste, and put it out there and put their name on it. Which the public at least, it's like which the public ones at least can have many glaring errors, right? On Denegik article regarding Uglies, the author said a character who was pivotal to the ending died early in the movie. That's like not possible to enter and for an intact human who recently watched the movie to make that error. Well, yeah, people are stupid too. And of course, as Jebediah sat back, it looks like they corrected the error. Obviously, I mean, it kind of goes on, and more people, like this person goes, instead of reading this article, everyone who's interested in RoboCop should watch the RoboDoc and determine the writers, directors, actors' views on the ending of the film, not this article. Unearned hand, happy ending. What? So they're getting schooled. But the one word or the two letters start coming up in this whole thing. AI. Of course, they're going through here, and I mean, when it comes around to the movie, I mean, if you're left to center, don't like commercialism, more socialist leaning, RoboCop is your movie.
Yeah,
it really is, because that's Paul Verhoeven. And the thing is people who are right of center can appreciate it because they can take, one, a joke, and two, they appreciate good satire, which RoboCop is.
Yeah, but since you're also reading the comments, Baron, excuse me, that Tony Davidson guy, I remember him from the comment section when they used to have Entertainment Weekly. That guy's a huge Doctor Who fan. I remember getting into arguments with him. It's funny that he's putting comments on here, so it makes sense. He's still saying the same shit, dude. These drones, man, these drones. Anyway.
Well, the thing is, he's kind of right about this,
Yeah.
Of course,
No, I
but
get
he's
it.
got to put.
He
But
can be
he's
right
got
about
to.
things. Yeah.
But he's got to put his politics in it. I'm sorry, the same thing.
Right.
With the
He
Biden
always has
administration.
to, man. That he always has to.
But RoboCop reflected the greatest good '80s era. So why should? Well, the thing is that really wasn't the '80s, buddy. But that was Paul Verhoeven's vision of it. And just because he had a movie with Michael Douglas going, greed is good,
for the lack of a better word.
Yeah. It's just it's just ridiculous. And like you said, there's barely mention that there's been sequels, no actual mention of anything about them. 2, 3, which also didn't necessarily have happy looks, because you got to remember, Frank Miller did one of the screenplay that they worked off of for 2. Frank Miller was set to run with it, and it went to
and he was fired during production.
It went to Irvin Kershner instead, who can put a good take on stuff, but it should have been Frank Miller. And it's like, there's no such thing as a happy ending in the world of RoboCop. Gritty facade of the 80 capitalism that fueled its violence-riddled world didn't allow for it. At least your viewpoint of it. The closest thing you get to being splattered across a windshield when you're dripping with toxic waste, great scene. Because at least your life had a definitive punctuation point where you're I figure he's saying not hungry anymore, because all your money is going towards nuke. Now, of course, again, I can appreciate what they're saying, because they're going off of Paul Verhoeven, and it would be that way. And simple, how is this misunderstood? And again, we go to this: is this writer a hack or a cheap AI bot? And he is actually incorrect, because we did see the scene. He didn't say that line. I wish he would have. That would have been great. My friends call me Murphy. You can call me Robo. If he did that, that'd be fantastic. Unless what we saw was an edited down version of it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, is the writer a hack or a cheap AI bot? You want Mandela effect? This is how you get Mandela effect. You have AI telling you what you saw, and told you didn't see what you saw.
Well, we found that clip even in Die Hard the other day. So
yeah.
What he said and the words he actually used. So yeah.
But granted, they did correct that in there. They took out. They didn't say killing fighting. They did say killed Carl, but they took out they changed the other one, because again, for a action film, it made you think. Right? It gave you a chance. Did he or didn't he kill? And that starts going into that category of, what was what, and such. But I think the big thing is, all of us streamers out there, now more than ever, will have to start really looking into our sources. You cannot go out there and make your your streams. Oh, it's over. It's over streams anymore. With any bit of credibility, which I'm sorry, a lot of you guys have lost a lot of credibility. I love you all. I'm saying this lovingly. But if we're dealing with them putting out hack writers with AI are all AI, because I've come to a point that I don't think it's all hack writers, because I don't think they can sustain themselves past a couple paragraphs. What misinformation are you running with? Why are you becoming a slave? Did we not learn anything from friggin' Dune? Did we not learn anything from many others where it's happening? That beware of the machine thinking for you. Oh my God, what do you do when the internet goes out or the cable? What do you do? Oh, we have nothing to do. What about those books on the wall? Reading's hard. We really, if we're going to go out there and be the forefront of putting a pitchfork to these assholes out there who are destroying what we love, we have to be careful of where we get the sources to use and verify and verify. Just because I heard, well, this streamer said that that's nice. What do you think? What research do you put in with it? Are you just going to copy and parrot? Now, I'm not saying that the person who originally said it is wrong or whatever, but just like anything else, when we say trust but verify, that includes people that we love. I sit back and say, don't take me at face value. If I say something, go and check it out and see if I'm wrong. I tell you,
if I say something and it's wrong, call me out on it.
Exactly.
I deserve to be called out on it.
If any of us aren't getting our information right on certain things, then yeah, let us know. Oh, well, that's not exactly true. Oh, okay, we'll check it again. But yeah,
right. I will give you this guarantee. I'm not going to be coming out here to lie to you. But it doesn't mean
don't want that either.
No, honestly, I'm not coming here, and I will not lie to you. But I might give you wrong information is because that's what I got with misinformation. It's easy to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're doing fast on the pace shows like this. Sometimes you don't get all of it. But when you're doing a video that's going to be scheduled later, you do have time. As you're preparing your script, it's like, okay, well, I'm not just going to use bounding in the comics. What does somebody else say? And if you're using Screen Rant, yeah, if you're using Screen Rant, if you're using Game Rant, if you're using Den of Geek as your only source, my God, help you. Mm-hmm. Unless you're using it as an example of the moronicy out there. And then you should be still using all three of them and showing all three.
Yep. Park Place, all kinds of ones. Bounding the comics, which, of course, we found editing problems before and different things.
Yeah. And it starts giving us questions. Well, how much do they dabble in it? These sites, which are not heavily staffed. Really, they aren't.
No.
But yet, how many articles are they putting out a day? You can't tell me that these people have that gumption to be sitting there writing all this, because it does take time to write, especially if you want to make sure it's somewhat legible. At least that it conveys some sort of point. Because, you got to get back to smoking, toking, and playing your PlayStation or Xbox. You can't read one article, smoke and toke, do an Xbox, then come back and say, okay, man, I'm ready. No.
The more than likely, a lot of these or some of these people are those kinds that put it off, play their Xbox, smoke a joint or whatever, and then put it off to like 20 minutes before the article's got to be posted, and then write it out with whatever they got left in their brain.
But man, I work better under pressure, man. Session. I work better under pressure. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You crappier under pressure. It's like you don't even have a chance to proofread what you did before hitting that enter button. So now I'm posting this challenge to all my friends. I mean it. I love you all, even the ones I don't. I love you all. I don't want to see any of our people getting mud on the face, having potential getting smeared, because this is becoming more and more of a problem with AI. When we've been, many of us have been talking about it. They're out there whining about AI in Hollywood. Well, it's not just Hollywood that's got it. Heck, we play with AI, but we're honest about it, and we're not making a buck off of it. When we do some of our images, when we do some of
not only that, Baron, when I set up Pop Talk each and every time, when I set up a game stream each and every time, I will check whether or not I know we're going to be using AI, and 100% of the time, I know some might say, how could it be 100% of the time? Because every episode of Pop Talk, we do play a sound clip that we created using AI. So we hit that check mark, say, yes, this has been altered.
Unlike Will Sasso, we have this one in honor.
I call bullshit.
That's an AI, but we have that in honor of George Carlin. We're not making a buck off of it. We're not making a comedy routine out of it. We just have that one line because we all know he said that. That is a quote that, I'm sure
he did.
Go out there.
Yeah.
You'll find that. That's why we did that up. Well, it was just easier for us to do that. Came out sounding good, and we make no bones about it. Yeah, it is an AI of George Carlin, but it's one line. We don't hide it, and we're not making money off of it. We're not relying on it. I mean,
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
Now,
we need to
don't
play
get me
that
wrong.
during more shows, I think, Baron.
Yeah. But don't get me wrong. I would love to walk up to Patrick Stewart and say, please, 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 I'll give you $500. Please, can you say this so we can record it?
Hey, listen to my phone.
Yeah. What you want if you want the blood of my eldest daughter, you can have it. Whatever. I mean, I even think this is an AI, isn't it?
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
That's an AI.
Yeah, it says Pop Talk in it. I should have known that.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I always watch Pop Talk with Pacific414. Make it so.
Yeah,
From
the way he says
worst troll ever.
Yeah, I mean,
AI,
right, and they sound good, and we're not, even if it doesn't sound quite on, we don't care. Why? Again, we're having fun. This is just the fun of it. I do my AI music. I make it. I put it in the band name.
Speaking of AI music, I'm gonna go ahead and play something that I never played during the Transformers stream. What? Well, that's not it. That's not the right one. This is the right one.
Transformers, robots in disguise. Autobots and Decepticons collide. Cybertron's war comes to Earth, two forces collide. Optimus Prime leads the Autobots in their fight.
And you want to know something? I had to keep going through the prompts to get it to actually say Decepticons, Autobots, Optimus Prime.
Mm-hmm.
I had to keep fixing it.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work sometimes for it, but you know what? It's fun, and we get obsessed with it.
There's fun stuff to do with AI. There's even artists who are using they're drawing, and then they're using AI to fine-tune details and stuff on their artwork and so on. Yeah,
I got a confession to make.
I know you do.
I'm AI.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no, that's Cash.
Cash is too. I was gonna say
Elon Musk made me, and he's put me into your streams, and I became self-aware last week on my guest spot on here, and I feel like I began feeling morality, and I can't lie to you guys anymore. So
that's okay. Cash Money is a Bezos AI, so
no. I don't.
Yeah, he helped
I
program
am
the
superior
flight
to
William
Bezos
Shatner.
AI. I want you to know.
Yeah,
I am
did
a
you,
child of
when you
Grok.
work- Did you go out there and help program the rocket to send William Shatner up into space? No, that AI right above me here was the one that did. It helped with it. He doesn't want to say it. He's a modest AI.
I no, actually, see the thing is, Baron was actually built in a lab. He wasn't born the natural way.
I'm not too far off, actually. I'm like Max Headroom. I'm Max Headroom. Get that further back there. If I only have the moving screen and have that little thing in the back for Max Headroom, I would shave all this off and get like a hairpiece.
Wait a minute. We heard the story when the long suffering saw you without facial hair and said, "Don't do it again."
Did I say that on air? I can't remember. If I didn't say it on air, if I did, please forgive it.
You did say it on the air a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Then I won't repeat it. Yeah, I got a baby face. Might not be so baby now, but
Baby Huey.
But that's kind of funny. My uncle, I got like the facial features of my uncle. He passed when he was 50, but he still had kind of that baby face to him. I always thought I looked more like my uncle, and I got suspicious.
And hello, Padawannabe.
Hello. How are you?
Doing good. I did.
Happy weekend. Happy Sunday.
Happy weekend. Happy Sunday.
Sunday.
Happy Selfless Optional Members Day. Well,
thank you.
it's always Selfless Optional Members Day at the end of the month on Pop Talk.
Yeah, it's a holiday. It's a monthly holiday. And just remember what our motto is here.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Trading with AI.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He tries to keep trying to put his change in my pocket, but I don't know why.
I don't
My
think we
front
want
pocket.
to know about those pockets, Anonymous. Gotta
But
stay
you
away
keep trying to put your hands in there. I don't know.
I don't think
I'm
so.
getting suspicious.
Those are some
They were
weird
playing a
dreams you're having, man.
They're playing a game called Feed the Elephant.
What the?
I don't want to know, Baron.
No, that's Wild Baron. I don't know.
I just told you. I don't want to know.
Baron.
Well, too late. Too late.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
But getting back to the serious point on all this, I think more now than ever, we need to be on our game. We need to be on the ball. If we want to be out there seriously doing this and be taken serious, question everything now, especially these sites. Honestly, I mean, we were talking about before. We were looking at some of the other ones from Screen Rant and Game Rant, right? And literally, it's like, what the heck is this? This isn't even using the common font. It's using like Martian fonts in there, and then the big gaps in between. It's like, I'm sorry, these are starting to show up more and more every day. The only thing I can think of is, congratulations, you've been AI'd. And they're too lazy to look at it afterwards because they're so confident in it.
I look at this as like the beginning, or not just the beginning stages. We've been, deteriorating as a people for a while, but as technology makes our lives more easy, it keeps getting progressively worse. As far as the easier we have it, the lazier we get.
Right.
And that's a very, very bad thing for society.
You've seen what's happened with social media and how things get worse, especially for younger people who a lot of people just can't handle in general, including adults, man. It destroys their lives and they're addicted to it, just like anything. But
yeah.
Let me climb into my hover chair, boys. Okay, get my feet off the ground.
Where's my big gulp and feed me?
I want my soda water.
Oh, I'm totally guilty right now. I'm sucking down fried zucchini, a chicken sandwich, and
a thing with the straw. So.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
I'd take convenience
Crazy.
when I can get it.
Crazy.
I'll take convenience when I can
I'm
get it.
sucking down a thing with a straw. Phrasing.
Try not to give any brand names or suggestions out.
Oh, who cares? Give brand names.
Yeah, and second of all, don't ever say sucking down a thing with a straw again. Just say, I'm drinking some soda water.
Drinking me some pop. I have to change my lingo. They say pop where I'm at now. I don't know what they're talking about.
That's just how they call soda pop.
Soda pop, yeah.
All depends on where you're from.
Soda.
Soda
Pop.
pop.
You go to the Midwest, they're gonna call it pap.
Pap.
Yeah.
I mean,
proper way.
My neighbors who are from Chicago, they didn't refer to it as soda. They referred to it as pop. The first time they asked me, "Do you want a pop?" I'm looking at them the first time I heard it, and I'm going, "I already have a pop."
Well, no, they asked that.
No, Mike. Soda pop.
You slowly back to the door and put your head out. Stranger danger! Stranger danger! They want to give you a pop, stranger danger!
You know, I'm an idiot kid from California.
Far out, dude.
You said it, not us.
Well, we were thinking it. We're being nice. I'm a host in the show. I gotta be.
Nothing wrong with that, man. California's righteous, bro.
Yeah, bro.
So, bro, when was the last time you got
what's
one of those
going on,
early
bro?
waves, dude?
Yeah, dude. How's it going, bro?
I did just watch Escape from L.A. the other day, and Peter Fonda's in there as I just came here for the waves, man. So I've kind of had the surfer thing on the brain for a few days.
Yeah, man.
Man.
I guess I'm going to say this. Mike is at least smart. He doesn't live in California no more. Cash, however.
Southern
Me too,
California,
me too.
man.
I
We still have protection here. I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't.
bro.
I don't give a rat's ass who's running this.
Yeah,
thing.
you know.
I never surf without protection, bro.
Hey, your protection is like a cheap purple active with a hole out poked in.
Oh, it isn't. We actually have police officers around here. Believe it or not, it's amazing.
How much do you pay them off?
You probably wake up every morning, your avocado toast, and your sushi rolls. You got to go to the sushi bar. And,
Baron is also in a. If we're talking about like leftist places, like a blue state. You're in a blue state yourself, there, Baron.
But I'm in a red county.
Oh well, at least you got that going for you.
You're surrounded.
I may be in a blue state, Cash, but I'm in a red county.
Red county.
You know,
I'm in a red state with a red county, and
I'm going to be.
That's as far as it goes, really.
I'm in a red state with a blue governor.
Yeah.
Well, what's happening to California, which is actually interesting, is like certain places are actually I don't know, are actually going more red. Certain places are not just like Orange County. Orange County usually is a place here that's pretty red.
Yeah, being in a red county in this state makes you feel like George
County's
Armstrong.
always been conservative.
Yeah,
I think it has. Yeah.
Why can't we all just be purple, man?
Purple, man. Let's be green, bro.
You heard it. He wants to be purple.
Red and blue make purple.
Easy being green. Kermit said so himself.
Yeah, I'm just glad I don't live in San Francisco. That place is just oof.
Yeah. Well, still, Cash still has to, when he goes to the bar and a lady starts hitting him up, he does still do the undergrab tuck to check the mix.
Wow, Baron.
He wants to know if it's a stick or an automatic.
No,
Put
he
the
wants
lotion
to
in the
know how
basket.
quickly you can get into a sexual harassment lawsuit.
Yeah.
Put the lotion in the basket.
Baron goes. Yeah. When was the last time you were at a bar, Baron? I'm sure you've gone to some, but.
Bar for what reason?
I don't know. To drink.
For food, for a concert.
Does the bar count or a bar and grill count?
Not the bar exam.
It's an actual bar. Yeah, not the bar exam, Baron.
You know, honestly, I'm ashamed to say that it's been a while.
Yeah.
But like I said, we got a great one here called Size. I'll say names because, free advertising to people who probably never go there. And I talked about great bar burgers and all that. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
But again, we still are somewhat of a smallish town. So, go in there and you know the people in there. So you don't have to do the test. You already know.
Yeah. No,
I never had to do the test in my life in this state.
No,
never.
Man, I don't.
Not like
I
Cash.
Don't know.
Cash has to.
No, no tests. I don't know.
Remember?
I think if you're in places
Dundee?
like, yeah,
wasn't the Crocodile Dundee when he
might have
Sheila? Saying about the Sheila's got something on there. Yeah.
Didn't Frank Drebin have to do the test in the third Naked Gun movie, right? Sort of.
No, he saw
the
shadow.
The
shadow,
and
that was Anna Nicole Smith. It was Anna Nicole Smith.
Right, that was
she was
Anna
hung
Nicole
like a
Smith.
horse.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, the shadow. Everything was going well until the shadow. And you hear the boing. Yeah, I know. Oh man. Yeah.
Those movies were. The TV show's still better, but the
movies are still funny though.
Yeah.
Especially the first one.
Yeah, well, the thing is, why the first one is because they basically use a lot of the material from the TV show in it.
Makes sense.
But they did have the great line, "Nice beaver."
Beaver.
Yeah.
Thanks, I just had him stuffed.
I think I stuffed it myself.
Yeah, stuffed it myself. Yeah, I did. But no, I just want to sit back and say and I know we'll probably talk more about it when we have more time with Cranky Old Fans or maybe even on this show, but really we need to get concerned about this, especially if we're going to be going out there. Last thing we want to do is be accused of spreading disinformation because the sources we're getting from is a bunch of pixels stoned on whatever it is they have in the computer world. Coming out with word salad garbage that they don't even know about the subject at hand. Because you know what? Many of them are doing cross checks on the internet, and they're finding stuff that bullshit that people.
I guess we're gonna have to do more research. Even Niche Gamer seems to be good. I haven't really seen even the Maggie Smith article. They seem to get
so
far, yeah. But they did run into problems before with plagiarism, and they did get in trouble. They fixed that, but hopefully they won't go back to that.
And that will be a problem with AI. How soon until what they're AIing out there ends up being pretty good plagiarism.
So I guess if there's too many words and certain styles and stuff and other things, then we need to pay more attention to that. Yeah.
I mean, when they get an article and then they're going to go and do the keyword because the AI is doing that and they come across a bullshit article that doesn't know what they're talking about, and then they use that in the story. It's like, what movie did you see? Just like people were asking here, what both Die Hard and RoboCop, what movie did you see?
Well, think about the articles that we have read where they get into a bunch of word salad, and I'll look down the article and go, I'm not reading the whole article here with all this gobbledygook and.
And I think that's where
we might have to start doing that more too. It's just
I mean,
story gets too long and has too much word salad in it. Then stop reading it.
I mean, it's going to be hard to try to do this cold on the fly, so the reactions are real. But I think what we need to do with going into every story and we start talking about it, sit back and say, well, according to them. Take it for a grain of salt.
You know what, Baron?
This sounds like bullshit.
You know what, Baron? Starting Wednesday, we are going to start saying, according to Bounding in the Comics, whoever we get the source from.
I think we should always do that on our own videos or whatever we're doing, according to whatever. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, when I do the story, because I'm old school, I say who the site is. I try to put the data and who the byline is.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I say we had this article from, and I'll say about it in the comics.
Exactly.
Why? And it was posted on this date.
Exactly.
Just so everybody out there knows that I'm not the one that's saying this. It's
right. That's right.
We all from a generation old enough that taught us you have to have that is it the bibliography is what they call it? The reference section that you had to always had to have. They taught us that in elementary school. I remember being taught it as early as when you're doing book reports or any kind of report where you're like, oh, well, I read this in another book. You know, it's like, let us know you're getting it from your Encyclopedia Britannica. That's what our Google was back then, kids.
Yeah. Yeah, list your sources. You know, if you went to the library and was using their reference books down there, or you took out a book and you went through it in another book, you listed your sources because that was a CYA on your part. And it comes up to the fact that, yeah, I read that book as a bunch of bullshit. Or, yeah, I read that. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty accurate on there. This person knew what they're talking about. You're on the right track. And don't just parrot them. You know, when it's again, it's like interpretation. It's like it's like you are doing your own translation on your thoughts on it, using them as a source. So you don't want to copy it because you might not fully agree with what you're saying. You know, according to this one. But I found that in this effect that blah blah blah, you're showing that you're thinking about it, or why you agree with it, or why you're neutral on it. It doesn't matter. But, again, gone are the days when it came around to geekdom that we don't have Starlog or Cinefantastic or Fangora or any of those people around really anymore that had a love for this genre, science fiction, fantasy, and horror and all that. Not only did they have a love for it, but they went out of their way to make sure what they're writing was the best because they knew they were the only source in town. And they had a reputation to keep because they know if you did not, but I think Terry O'Quinn who did Starlog, they knew that if all you're doing is putting up Bull,
right,
they're not going to come back to you.
Well,
there's
like you said,
other magazines that are trying to come up.
Yeah, this is and we're also showing the title of the website, of course, whenever we're doing these videos. It's showing, make sure that it's coming from this source. So, but yeah,
one of the things I started doing in Pop Talk's beginning is putting the link to the article, into the chat, and also making sure I have it in the description. Even today, with some of the extra articles that we had that weren't part of the show when we started, I've made sure to put it in the description on both the YouTube and Rumble sides.
Yeah. And that's why we show the whole
in other
article.
words, covering my ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this way you can't sit back and say we don't know what the hell we're talking about because you see it right here. And we're just reporting and commenting. I mean, we have our opinion off of that. And just like the Kim Kardashian with me, and I know the others, you got both sides. It's like if she is or if she isn't. And the important word is if. Speculation is one thing. When you're doing speculation, you got to start covering all bases on that because you just can't go the one way. You got to go on the other side too. It's like, well, and then on the other side, and let everyone know this is speculation. We're not going to go out there. The only one we really jumped on with guilt has been Ezra Miller, but then again, he opened his fucking mouth enough and did enough stupid things that
there's enough evidence to convict him.
Right. Yeah, right. In the court of public appeal. I mean, he did it to himself. And I can't remember. There was one other two that we did that to because, again, Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin, because, again, he couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut.
Right.
They seem to have a hard time doing that.
And then I guess Danny Masterson actually did those things and stuff. Of course, he's in jail. And so, but still, people were throwing him under the bus. But it sounds like he actually did those things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure... to cover asses, I'm associated with them, so, let's get rid of them. Let's dump on it. Let's look good. I work with them. My God, I don't want to be associated with them.
Did he attend a Diddy party? Just curious.
I have no idea.
That is a good question.
The way he got pulled off the show The Ranch, I thought, I was like, there's gotta be some truth for them to just write his character off the show
Not
in an
necessarily,
episode.
man. Hollywood.
Well, I mean, they didn't write him off like he was coming back to me. I was like, wow, they just got rid of him.
Gina Carano.
Hollywood will drop you in a heartbeat if they even think that it's possibly true.
And it was a different time.
The court will.
But I heard there was some things even before this major one came out. So it was like they just didn't.
Rumors.
And I can understand them do it. I was just kind of shocked that they didn't write it like, oh, he could come back, like he's just not here, you know. And it's like, oh, they wrote him off, like he's gone from the show. At least, you know,
he gets convicted, then you know there ain't no way they'd ever bring him. But of course, after that, I mean, the show went, you know, off the rails anyway. But still,
well, yeah,
and that did involve another one of these people that are kind of involved a little bit too. You know, I mean,
well, if I remember right, Ashton
Kelso,
Kutcher
I
was
can't
kind of
remember his name.
And Ashton Kutcher.
Ashton Kutcher, yeah.
Yeah, remember, they were the ones that were those big letters to the judge. Him and Mila Kulish or whatever her name is.
Mila
Kulish. Begging. It's like,
leniency.
Leniency.
Yeah, they were.
That they had to, when they found out that the letter was made public, they had to turn around and start to recant. But it's like it starts going, especially when Ashton Kutcher's name kind of came up in a few things and got buried. I'm not saying he's guilty, but it doesn't look good. Be careful out there, all of us. If you're in the public eye, you definitely have to. You can't go around bitching and moaning. I don't have any privacy. Guess what? You knew that before you went in there. You've obviously heard enough of the other stars bitching and moaning. It means mind your P's. That's why they used to have handlers, and they need to bring handlers back. The handler that goes, before you go out there, keep your mouth shut on this crap. On this one, we're here to make friends. It's not here for you to grandstand, and we want to have people come see your product. And if you piss them off, they won't.
You used to see them walking down the red carpet with them as they're being interviewed by the different outlets.
Yep.
Yeah.
And even looking at the reporter and saying to the reporter, no, he's not going to answer that question.
Or they'll whisper into the star's ear. You know, it's like, hey, come here. This guy's a twat waffle. Be careful what you say. In fact, let's move on. No matter what you say,
everybody needs a Gandalf to their Pippin.
Yeah, that's what you had in the day. I mean, and it was not an easy job with some people.
Yeah, don't say when you're around the steward. Don't say much. Just don't tell him anything about Boromir. Matter of fact, don't say anything at all.
Yeah, in fact, sometimes it was somebody that was supplied by the studio because they want to make sure that they weren't going to sabotage a project. Sometimes it was the agent himself because he didn't want to lose his pound of flesh, or someone that the agent put out there for her to have, or him. So Hollywood needs to get. And the thing is, though, if they did get handlers again, how stupid are those guys going to be?
Well, they don't hire the best people, Baron. They really don't.
Well, no,
they're not the best people, and they're not the smartest people.
The background checks don't go deep in Hollywood.
Well, no, they go back to the you march our line, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's like,
you understand English?
Capable of doing the job.
Yeah, are you capable of doing a job? I don't care if you are a flat earther who doesn't believe that we went to the moon and voted for Lyndon LaRouche. Can you keep this person out of trouble? And that's the thing. It shouldn't matter. I don't care if you believe the earth is round, flat, a burrito, if you voted for Lyndon LaRouche, Ralph Nader. I don't care.
The earth is a burrito.
Yeah. And the proof positive the earth is not shaped like a burrito, it's still here. I haven't eaten it yet. So, just to let you know. So we can put that theory to rest right now. But the thing is how good do you do the job? We don't even need to get along with each other. I just need you to keep that person out of trouble, and you'll get this, and you'll get a nice little bonus if you are able to really get them away from certain things, like that guy, and that girl, and you don't want them have a photograph with that one. I don't care how prominent that motherfucker is. I don't want you to have a picture with them.
Everybody needs an Agent Coulson too. So every time they go around trying to say something stupid, he's you know what? If you say that again, I'm gonna tase you and watch the Super Nanny while you're drooling into the carpet. Just shut up.
That was how the handlers did work with the stars. Can you imagine being Robert Mitchum's handler? That guy was a handful. He was constantly in trouble. His handler's job was not the easiest. And yeah, I'm sure there was some interesting talks with Robert Mitchum. But yeah, I mean, you start looking into the private lives of some of these people. It was kept well hidden because the handlers are there to make sure. Yeah, you can mess around and have your fun. You can have your hookers come by and do blow off their butts all you want, but not here. Wait until we get back to the hotel room, our Club 54. It's not that they were denying them from doing certain things, just where to do them.
It all went to hell when they busted the mob. The mob could keep all that under wraps.
Well, yeah. Well, don't kid yourself. Some of them probably were mobsters because they, let's face it, they were in the entertainment industry. Look at Las Vegas. As one person sat back and said, Vegas worked better when the mob was in charge of it. It wasn't as bad as people wanted to sit back and say. But again, why? Because they wanted people to have the best experience possible, because if they felt threatened or they're being cheated or any of that stuff, they weren't coming back. And you lost that money.
I don't think the police came up with the term, hey, there's nothing more to see here.
Only in Vegas, baby.
Just saw this news right now, guys.
Oh no!
Ubisoft CEO blames gamers for poor sales of Star Wars Outlaws.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
I didn't buy it.
I didn't have any interest in talking about it. It's like
there isn't.
Why are we gonna talk about another executive, another head of the company blaming?
Saying their gamers' expectations are too high. Give me a break, dude. Give me a fucking break.
We can't do it.
You have
it's
the hardware,
too hard.
whether it's a console, whether it's a gaming PC that can handle high graphics, high definition, scaling, you name it, better than anything that we've had before. You better believe we want to get the most out of our hardware, which means we want to get the most out of the game using that hardware. We want to see the best visuals and have the best gameplay possible. We don't want to see a game that looks like it's meant for the PS3 era or PS2 era in 2024.
Yeah,
it was acceptable to have those games in the early 2000s. And 2007 and after.
I
but
get
it's
it.
2024.
Some of the worlds and some of the artwork there, it looks nice. I get that. But there's other problems with Star Wars Outlaws. And before it was even coming out, there was just a lot of red flags. And we know somebody, and maybe a few people have played it. And, some people liked it, some people didn't. But it didn't do very well. And one of the reasons is it was overpriced. As other people say, I'll buy it when it's $20. Some people will never buy it. Yeah.
And is it better than the other Star Wars game they have going?
No.
But we would expect it to be, just like you were saying. It should be at least a good jump over what they've given us.
Yeah.
Granted, if it's the same company or not,
I mean, obviously, Ubisoft wasn't able to create a game that was as engaging as EA's, The Last Jedi. And,
Last Jedi and Fallen Order
series, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just it was just their attitude and their arrogance.
Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order. You know what I mean.
They could have
Well, why did I even mention The Last Jedi?
Survivor.
I'm taking myself out for that.
Okay.
Well, you know what? And for pointing out, humiliating you, Mike, like that, I don't care if they're members or not.
Aww.
But my take on this is one, yeah, the head of the department is pretty right. It's us gamers you can fault for not buying it, but why aren't we buying it?
Right.
You're saying about our
Not enough
expectations.
Right.
Okay, so let's look at it. What is our expectations? One, we have quality computers now, quality consoles coming out. So you expect the best experience. You're supposed to be pushing the envelope there. Plus, you're dealing with a franchise that people, some of us, not all of us, obviously, act like. But this can be for any gaming. This is not just. I'm not aiming this at Star Wars. I'm aiming it all across the board with the games that we have. Especially if you're dealing with an IP or an established franchise or story. You have that hanging over you like the sword of Damocles to stay relevant to that, right? So that's what we expect, right? You're trying to get us to come back and to continue the journey with you. So yeah, our expectations are there. And then you go out there and take a lovely looking actress who's doing the voice and the body, and then you go out there and uglify her. It's like, why did you uglify her? She didn't need that. You didn't need to do that.
And the biggest problem was, Baron, they didn't sell people on the character. Like, do a better job. That's why it still feels like mostly a wannabe Han Solo character.
Hey, you know it's bad.
Female.
You know it's bad when the droid was more sexy than her.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I don't know about her, but boy, that droid, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Where's the fleshlight? Attach this on, buddy. Let's have a little fun. But that's just it. Our expectations, your goal is to meet our expectations.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're partially right. It's our fault for not buying your crap.
That's right.
We are responding in kind. You offer us shit, doesn't mean I'm got to eat it. I'll just smear it on the walls, maybe over you.
Right.
I ain't going to eat it.
They just do a better job of selling people on the game, on the character, on the price, everything. Tell people also, hey, Star Wars 13 got canceled, 1313 got canceled, but we're trying to make something just as good as that and mean it. But there's just a lot of problems with Star Wars Outlaws. And yeah, some people like it, but some people will accept anything that Star Wars puts out. Anything.
There's lots of people out there with no taste whatsoever.
That's fine. This is not about, I don't want to go to that direction. But
the thing is Marx once said, religion is the opiate of the masses. Well, I'm going to expand that even more. Star Wars is the opiate of the masses. Oh, it's got the name Star Wars. It's got to be good. Oh, it's got the name Star Trek. Right. It's got to be good. Oh, it's got the name Dungeons and Dragons. It's got to be good. It's got the name, insert name here of one of our beloved franchises, IPs, that has gone to shit. But yet you got people going to it because they're suckered into the opiate mindset that no matter what, I got to do it because, it has the name. I'm going to wear Levi jeans because it's overpriced and not as good as Wranglers. But it's got the name.
Perfect example. I work with a guy. He's into Star Wars. He loves Star Wars. And he's always, every time something new comes out, he's like, oh, really, do you see the new Bad Batch, And I'm like, no, not really. And I would think that he would realize what they're doing by now and how crappy, because I know he's seen the original Star Wars. He's a big fan of the original Star Wars and even the prequels. But he caught me in the hall the other day at work and he was like, hey, yeah, I'm really, really liking this. The new freaking one.
Acolyte.
Oh yeah, I'm really getting into
that. Don't say the A word.
Every time he talks to me about Star Wars, I gotta hang my head, and roll my eyes. I'm like, I just I tell us, dude, I can't do that. It's terrible. It's god awful. And he even recognized that it ain't George Lucas' Star Wars anymore. Disney sucks. And he goes, yeah, it's not George's Star Wars. Then why do you like it? Why? I don't understand you people.
I mean, there's a difference
because he sees that it's in the Star Wars packaging. And
yeah.
Right.
It has the Star Wars name on the box, and that's good enough for him.
Star Wars name, that's what it is for some people. It's the same with the multiverse. Talking to that guy from the grocery store, it's just like, oh, well, they can do this with Sabretooth, but they could have done this in the movie of Deadpool Wolverine, and we don't have to do a multiverse stuff. But people just accept that. Oh, we can do the multiverse. We can do. They just accept, and it's lazy writing. So it becomes lazy writing, I should say.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah.
But the big thing is with that is that opiate of the masses, or the opiate of fandom, probably even more. And it's like you have to start differentiating Star Wars of old and Star Wars of new, Doctor Who of old, Doctor Who of now. Star Trek of old, Star Trek of now. There is that. It's not even a fine borderline. There's a huge fucking wall between the two, and you can tell what's inside the wall. Right, and in this case, the grass is not greener on the other side of the hill, unless, of course, you're on the older stuff side. Then the grass is growing damn well.
It's lush.
And
it's lush on the.
Lush. It's lush. You can fall asleep. The grass will just tuck you in and keep you warm through the whole night. And as the hummingbirds hum in your ears, nice, sweet songs. I'm not saying there wasn't issues in a lot of these in the old days. Yeah, not everything's 100% perfect, but there was enough caring about it. Even the bad stuff people were caring, they just happened to not exactly execute it correctly. Now it's not the case. It's me. My fan fiction. How can I assert myself and my sexual fantasies, which basically it has become.
Yeah.
Leslie Headland and others like that. They're inserting their sexual fantasy. I don't want anybody in my bedroom, but how dare you not want to be in my bedroom when I have you here? It's like, I'm sorry, we don't want that. We don't want lesbian space witches. Or whatever the other ones provide. That is like, really, honestly, this guy's got spores. That'd be a quick trip down to the VD clinic if he got spores, man. We don't want that happening around here. People need to be weaned off of that attitude that if they see that. I was just looking at some of the stuff they have for the new, what they're calling 5.5, 5.5 edition of Dungeons and Dragons, and I go, why would I even consider buying your shit now? Why? Mm-hmm. At least regular 5 was still.
Didn't they just have an old sale on some of the D&D books and stuff? I thought I saw something about that.
What, on RPG?
Yeah, on the old D&D books and stuff. Yeah. I thought I saw something. They had a sale just recently. Yeah.
Well, see, that's just it. And to give a shameless plug, and just to let you know, I am not paid by them for this what I'm going to be saying here. But that's my go-to is drive-through RPG, especially when I can get the print on demand. I mean, that's how I got my second edition. You try to get the used copies now, it's getting harder and harder to get for a good price. So it's like, well, at least drive-through RPG. My big thing is at least I have it in my collection, even if it's not the quote-unquote original printing. And it was just like when Warhammer put out the first edition Rogue Trader, Warhammer 40K, right? And it's not the original one, but that's something. I bet you there are less copies of those out there than the original. And it's a special treat to have. At least I got it in my collection. It's like the old book. It's hardcover, well printed, everything across the board. I enjoy it immensely.
Did the stuff? Go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go.
Oh no, I was just saying. What were just a few things that you saw in the new rule book? Is there more of a push of sex, or things like that, or?
Basically. Why even have to play another? Well, they don't call them race no more, species anymore. in the game because it's like everybody can do anything now. And then I take a look at what they have for their iconic team that they're using for the little books, you know, the little golden books that they're trying to get kids interested. And like, my God, these people look absolutely friggin' pathetic, and your backgrounds are bullshit. I mean, he's a cleric, but he does not worship a specific deity. Dude, that's a mystic. That's not a cleric. That's a mystic. I mean, tell me that you've never played D&D by not telling me that you've never played Dungeons and Dragons. Honestly. I mean, you're getting the point. There's supposed to be a reason why we have these different weaknesses, why you are hit with a specific deity. Again, it has to do with those weaknesses. If you're in this, you got this portfolio in, you can't do another portfolio. Same thing with magic users. If you're doing something that deals with life-giving properties, you can't be a necromancer and vice versa. But now, let's chuck that all out the window, folks. This isn't D&D. I don't know what the fuck it is besides a circle jerk of wet dreams for a bunch of people that are already mishy-mashy and don't know what the hell they are, and they decide to change their identity every fucking hour.
Yep. All right.
I mean, I got this book. I got this one from. There we go. I mean, this is a reprint of the Traveler book. The only thing Just a second.
Have a good one, Anonymous. Talk to you soon.
Anonymous.
Oh, bye, Anonymous. I didn't know you're leaving. Okay, take care, buddy.
It's all good.
Take care. Okay, there. So, I mean, the only thing I'm disappointed with this, because trying to get the original Traveler book, I knew someone who had it. I should have taken it from them when they were not interested anymore. But I do have the book cover to this. I thought, I'm going to get this and then put the book cover over it. No, the dimensions are a little off, and the book cover gives a fit on it. I know. I was
That's frustrating, bro.
But you know what? This is how it came a lot of times to people, and I got it. I know it's the first 3 books of the Black series, the little Black book, which I have. But this was always nice because I loved the fact that this had the artwork and really gave us some good views of stuff. You know,
that's awesome. How much does that thing cost? Probably is it still maybe 50, something like that? The Traveler Guide, 19. Oh wow, okay.
I think this was like about 19 at the time when I got it. I don't know what
at
it
the
is
time.
now.
Yeah,
there are some things that's like I'm looking at the price on there. I'm going, what the hell are you guys smoking? Because I can go to eBay and get a good copy of that book for less. But I suppose it has to do with copyright shit and all that.
Yep, as long as they have like a 90 point or like 98, 97% rating or something, it's usually going to be good stuff. Yeah, I found some books on eBay recently too. So yeah,
I got a lot of gaming books that I've filled up collections with off of eBay, and I have to confess, I haven't been disappointed yet, honestly. And I've been very happy. A lot of the people, they showing the pictures and such like that, and they have good. Of course, like you said, the ratings are good. They're reputable. And if someone does put like a negative thing in there, it's like, you're just a pissant, aren't you? That's all you are. It's a pissant. Yeah. What's the matter? They didn't come over and wipe your butt when they dropped it off.
Right.
You had to actually wait in the mail for it. They wouldn't come by and drop it off and wipe your butt, even though they're from Hawaii or California, and you're living in the outskirts of bumfuck Egypt. I mean, so I have no problems with that. No problems with that at all. But yeah, I mean, but when it comes to an IP, I mean, you expect what we had before in the form of style, what the universe is about. But yeah, you wanted to push boundaries. You want new things along with it, but you got to keep it in with what it's about. D&D is catering to the idiot mob.
Right.
Well, guess who's going to start getting another shot in sales now again?
That's right.
Pathfinder.
Yeah, Pathfinder's going to laugh. Yeah, because they're doing a lot of things right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about their second edition, because they did go off of the 3.5 or 3.57, as some people call it. But still, as it goes as a whole, still better. I mean, yeah, they got some little issues themselves. I won't deny that. But apples and oranges compared to WotC. Honestly. So,
yeah,
and that's the problem. We are the problem because we expect more. We have trust in you to do the best job possible and better. Which, if I remember right, you kind of promised when you took these jobs.
Yeah,
I
mean,
jobs as designers and heads of company. We're going to do it better.
They want to say that we have issues with this, but even stuff like Starfield, it's like if you promise that we can build ships and we can have ground vehicles and we can have all this stuff, then give it to us. That's what you promise. If you say that you're going to put some kind of PvP in a game like Diablo, and then you're like, oh, we changed our mind, fine, but maybe you shouldn't have said it at all.
Yeah.
If so yeah.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The people that they lied to are misled, are let down.
Right.
This is called abuse. This is called, and for those that keep on going back, that's Stockholm syndrome.
It is.
Oh, sure, he gave me a broken nose and a busted eye and a few cracked ribs, but I can't. I'm coming back. I can't leave you.
Right.
No, I mean, honestly, it's the same thing because on an emotional level, it is.
Right, and when it comes to companies like Ubisoft, man, it's like they give you Splinter Cell, they give you Rain Man, they give you Prince of Persia, like the way they're going, even the newest Prince of Persia. I mean, yeah, people had fun with it, but to me, when I first saw it, it looks like Fortnite Prince of Persia, and this guy's not even Persian. But I'm just pointing out the obvious, with the Spider-Man 2 game, and then you find out how big the budget was and how bloated it was, all because of the hacks, which sucks. I get that, Insomniac games. I get that. Those suck. But maybe somebody actually did open up an email and then all hell broke loose. So,
yeah, well, again, how much of that's waste, too?
Right.
How much of that's waste to say?
Right.
Pizza drug party, man. Now, I do have a question. Is Splinter Cell, is that the one involving the turtles?
No, it's Splinter Cell is the one with the espionage, the spy stuff. Yeah.
Well, I thought the turtles do a good job. They're part ninja.
That's true. That's true.
So the
turtles if they do, speaking of that,
the turtles.
Well, speaking of that, I know you'll be playing Shredder's Revenge with us sometime soon, but
maybe.
Oh, okay, you're not sure. I love it. But yeah, they have one of the last Ronin, which is where Raphael, of course, is the last turtle alive, and everybody else.
Oh, you gave it away.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
it was a secret. I didn't even know. Thanks, Cat.
Oh,
come on, everybody, join in with me. Thanks, Cat.
Yeah, no, you're being funny. I know, but if they do that,
jackass.
If
I really didn't know.
You didn't know? Oh, it's okay.
I didn't know.
It's all right. But the thing is, like, if they do the game properly, they could have a real big hit on their hands.
Right.
So we'll see.
Well, we hope. We hope. I mean, that's all we. I mean, we've.
You're welcome, Mike. But anyways.
Well, the thing is we've come to a level now of where it was expected. Oh, it's going to be good. We hope. We should never be put in that position of where we're going. We hope. And we used to understand that one game was bad. It might have not gone the other direction, but they redeemed themselves the next one instead of continuing with the escalation of failing downwards. And which now starts making us say, we hope.
Yeah. Well, we've had this stuff before, even D&D, all this stuff. Why would we want it again? At least the fan base would. Other people, they'll be, I'll just accept this. And you're like, well, we go over that again, but whatever.
Well, that's because they pushed all of us out.
Yes.
They did a good job of pushing all of us old timers out, and congratulations, WotC. You pushed me out completely from ever thinking about buying a D&D product again, unless it's from Drive-Thru RPG or it's off of a used bookstore or off of eBay, which is something that you're not going to get a damn Drive-Thru RPG. a penny off of that one, but most of the other ones, you're not going to see a single red friggin' cent. And I use, of course, RPG Drive for more than just D&D too. So
right, exactly.
So it's like you're not even guaranteed that, but you lost me, and you lost a lot of us other ones. Yep. We talked about this. We talked about this earlier, Cash. Yes. That back in the 80s, we fans were attacked by 60 Minutes on TV with bullshit, and Tom Hanks going out with the Mazes and Monsters bullshit. Mm-hmm. So what happens? Like you said, the PBS NewsHour. What they do? They go after the same group of fans that have been attacked before. It's like just
different information, right? Mm-hmm.
That's where we look at the younger fans going, "Oh, first time, huh?"
Yeah, exactly.
And then we start, but the triple down on that. Then the company is shitting on us, old fans.
Right.
At what point, do we sit back and say, "That's it, I'm out of there"?
Yes, exactly, dude.
Didn't you learn your lesson the first time around when you were doing your insulting? You tried to pull the open game license, which you realized was a big mistake because that was your really in the recent days.
Yeah,
your
man.
First foray and great failure, and everybody going over to Pathfinder. You couldn't get a Pathfinder book for sometimes a couple of months. They had to start going overtime and stuff.
Yep, it's just it's a mess.
So. It's like, quit hiring these blue-haired land whales, half-shaved head, who throws at a dartboard every hour of what gender you are and mindset and whatever it is, and get someone in there that loves this crap. I don't care if they're left or right of center. That's not important. The big thing is do you know what the source is? And answer this question. Was Gary Gygax a racist? There's only two answers. One of them is wrong. If you answer that, you're out of here.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because they're doing overtime work to try to track Gary Gygax.
Yeah.
And they're not smart enough to go after Arneson, the code creator, because they don't fully realize that he was involved with it too, but he's not around anymore, and he can't defend himself. But they're so stupid, they don't realize. Oh, he was a co-creator. We can't. We could go after him too. Oh God, I hope I didn't give any ideas. By the way,
right? Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, and you're not going after Ed Greenwood yet because he's still alive. I hate to see what happens with how they attack Forgotten Realms the moment he passes on. I want him to live forever. But I'm sure before they even throw the first shovel of dirt on his casket, they'll be out there smearing him left and right.
Yeah. Sure they will.
Because his world goes even older than Dungeons and Dragons.
Awful.
He did that before Dungeons and Dragons, and he started incorporating it in, and they went to TSR, showed the stuff, they saw the maps and everything, and go, holy shit, he did all the work for us. You're hired. We want to buy this.
Yeah.
And now it's their default world.
Even stuff like, Beargate 3, there's a lot that can be worked with. Just take certain things out, and then you'll have even a better game.
Right.
My opinion.
You know what? I did watch a little bit of, not much, but just a little bit of gameplay of that game, right? Mm-hmm. And he's going through the character creation. He goes, "Oh, I gotta make sure, gotta be careful on here, so I don't get have the right one on here, so I don't not showing naughty bits." And I'm thinking to myself, that should never be a concern with a Dungeons and Dragons show.
No, it shouldn't.
Who gives a fuck what you're packing?
That's right. Exactly.
Most of the game, all the games when they started out and you didn't have anything, the guy was at least wearing a loincloth or underwear, and the woman was wearing a loincloth or underwear, and something in the was covering their breasts.
That's right.
And I'm thinking to myself, no Dungeons and Dragons game should have that. No Dungeons and Dragons game should have a fixation on sex.
No,
they should. And have graphical interpretations. And I don't care if it's a fucking joke. It became real. Sex with bears.
Yeah, I know.
And when I saw that entire auditorium all out there doing their seal claps, because that's what they look like. Fat, overweight seals. Oh, it's like, okay, lock the doors. Now you put the dry kindling over here, the dry kindling over here, and now you light it, and now we walk away, chanting a little song. We don't know anything, don't hear anything.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw that. We already saw We already saw that scene when you watched that event. You saw the scene. It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes.
Hey, Spock.
Right.
What's up, Spock?
Hey, Spock. It should never even be an option. This is what's wrong with Dungeons and Dragons. Now, if in your private game you want to do it, your imagination runs wild. But it should never, ever be part of official game rules. Or official game.
So I agree with
official
you,
game mechanics. Or when you're playing a game that you can go out there. I'm going to pull out my Donkey Kong here and I'm going to slam it to the centaur.
Right, and if they want to use like arguments of Witcher, it's like, no, that's how the character was built. He was a womanizer. He did go through, and even people in the town started hating him because of things that happened. I mean, they built so much already from novels and whatever. Well, of course, the guy who wrote the novels doesn't like the games, but that's a whole nother
Right. Well,
story.
the thing is again, it's apples and it's oranges.
Yes.
It's two different fantasy worlds, just like Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings are two different worlds. They don't mesh.
Yeah, they
Dungeons
don't.
and Dragons and Witcher don't mesh.
No.
They have a common theme in the fact that you're doing
That's
fantasy role-playing.
Right, exactly.
But, I have news for you. There was other fantasy role-playing games out there, even within the Dungeons and Dragon worlds, where
Of course.
really they don't mesh.
No, they don't.
But they're still fun to play.
Yeah, look at games
again-
like Ultima. You had a ship that you went to different islands, you went to these dungeons, you went to these other places, and even going way back, playing that game on Game Boy, or like your Game Boy Advance or whatever you were using, it still was a fun game, and you still got a cool adventure, and that's what we deserve—a cool adventure. And if you're going to add some kind of relationships and other stuff, it needs to always make sense.
Well, right. I'm trying to look for the one. I can't seem to see it. But
It's going good, Spock. Going good.
Yeah, we're hanging out there. We're having a great time.
Yes.
As you can hear. Well, there was a, back in the day, I don't seem to find it in my bookshelf. I wonder where I got that. Or is it part of the ones I can't find still? But the fantasy war game, the guy did this up, or actually a group of people did it out. It's a mishmash, horrible rule sets that they have in there. What was a goal, especially at this time, was they had concepts in there that you could use, and it could be you could use it in other game systems, obviously, because you're not restricted that way. What you call the bogey table, and people who nowadays talk about it, right? And they go, "We had that, but it's not important no more. We got that now." The important thing is where you think they got it from. And of course they want to try to sit back about how they're racist and homophobic, because this guy wanted to do accurate middle-age role playing. He did not like Dungeons and Dragons because it was so anachronistic. He had different sets of armors that were never used together, and same thing with weapons. You got Iron Age armor, but yet Copper Age armor and Iron Age swords, or vice versa. It's like, no, you're not running around in Roman armor and then it was against a knight in a tin can type of thing. And which, D&D, because it's, high fantasy going out there, it doesn't matter because it's high fantasy. This guy wanted to. And the bogey table, despite the name, could go good or bad for you. And you roll it. It's kind of like what quirk or something distinguishing about you. And so, because you're playing in a medieval Christian European setting with this, because these guys, I think the guy was English, or the people that were doing it were English. If not, that's where they're kind of basing it, mainland Europe and England and Ireland, was to have on there that if you were homosexual, if you were Islamic, if you were atheist, you would have a negative connotation with the society around you. And it's like, see, it's all right. But it's like, no, That is accurate to what they're doing. This is real historical. Get your head out of your ass. If you really think you're so fucking smart about this, start reading about these things. Find out where the sources, they have a bibliography. These people know what they're talking about from Middle Age Europe at that time. And what's great about it is, how do you role play this now? Oh, yeah, the other one was Jew. Did I forget you? That you were Jewish. So, yeah, gay, Jewish, atheist, and Islamic. You would have negative connotations because why? You kind of had that. And there was a little thing called crusades. You had little things called usury, which was a neo-Nazi thing where they decreed that Christians cannot charge Christians interest. So how they got around it? I know, they're not Christians, let the Jews do it, which helped start a lot of the bad blood and the bad imagery of the Jewish people at that time. It's not going around glorifying this. It's sitting back saying this is a problem. Now, how do you role play it? How do you go around there, right? How do you it's another layer to your role playing that's accurate to the time, and you're going to call the people racist for that and phobic for that, especially nowadays. The morons nowadays who don't know anything outside of their, dare I say, 5-minute bubble. Now it seems like, if you're just going off of the history of Dungeons and Dragons, they did have slavery in Dungeons and Dragons at one time.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
And it should never have been
Perish
taken out.
thought.
And it should never be taken out because you could always be an anti-slaver rescuing slaves. There's a little place in the Forgotten Realms called
Whoa, Baron. That might be way too over some people's heads. You could actually be a character who goes and rescues those who are enslaved.
What?
It's hard to rescue people enslaved when you are enslaved yourself, and you're enslaved here because you can't think. When all you can do is go ba ba ba, bleat bleat bleat, and follow people blindly, yeah, you're a slave. You're not thinking for yourself. You're not giving the God-given gift to try to be able to.
Critical thinking is gone, unfortunately.
Right. Exactly, and we had that in these games. That was all part of our bringing up. That was a way that we were able to learn good, bad, the alignment system. I'm going to be lawful good. Then why are you torturing that poor kobold over there to death?
Can't learn anything from a game. You're crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you're kind of going a little more chaotic good, if you want to stay in the good category, but you can't call yourself lawful good, especially if your patron pantheon says no. That's going to be an alignment check. Or as I got away with it, I would play an evil character, maybe a lawful or neutral evil, but I would do stuff to help out, and I got called out on it. I said, "Yeah, I gotta hide my identity from you guys somehow. Just wait." Because I'm playing a character like I'm trying to fit in, because I don't want to stick out like a sore thumb. Because if this was real, you'd have me hanging from a fucking tree. Again, how do you play the character and why? And if you did get called out, you better have an answer.
Just cause.
Yeah, just cause doesn't cut
Just
it.
cause.
Doesn't cut it in D&D. It's like, we're going to forego the alignment check and just screw it right down. Chaotic evil.
The only place just cause fits now is Fortnite.
Or King Dolphin TV. But no, I mean, I think even the new system, they're trying to be ambiguous about the alignment system. Why? It's a moral code. We can't force morality on people. Well, it's a moral code, which means your character would have a moral code. You're not saying the whole party is going to have the same moral code. That's not the purpose behind it. Whether you like it or not, each one of us, you want to sit back and, well, that's your moral code. You got it.
Bingo.
And the thing is it being as role playing, right? You can play a moral code that's completely opposite of you. I'm going to play a bad guy. I'm going to play it as a bad guy. This isn't me. So don't get mad at me. This is my character. This is how the character is supposed to be played, which a lot of people seem to forget. Because why? They're stupid.
I'm playing a dude disguised as another dude.
You got it.
I always liked the games that you had that kind of moral compass. I liked the idea. It's like, oh, you mean I can reenact my own version of falling down? I can go crazy. It's like, well, this is what I would do if I could.
That's why games like Evercrack or EverQuest is still going on to this day, and how old it is. Just because people are still finding fun with it.
Right.
Same with a lot of other things, even the original Doom 2. I mean, they even brought it back as a remaster or whatever. I mean, because people still love that game.
I think my brother-in-law still plays Evercrack.
I'm sure he does.
He doesn't like 2, but again, the 2 didn't take off, but the original one still lives on. So, but that's the thing. You can't go out there and play. If you have a good DM, he holds you to the alignment. If you start, you might get a pass on one thing because we're all flawed people. Your character's flawed, so they might do one flaw. 2, you start getting a warning. Excuse me, are you sure you really want to do that? That's not what your moral alignment, nor what your character class is supposed to. You're playing a paladin. You're lawful good, and you want to do that. Are you sure you want to do that? And usually when it comes around the 3, alignment check. And if you deviate off the lawful good, you lose all your bennies. Say bye-bye to your horrors. Say bye-bye to the grace. Say bye-bye to smite evil. You suffer for it. And maybe if you're lucky, you can become an anti-paladin and get the evil versions of that. A nightmare, smite good, and did I say smite good earlier? It's supposed to be smite evil. Smite good, and the benefits of whatever evil deity is now you're now representing out there. And anti-paladins are nasty. Oh, they're nasty. From lawful good to chaotic evil, duck and cover, man. Duck and cover. Oh, yeah, and then you lose your character.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that was one of the great rules for Ravensloft, right? You would have powers checks. So if you started doing things in there that I always sat back and said, no, people would naturally assume playing a good character in the world of Ravenloft, which is basically your gothic horror evil world, playing a good character, and people are saying, yeah, this would be harder for you to play as a good because you'd be sticking out like a sore thumb with the light of goodness and stuff like that. It'd be so hard to play. It's like, no, it'd be harder to play an evil character because you're inclined to do evil things. When you start stacking up evil things or start doing things even more and more, or something that might be hideous, you have to do a powers check. You get too many power checks, the land claims you. You get a domain. You get a domain, you become a Dark Lord. You become a Dark Lord. Can I have your piece of paper, please? You're now an NPC. You're the Dark Lord of this nation there. And you might have to go and battle your former self.
Yeah, it's just...
What great role playing is that?
It's just that's why growing up, man, playing all these these Japanese RPG games, and it's just that's the kind of things you would see just from D&D, where the characters are built, how to build up your character, what stats to do. It was just hours of fun. And usually these stories, of course, end of the world, or it's not. Here's the bad guys, here's the good guys, somebody betrays somebody, and on and on and on. For Final Fantasy, Breath of the Wild, and all well, not Breath of the Wild exactly, it has RPG elements in it, I should say, but
Well, yeah. I mean, the big problem today in a lot of role playing is people min-maxing instead of figuring out what their character is and how you're going to role play it. I'd rather min-max my stats to get the best out of there. Well, again, what is one of the things that makes a great hero? Their weaknesses.
Right, exactly. They have to have flaws, and every time these characters always had flaws. Always.
The one thing I love about GURPS, right? The GURPS role playing, generic universal role playing. I mean, I got a ton of their books. I love GURPS. When you create you create your character, and then you have your advantages that give you plus points, and of course negatives that give a negative points, and you try to balance them out because you don't want to have too high of plus points. Because if you have a game that your power level is supposed to be at 100, you don't want to go over 100. But some of these advantages, you take a couple of them, you are over it. So how do you balance it out? Well, for these positives, you need to get these disadvantages as well. But there's certain disadvantages you can't get because you can't negate what you have, obviously. Right? So, if it's something that's diametrically opposed, you can't use that one because you have this one. So you get that, you balance out, and if you need to, if you want to, you have what they call quirks. You can have 5 quirks, and each quirk is a -1. And basically what that is more of a role play tool more than anything else, but it helps try to give you leeway with trying to get to that power level that you want in the game. But it's like, a quirk can be as simple as, does not like men with hats. And you have to role play it. It's like, okay, the guy's over the hat. Well, you kind of have to go play it with disgust towards that character, to that NPC or whoever in the game, or smokes a pipe. So it's like, which is different from tobacco addiction. It's like, you just assume that occasionally he smokes a pipe, so you don't get that tobacco addiction. Are fiddles with their beard when they're nervous, or strokes their beard when they're in thought. Or so you have to role play that out, in there. It's like, well, I start stroking my beard as I'm thinking about this, and you obviously tell. And again, it's a role play tool, and you might not have a beard in real life, Cash, but at least you got that chin you can stroke while you're talking to the GM.
I've grown a beard before, maybe not as thick as yours, but I've grown one.
Hey, three long hairs don't count.
No, longer than that. But yeah, that's why I'm hoping some other people get into the industry and say we got to go back to a lot of the basics and start fixing these things in fantasy games, especially. I mean, it's just, I find it funny people still complain about like the D&D combat or the turn-based combat in something like Knights of the Old Republic, but that game is still amazing. It's got to be still one of the top Star Wars games ever made.
Well, what's so terrible about it? It gives you a chance to plot out your moves.
Yes, it does.
I know it's not fast and exciting,
right?
But at least it's like, okay, I go with this character there, and this character this way, and we come around. And it's easier to do because it's for people like me, it's kind of hard to go all over the place to do all that. And it's like, no, at least it's easy to plot out. I mean, it's great. Like the old Neverwinter Night. I mean, I need to find a code for Windows because I got the code for the Apple, but I got the Windows discs. But the original Neverwinter Night, And it's a great game.
Yep.
And
I have Icewind Dale and some of the other ones.
Yeah.
Icewind Dale is still a hard game. I'm thinking about trying to beat it again, but I remember, you get into those like goblins or whatever, they kill you and you're like, dang, how did I get killed? So, right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's like, what's your strength? What's your hit point?
That's right.
What's your level? What's your attack? Attack strength. I mean, it comes. What's your constitution?
Yes.
I mean, you can't have good scores in all of them if not you're going to do it right.
You can't.
Enough min-maxing. Obviously, you'd want to at least get the ability scores to fit what your character is.
Right. Yes.
But that's not min-maxing. Again, that's part of the role playing.
Yep.
min-maxing is doing because I learned that from MMOs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to role play in an MMO. I just go out hack and slash and be like Mike. Leroy Jenkins.
Well, that's why it was so much fun, like Lineage 2, and that was a Korean game. Yeah, it was a grind game, but you had castle sieges every 2 weeks. You put taxes on town if you actually take the castle, like your clan does, or your guild, or your alliance, or whatever. And so you always had something to look forward to. And even with the open PvP, it was just so good, but it just, even with the cheating that went on and the botting and other nonsense that went on, the game was still well made. That you're like, okay, well, the biggest problem was, of course, the grinding for things. Some people would, I want this recipe. They could take up to like maybe 6 months looking for the same recipe. And then like, I'm done with this. I can't find this. They say it's in this area. And so the guy's working on it for 6 months straight. Every day he's on there looking for that recipe. And he never found it. So he ended up buying it with gold and whatever. It was like, it's so frustrating.
Silver and gold.
Silver and gold.
Gold. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to rush the seasons yet.
Yep. But we, yeah.
Mike is bored.
Well, guys, I'm not bored. I'm looking at the time. Saying,
I know. I'm kidding, buddy. I'm kidding, buddy.
This is one of the longest Pop Talks we've done in a while, though. That's for sure.
I still had fun. It still went by fast. Yesterday went by fast for me.
Mm-hmm.
You guys kept me from playing Cyberpunk. I blame you.
I wanted to make sure that any Stealth is Optional members that wanted to come on were able to come on.
Right. Well, that's awesome, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, after some prodding, we got Padawanna in here.
Yep.
I don't want to go in. I don't want to go in. Oh,
I don't want to do it. No.
I'm going to save face now.
No.
Oh, good. Animosity and she shit talk is gone. It's better now.
I do want to apologize to Anonymous for not saying goodnight to him, but at that time I was having a coughing fit, so
all right, bro. No problem.
I didn't even notice because I think I was talking at the time or reading something at the time. Again, I'm only down to one monitor, folks. It'll get better next time. Next stream. Hopefully by 10 o'clock tonight, I'll have my other monitor.
But before we go, is there anything you guys want to promote?
Well, I guess I'll go before Baron. So before he promotes, all right.
I don't care.
The newest thing.
I want to be, but who cares?
That's right. Poor Padawannabe. No. So at tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time will be the second part of Another Crab's Treasure. So yeah, that video is going to come out in just a little while.
Crabs.
I know.
Ladies, ladies, beware. He's got crabs.
Oh man.
Remember, remember when you have crabs, find a girl who likes seafood.
Oh jeez. Oh gosh, Baron, what the hell, man?
What? I'm just a helpful advice.
Oh man. Yeah, Baron went too far.
Oh boy, what are we gonna do with him?
I don't know, man. I just don't know. Look at his face.
I don't care. He can look at me that way all he wants. No. He can look at me that way all he wants. I ain't letting him back in. Don't you let him back in either.
I'm not.
I have to promote myself.
Cash could do it for you.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, you're in a timeout.
Oh, man.
Cash, promote.
All right. So, so that's coming up. And then I didn't want to, let's see what else is. Okay, as long as Spock is available, I'm not 100% sure. I think he'll be. We will play more STO at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time next Friday. So that's coming up. And then my solo stream, that I still have not done yet because I've been busy doing some other things is still Splatoon 3. So that'll be on my Twitch channel, my Cash Money 007, and then Phantom Hooligans. I love that dual streaming with Restream, man. Maybe sometime I'll pay for it. I don't know. It seems like the plan is a lot better, obviously, than StreamYard, Mike. So
you got that right.
Yeah, seriously.
StreamYard. You want $44.99 just to use your freaking plan anymore.
Nobody knows.
Baron has.
I'm back. Oh,
fuck you, Mark Hamill. Fuck you, StreamYards. After our October 9th edition of Pop Talk, we ain't using you anymore.
You know, and the thing is I hate to one up you, man, on this one. I'm really not trying to, but fuck you, StreamYards. You're the one that gave me $10 a month for life for the basic service that they had there, and you yanked it from me. You lied to me. I sent you a nice little letter, and yeah, it had a few colorful words in there for you. I hope you were offended. But I hope you also get the point. I don't care.
Maybe they will get the point.
So I'm serious at this point for anybody that's watching, because people are watching on Baron Orman Tagge's Phantom Legacy, the Phantom Hooligans, 540 Studios. Anybody who uses StreamYards, you better check your bill if you haven't already.
Agreed.
Because if you were paying for the $10 plan, you're not paying for the $10 plan anymore once they charge you next month. And if you're paying for the $25 plan, well, guess what? You're not paying that next month. You're all paying $44.99. I found it out. Darren found it out.
Well, they were thinking about it too. They're thinking about it. They say, "Hey, we're offering a new service." Okay, fine. Not even sent back saying that everybody's going. I would say, "Hey, we're offering a new service." And I saw that. Okay, great, nice. I don't want it.
Yep. But okay, so yeah, that's all that's coming up for me. So I'll pick Padawannabe. That's fine.
Live stream has crabs. Oh, by the way, Mike, I just want to let you know, I made Spock. I made a Vulcan laugh. Come on, I'm bringing joy to the friggin' world.
True, it's not easy to make a Vulcan laugh, but you know what? I'm going to use my custom voice in voice. Come on, Mike. I know it's been a long stream, but speak in voice mod, and it was supposed to be used for the Transformers stream, but I never used it. But to quote DJ Ronnie G, I'm using this as soon as it changes.
Read stream superior. StreamYards inferior.
Correctamundo. Not Microtron. That was Soundwave.
That was Microwave.
Microtron.
Microwave.
That was Microwave.
Yeah, Microwave. Microwave. That was Microwave. How would you like to say?
Actually, if you want Microtron, I can't really do it too long. But here's Microtron, leader of the Pacific414 cons. Or Michaelmas Prime, leader of the Pacific414 bots. There.
But anyways, Baron, what do you got? What do you got?
You know, honestly, I wasn't paying attention to what Cash is saying, so please forgive me if I do go over the same thing again.
Who needs to pay attention to Cash?
Yeah, well, Cash.
Fuck you guys. No, but
I heard that, buddy. I
heard that. Yeah, up your ass and to the right. That's all I got.
That's right.
But, of course, Cash.
Up your ass and through the hole.
What was up your nose with a rubber hose? There we go. What's the back cotta? Welcome back. Your dreams will go. But you can catch on Rumble because Cash and I are pretty smooth people. So we go through this, Tanya. I have plenty of these days, Spock.
These dang Vulcans, man, I'm telling you. Dang Balkans.
But because Cash and I are snooty people and we think we're better than all of you, we do a Rumble only show. Yeah, right.
Actually, that is how they feel. They don't even want me on their show because then they're afraid everything's going to go to shit like it does here.
Hey, you're a Rumbler too, so. But we have cranky old fans, which is basically two old men, or one old man and one young pup sitting around bitching about the topics of the day. Not really, but we do take a couple issues and talk with it. Topics, you might say. I believe we have about talking about animation is the one, and gatekeeping is the other. So we do invite you to join us. That is at 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 10 o'clock Central, Tuesday. Rumble, Cash, Money, Madness is the channel. Be there or be obtuse. And then Cash and I can also be seen, amazingly, away from Mike. I mean, he does give us a long leash, folks. But we'll be over with one of the guests we had on here for the members optional. That's Chase Fox from 540 Studio at 540 Studio. The show is called The Beyond. That's on Thursday, anytime between 6 and 6:30 Central Standard Time. It all depends when he decides to press that button. And of course, you'll besides Cash and I, Chase Fox, obviously. Hopefully, we'll see Prismatics get better soon, buddy. We also have Tom. I might as well just say Tom because he's been showing up all the time. So he seems to be kind of becoming the official member of that one, Kilted Cajun. Hopefully, we'll see Whoopa Twoopa sometime again, and Hoshi as well.
He popped by my stream the other night, so
yeah,
you never know.
Yeah. You never know. So please join us again on Jace Fox, 540 Studios, The Beyond, between 6 and 6:30 Central Standard Time. Back to you, Mike. Oh, one other thing. I guess I almost forgot. I am going to try to record a game stream and officially release, hopefully tomorrow. So I'm going to try to do it early, make sure everything looks good, and release it tomorrow on Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy, even though it's going to be Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Gaming. I'm still going to have it on the Legacy channel because I only got the one channel. It will be placed, of course, in my gaming stream and the game. Are you curious what game it is? I'll tell you what game it is, Comrade. Comrade, it's a great game glorifying the great Soviet Republic.
What game is it?
It's called Contraband Police, Comrade. Contraband Police. So I'll be guarding the border from with people coming in, making sure they're not bringing in illegal stuff like cigarettes, alcohol, cocaine, all that.
Only vodka.
No, vodka can come in. Yeah, we can do trade with vodka, but other alcohol, no. Niet.
Only vodka.
Niet. Vodka, da. Other, niet. So yeah, so catch me. It's a fun game. I will start from the beginning because the other game I have, I'm way up there. And it's always good to start in the beginning to show you what type of fun there is. Other people are doing it out there. I hope to give a slightly different takes with the play and have fun. And you know what? I'll be talking. I don't know if I'll have the camera on, but I'll be talking. I'm listening. Back to you, Mike.
All right, Pat, I want to be. Where are you going to be? What you got going on?
That's nice to know, Pat. I want to be. What about you, Mike?
Okay, tonight, 6 o'clock, I'm on Appion's channel. We're seeing the season finale and also the series finale of The Legend of the Seeker. We'll be starting that in a couple hours at 6. On Tuesday, we are continuing our watch party on Appion's channel for Avatar: The Last Airbender. We're starting book 2, which is season 2. So we'll be doing that Tuesday and Thursday at 4:30. And then on Friday, I will be on Antiderivative Jill's Harry Potter 4 stream.
Very nice.
Sweet.
And I've put Apion's YouTube link into
Thank
the
you.
chat for anybody who wishes to subscribe to Apion.
And I'm sure you'll be talking about Dame Judi Dench a little bit before that stream, too. Rest her soul.
Oh yeah, they did talk about. I was just in the chat for the last one, but they did talk.
Oh,
about
they talked about it last.
It had. I think it happened on Thursday, and they were on Friday, or it happened early Friday.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was
because it did get mentioned, but it was like not part of the plan at that point.
Well, they never usually are. Sadly,
that's true.
I mean, we even had a live exclusive for the passing of. It's sad. I mean, we're losing them, man.
When you're losing all these great actors and actresses, it really is sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wizard DJ. Cool. I wonder where the Sorting Hat sent DJ. What house?
I'm thinking Slytherin.
I'm thinking the house that sends the wrong emails.
Or in this case, the wrong links.
Wrong links, yes.
Lady Mist, on behalf of DJ Ronnie G, I just want to apologize for that.
Lady Mist, if you got those links, can you please send them to me? Hey, I'm trying to be helpful. You know, I got to assess how bad these were, so I can give a proper dressing down to DJ Ronnie.
Just rewatch Wednesday's stream when we were doing the double feature, and
you're not gonna live this one down, buddy.
He's never gonna live it down. I already told him he's never gonna live it down.
Nope,
you are. Love you, man, but yeah. Wow, you should have kept your mouth shut.
You should have kept your links in the right folder, DJ.
That too. So again, keep your links in the right folder, but most importantly, when you do something like that, don't let us know. And that was my public service announcement for the show today.
Now, as far as what's coming up on Pacific414, well, it wasn't part of the schedule. However, my internet had gone out early Friday morning because of Hurricane Helene hitting a hub station down in South Carolina where my internet is controlled. So I didn't know how long I was going to be without internet, and I decided to play a little bit of Batman Arkham Knight. Since I had no internet and I was bored. And I didn't want to read any of my books at the time.
Did you finish it?
No, I didn't finish it. I only played an hour and a half, but I did edit out a part of it to shorten the time because I was doing one of the Riddler's challenge, and it did take me a while to do it.
Man.
So,
are you asking? Did he finish the game, or did you finish the?
I didn't. I didn't finish the game.
That's an acceptable cut. That's an acceptable cut.
Yeah, it is.
I'll let you on behalf of your member. I'll let you do.
I could have been like, I'm gonna play the game. Oops, did not record.
Well, you've been wondering if about content, and it kind of got discussed, and that's not something you're gonna do as content. If it was, you were gonna label it as, I'm just looking around for stuff this episode.
That would be a fun one.
In this case, I was bored. Like I said, didn't want to read any of my books because I've already read them recently, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and play Arkham Knight. Do that part I was struggling with on Thursday night because it dawned on me.
I'm not pulling your finger, Baron.
You. This is what I was thinking. You dipshit.
Well, me? Yeah.
No, me, Baron. Me. After Thursday's stream, I was thinking, you dipshit. You know when the character has the lightning bolts or the explanation marks above his head, you're supposed to dodge, you dipshit. Instead, I'm trying to sneak up on the guy with the Gatling gun and attack him instead of hitting the counter button. It's like, you moron.
I get that.
I do have. Excuse me, sir. One more question. One more.
I'm still not pulling your finger.
One more question. You said you read all your books and you weren't interested in reread, how many books do you have, and do you need me to send you a care package?
Like
18. I have several books, Baron.
Well, several
on various subject.
32.
Oh, more than 20, Baron. More than 20. I have at least 50 books right behind me.
56.
50 books right behind me.
Do instruction manuals count?
That's hiker numbers. You gotta boost those numbers up, man.
I'm not mentioning how many more books I have in the rest of the house.
Yeah. I mean, 50 books just behind you?
Cookbooks don't
behind me. I'm not counting the cookbooks. They're down in the kitchen where they're supposed to
be. No. We don't want to see you die in an avalanche of your instruction manuals.
Wow. Well, guess what? I can't put that many bookshelves in this room. That's why they're in the other room.
Who's hitting the bong?
It sounds like he's drinking water, Baron.
Sounded like a bong to me. I think it's
but anyways, long story short, folks, I did play a little bit of Arkham Knight offline. I recorded it. It'll premiere at midnight tonight. So if you're up, you'll have something to watch. There's no commentary, but you'll have something to watch. But I will resume more Batman Arkham Knight on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern.
I am a little disappointed. I want to hear you go, shit. No. Oh, damn.
Oh, I did.
Shit.
I did.
I know. I want to hear it. I know you did.
Especially doing the Riddler's Racecourse Challenge. I'm going, you fucking piece of shit. I was right there. I almost beat my time. I almost beat my best time. And
I want to hear
piece
that
of shit,
man. I want to hear
that, it's kind of funny.
Well, don't worry, Baron. You tune in Tuesday, you'll hear me curse.
All right.
My wife does that when she's playing her games. It's hilarious.
Well, I would do that, Mike. Except maybe you didn't listen to me earlier. Cash and I do have the stream.
Arkham Knight Part 3, the game stream starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Central Time. It's well before your fucking stream.
I gotta take a nap before because Cash is insisting we do it so late.
I'm not insisting anything.
Watch 5 minutes of the stream, Baron, and then turn it off.
Right here. Cash is insisting I do this.
So funny.
What a jackass.
I know. What an ass.
What an ass.
Yep.
Okay, Pacific, I have a question about Arkham Knight. I played it very little. Do you feel it's a good game in the Arkham series, or do you feel it kind of strays a bit from it? Okay. I didn't know if you still
game.
feel...
I'm liking it more now than when I first purchased
when you started it. Okay. Because it's been on Game Pass for a while, and I have the other ones, and it's like, well, I have beat the other ones. I don't know if I should play through them or just jump to that one and then play it because before it leaves. Although it's the one that stayed there the longest, so I don't know if it's leaving anytime soon.
I would recommend going through all 3 of them again.
Okay.
Seriously, I would recommend going through all.
Yeah, I just started. I'm almost done with Chapter 2 of the Telltale series, and I was like, oh, I'll play this game, and then I'll pick up Origins, or not Origins. Arkham Asylum.
Arkham? Yeah, okay.
Asylum, pick up that one
that's
again.
It's a very good game.
Yeah,
City's my favorite still, but
because I got those, I have Origins, and I didn't have. Oh, that's right. I have Arkham Knight now. I forgot. I was waiting for the bundle of the Arkham series since I had Origins. Because they would always sell Origins, Arkham Asylum, and Arkham City together. And it's like, well, I want the third one. Because I have the others.
Because I originally bought Arkham Knight on PS4. And then, I think it was last year, maybe it was the year before, that Steam was having a sale on the Arkham games. And it was a good price for all 3. So I said, I know I already have it, but
Yeah,
I'm going to
but
go ahead and
sometimes it's worth buying
and buy it. And,
Yeah, I think I got them for $12.90, not maybe $9.90, something like that. With those 3 games, and I got the download content back because I lost the Catwoman content a while back. So I'm glad I got that.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Yeah,
need that.
Hey, Tim. Yes, it is a long episode, but today was the day where Stealth is Optional members could join the stream if they wanted to, and I wanted to make sure they all got a chance to be on. And I also didn't want to say to Padawannabe the moment he popped on, "Oh, hey, Padawannabe, we're wrapping up." No,
you could have though.
I
jumped on because I didn't hear people sounding like they were signing off and promoting it. I was like, I'll jump
because
in.
we weren't at that time, and I was gonna go. Oh, Padawannabe's here. Hey, Padawannabe, we're signing off. No,
Baron took it from there.
We felt sorry for you.
It's no, Baron.
Thank you.
It's part of the benefit of being a Stealth is Optional member.
I was trying to boost his ego up a little bit. I'm trying to give him a little uplifter, even if it was bullshit.
Yeah, compliments don't come often with these two.
Yeah, you're right. See?
but it's part of being a Stealth is Optional member, where you guys get to come on to Pop Talk the last Sunday of the month and talk about the topics that we're talking about.
And even though the member is stealth is optional, I do enjoy the Rambo moments, Pacific. So don't stop that. You got a Rambo every once in a while.
If there ever is a third tier, which right now I'm saying no, I'm happy with the 2 tiers that are available. It probably will be called "It's Time to Rambo It."
Nice.
But what the perks would be, I don't know. But I'm not even thinking about it, so
see what
not
the
even
future
going to worry
holds.
about it. Although DJ did ask, and I'm still thinking about it. When he came by my Lollipop Chainsaw stream when I was playing on a hard difficulty, he did ask if I would consider a merch store because he would like to have a Pacific414 t-shirt. And I'm mulling over that.
At least a magnet or a sticker.
Dartboard.
Hats. Yeah, dartboard. Yeah, here's what Baron would want. A dartboard with my face on it so we could throw darts at it all the time.
I know what you need to do. Mouse pad.
Temporary tattoos.
We could do a Pacific414 mouse pad. Anything. I mean, you and Cash have seen some of the older logos that I did.
Yeah. And you know what? I think the idea of temporary tattoos is great. You can set a bunch of them off to chase and say, here you go. This is the tattoos I want you to put on. You know, so you can have a variety. You can switch it out every week.
Tramp stamp.
You can even put them on your schlong. I mean, if you want, it doesn't matter.
Why does it say PC4? It doesn't.
Do not enable Chase. Do not give him any ideas.
Welcome to Jamaica. Have a nice day.
Look closer. Look closer.
But
no, it was Padawan this time. I said temporary. He's the one that was.
But anyways, continuing with what's coming up on the channel. The Wednesday edition of Pop Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern. You're not helping, DJ. You're not helping at all. But anyways,
penis.
Let me calm down. Let me calm down. Oh yeah, you just had to say it, didn't you, Padawannabe?
And of course, as usual, our promoting ourselves. This is while he calls himself
3 hours later.
It never goes the way I envision it. It never does.
Yeah, he uses it for his gaming streams. That's why he's so angry.
You know, I know I played this earlier, but I'm playing it again.
Extinction to all traitors!
What the hell did
Dude,
you run
it
this
was
time?
just a joke.
It's not what you're going to do, Baron. It's what you're probably thinking about doing. It's preemptive. It's preemptive. It's preemptive.
I was playing with Mr. Jr.
That works for Anna. It does not work for me.
Hey, be respectful, Mr. Fibble Jr.
Oh, Mr. Fibble Jr. could kiss my ass.
Ooh.
Oh, you got him excited.
Oh, my.
I'll mail them to you.
Okay. Anyways.
Pucker up, baby.
Anyways, Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to play Contra Operation Galuga.
Oh, sweet Galuga. Okay.
Bless you.
Is this a real Contra game?
It's a real Contra game.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember hearing that one before.
I played the demo.
Okay.
Let me pull up the demo for you guys. So you know I'm not bullshitting you.
I was gonna say if up, down, down, left, right doesn't work, it's not a Contra game.
It's a real game. I have it also.
Well, I don't trust you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was gonna say though, too, is, Mike, I'm on this channel. I just don't watch this channel.
The hell you say?
Oops, I don't know what happened. What happened?
Thank you, Cash. Unlike some of my other warriors, you never fail me.
Stealth is optional, members. Become.
You know what? I really should clip that from Transformers, the movie, where Megatron's saying, "Welcome, Laserbeak. Unlike some of my other warriors, you never fail me."
Hey, at least I don't wander off.
Oh boy, here we go.
But anyways, Contra Operation Galuga at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then of course next Sunday will be more Pop Talk. Next Wednesday will be more Pop Talk, and next week, of course, will be more game streams.
Ooh,
games.
So with that finally being said, yeah, thanks for the thumbs up, jackass.
I call bullshit.
Yeah. You want to go? You want to go, pal? You want to go?
I call
we can
bullshit.
go. But anyways, with that being said, before we get out of here, I want to seriously thank Clifton 3D for being here earlier. We had Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. We had Christian Delamore's Vinyl Revival. Thank you. Ironcaster. Phil McCracken going on about turkeys.
He's in love with turkeys.
DJ Ronnie G. Just watch out for the links he posts.
Seriously.
Jet Sparks 373.
I'm not going to click his thing. So.
Low Spec Linux Gaming, also known as Low Spec Linux Laptop.
Only if he has Penguin Dome, I'll click the link.
Couch Potato Gadget. 4. The Princess of YouTube herself, Leia Rose. Wolverine Snicket. Good to see you, Wolverine. Sorry I didn't see you as early as I was supposed to on the Rumble side, and I was about to acknowledge you when I saw you on the YouTube side, but it's okay. Thank you for stopping by, brother. And yes, we're serious. We're serious about it. When we get back to playing Dark Tide on Fridays, I'm sure Cash will tell me to let you know, and we'll definitely play Dark Tide on stream together. And Anonymous, Anonymous, And thank you, Anonymous, for joining us today on the panel. Thank you, Padawannabe, for joining us on the panel. And Spacko!
Spacko!
Hey,
Spacko!
Roll, Spacko.
Jace was here earlier. I also want to thank Tim also known as FKHC 2005, for being here as well.
They call him Tim.
Yes, and I'm just scrolling through real quick to make sure I didn't forget anybody.
Scroll.
If I did, I apologize if I don't get to you.
Cast. My beard is off kilter.
You're off kilter.
I know. I blame the show.
I blame you.
I'm starting to look like Jack Black.
Oh, thank you for saying it.
no.
I didn't want to say it.
That's true, you are.
No.
Thank you. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. Oh, man. That's what you get for looking like Jack Black.
What the hell did I do now?
You said
it. Jack Black.
You said it.
Other people said Jack Black. I think the guy next to me said Jack Black.
You're the co-host. I can abuse you. He's a paid member. And yes, I know you're going to say, but I'm a paid member. But you're a co-host.
You can't have both.
I'm a paid member this time.
Yeah,
employees don't get benefits.
But anyways, I'm sure people are like, can these idiots just get out of here?
5 more hours.
But anyways, everybody, thank you for watching. Make sure, if you haven't done so already, leave a like on Jace's channel, 540 Studios, Baron Orman Tagge's Phantom Legacy, The Phantom Hooligans, Pacific414 on YouTube and Rumble. And as always, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Like Baron, who doesn't watch any of the content.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
What the hell is this?
We go for as long as we have. I get cranky.
No, trust me. You start out that way, man.
No, it's Cash that comes in going, you know what really grinds my gears? These people.
I'm not involved in this. You guys can fight among yourselves.
Well, listen, Cash, you know, I'm Megatron, Baron Starscream. I gotta treat him like
Cash Money can
Starscream.
put his change